Oh my god, that was it. It was probably just the resolution. It probably kicks out anything over than 1080. Well, okay.
Are you live?
It looks like it is.
Take a look.
I love you. Be careful, babe.
All right. How long are you gonna be live for?
I was planning to be live until 10, but I might go a little bit later now since I...
10 p.m.?
Yeah, EST though, so just
Oh,
when you wake up,
cocksucker.
you fucking lose it. But maybe I'll stay awake later. We'll see.
No, I just woke up.
Of course you did. Oh wait, actually, it's not even that bad for you. It's like noon where you're at.
Yeah. I've been waking up like at 6, 7 a.m. these days. I mean, I went to sleep like at 5 a.m. yesterday, so obviously I woke up at noon today. But all right, well I might go live and can hang out. That was fun as hell.
Okay, have fun. Be careful, babe.
All right, later, bro. Love you too. Peace.
Okay, for real now, I'm going over to Kick. Kick.com/Destiny. I'm sorry. I love you guys. Be careful. MalwareFox states that PDF files can include the ability to execute code on your device. It's apparently the part of the code that makes the document signable that is a problem. As a cybersecurity pro, MFA is a blessing. And it occurs makes people feel safe when most of the time... What's up?
I'm gonna put you on the front page. Do you mind?
Go for it, I guess. Okay, have fun. Bye.
All right, bye. Love you, bro. Peace.
Yeah, okay, fuck. What somebody just linked, this seems more like what's going on. But what the fuck do I know? You know? YouTubers are emailed a file labeled to resemble something legitimate, like a business proposal or invoice or some other document, but instead of it being a .pdf or other legitimate file type for what it is trying to pretend to be, it is a .scr file. Now, screensaver files do contain executable code that somebody can use to access everything in your machine. I think it's basically like if you run an exe on your machine and you give it authorization to run, everything is fucked. They basically own your ass at that point. SRC are normal screensaver files, but they're just executable files with a different extension. So the goal is to get somebody to open the SCR file, which infects the computer with malware, then steals a bunch of information, including a website. Yeah, at that point, you're fucked. I think that feels like what's probably happening. That'd be my guess, but what do I know? But I think that is what's happening, given that he's not specifying that it was actually a real PDF that ran malicious code somehow or whatever. But... PDF can contain malicious payload. JavaScript is a programming language that supports functionality on the web. Most websites and web browsers have some kind of JavaScript element that's used to execute code. No, hold on. Wait, okay, I'm not a programmer, but this is... Hold on. JavaScript elements could execute code. I don't think a local JavaScript thing can just download and run a full program on your computer. No? Like, yeah, I think it should be sandboxed to the individual application. I don't think you could just use... But I don't know. Never mind. Everybody in chat always has these links to these things like, oh, well, theoretically this, blah, 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 blah. But every single time any of these attacks happen, it's always like a SRC file. It's always like something. Destiny, you can embed a .exe in the PDF and then execute it with JavaScript. PDF embedding attack. Has this ever been used? I feel like I never, ever, ever heard. Like, I feel like I always get linked these exotic things. It's like how you can use magnets to read zeros and ones off of drives that have been wiped 32 times and theoretically the FBI. And it's like it's one of these, like, in theory it could work, but I feel like I feel like it's always just like social engineering or spear phishing or these like PDFs that are actually like SRC or EXEs or whatever. But I don't know. Embedding files, it's very easy to embed the kind of file in a PDF. Every document includes the embedded files name tree along with support from most PDF libraries. Provide something for this. We'll examine PDF. Opening files PDF. Actually, open it. But a script in the PDF. In our case, we want to add a document level script. The script will execute as soon as PDF is open. Fortunately, PDF supports, so we simply add a JavaScript object with our JavaScript payload is pretty simple. We must add a single call to export that object, a function provided by the PDF reader. The function takes an object with two parameters. run as soon as PDF is open, right? Well, not quite. Unfortunately, there's a bit more to it. Adobe Reader and most other readers will prevent the launch of common executable files, for example, exe, JS, VBA, while evading the blacklist. There are many ways to evade the blacklist, such as Microsoft Word documents with malicious macros embedded in them. But recently, researchers discovered that another kind of file could be used. Settings-ms explaining the spectrum. XML documents pointing to specific places in the Windows 10 settings GUI. However, they contain a field called deep link, which can contain any arbitrary executable, which will be run when this is. Okay, so it sounds like in order for this to happen, there does need to be some kind of exploit available, right? It's not like natively built that PDFs should be able to arbitrarily execute executables, right? That it's relying on some sort of exploit at some point, that something that's not patched correctly, something that's probably not working as intended, I'm guessing, right? Kick is lagging too much? Wait, is Kick actually lagging, or? Kick is coxing. 5. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, guys. I'm shutting everything else down. We're going over to Kick. Be careful.
You're good. You're good. There's no lag at all.
Oh, it's just fucking.
There's absolutely zero lag.
Oh, okay. Fuck these guys then. Peace out.
And if you want to update to 7 or 8K, if 6K is not enough, then that's I put it in so you can do that. But
okay, I'm good. This will be fine.
And then for now, like obviously mod tools and stuff are coming, but to make it easier, you can like just put like /mod if you wanted to do that. And then have you set up your subline, or you're not going to do that?
I don't even know how to set it up, but we'll figure it out.
You just go to revenue. It takes like 5 minutes. You just attach your bank account to Stripe.
Okay.
And it goes live in like 2 minutes.
Sounds good. Bye.
I was going to gift you some subs so you can see that sexy ass rev sleeve, even though you have your own on your website. But
gotcha. I'll probably set up tonight. Fuck it.
All right, peace.
Bye. Jesus. Okay, goodbye Rumble, I love you. And goodbye YouTube, I love you. Come out where it's kicking over on Kick. That's... Damn. Okay, is the chat's kind of laggy, right? Or am I crazy? I gotta see what's on my end versus what's on their end. On my end versus what's on their end. Yes, the chat is laggy.
It's a Muds and Kick Chat Domer. My Kick Chat experience is going down the toilet.
The latency is so low. Ban Hamster Hawk and it'll get better. What?
Yo.
Why do you keep calling me?
Chat.
What's up?
Sorry. Chat is laggy. I'm fixing it right now.
Okay.
Like, and just keep this way. Just talk out your complaints live. I'm gonna be watching. I'm just gonna fix everything while you're live. So anything that you see issue wise, just say out loud, and I'll fix live.
Okay.
Okay. So the chat I'm working on right now. So anything else, just like say out loud or just message me on Discord.
Okay. Have fun.
All right. Last time. All right. Peace.
Okay. Hopefully they're doing their shit. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Where were we? Back to this.
Everything from locally saved passwords to cookies to browser preferences, giving them effectively an exact copy of those browsers on the target machine that they could export, including, that's right, session tokens for every logged in website. Now, no one should unzip an email attachment. File extensions should always be double checked when you're executing anything.
Yeah, so it was not a
Trey, if you
PDF.
hear this, I love you.
It was not a PDF. It was it was an SRC file, I bet. This is the one that I've heard of the most, are people downloading these like screensaver attachment things and that getting fucked up. That's almost for sure what happened.
And any file that doesn't do what you expect should raise immediate red flags. But then, on the flip side...
It is lagging now? Oh shit, wait, is it? Wait, is it lagging for everybody or lagging for some people? Train is coding in real time. Not for me. It's fine for me. Fine for me. Not lagging. It's lagging so bad. Yeah, the page is pretty laggy. Can't close Vim. You're a mod now. Ban the spammers, okay? Ban the spammers. It's a Chrome issue. It works on Firefox, but not. Mod KNut. KNut, you're a mod too. Good luck.
I can hardly blame a sales rep or a video editor or someone in accounting for not being up on the latest in cybercrime. And I also believe that in a healthy organization, actually rolls up the hill rather than down. So there's not going to be any disciplinary actions because the simple truth is that if we had more rigorous training for our newcomers and better processes for following up notifications from our site-wide anti-malware, this could have been easily avoided.
Dick Rider.
As for why it took so long for us to lock down the account once we knew what was going on, that's another training issue, but this time it was my training. We use a system for our YouTube channels called Content Manager, which theoretically improves security by allowing us to dole out specific channel access roles to our various team members, rather than just sharing the main account credentials with everyone who needs to access it. This made the process of determining the attack vector way more complicated. You can think of it kind of like replacing your one giant vault door with 20 smaller doors, any one of which realistically still gets you into the vault. Now, in a perfect world, these smaller doors should have been restricted with less access than we configured, but
Everybody had full
hindsight is
access?
2020. I hope it is. The bottom line is that
True, bro. No amount of fucking technology will ever get you over a user. Okay, I don't want to just be. I don't want to have an insecure. It sounds like I could be wrong, by the way. So ignore everything I'm saying if I'm a dumb fuck. But it sounds like they basically have a system that's like, okay, we can dole out limited access to different people across our enterprise, so that we've got like more security. But instead, they just gave basically like fucking like admin to every single member that they dole out access to, so that every single account, like nothing was sandboxed and everybody had access to everything. That's what it sounds like. Based.
our disaster response processes need to improve because I realized at 3 whatever in the morning, shout out Steve from Gamers Nexus for the wake up call, by the way, that I actually didn't
Okay,
know-
last thing, Dest. I'm so sorry, dude.
What do you need, bud?
Is your dashboard open?
Yeah.
Just turn on slow mode real quick. It'll help out for now.
Oh, for chat?
Yeah, just turn the slow mode option on. It'll help your mods too, until I can fix certain things.
Got him. Boom. I'm turning on followers only chat too. There you go. Fuck them.
All right, thanks, bro. Peace.
Okay, be careful. Guys, every time you link these tweets, I can't even click because the people are not real. Are they? I'm sorry, not the people aren't real. They have me fucking blocked reading chat messages. What is this? They're probably not even real people, too.
You're still fucking doing this? You're still fucking doing this? I'm trans now. That's how much fucking time has passed since I last ratioed you. Shut the fuck up. You're still fucking doing this? I'm trans now.
Duetting this until this woman permanently destroys her lungs with toxic gas. So first we got ammonia-based toilet cleaner, okay? And that's bleach better. Okay, you've made mustard gas. Duetting this until this woman permanently destroys.
Oh, okay. I think I got it. Okay.
know how to reset the passwords and the access control across all of these channels in Channel Manager. And that is not the sort of thing that you want to be troubleshooting
At 3
butt
a.m.
naked in
Jesus.
the wee hours of the morning in the middle of a crisis.
My God.
In fairness to me, the way that Google handles the intermingling of all their services is not the most intuitive, and both Yvonne and I experienced numerous glitches and timeouts that prevented us from effectively using these tools even once we did figure out how to use them. Which leads us nicely then into the next part of our discussion. I've owned what I did wrong, and now it's time to talk about Google. To their credit, I heard back that someone was aware and working on it at the highest levels within about half an hour of reaching out to my YouTube rep. And they have seemingly improved their internal tools for managing this sort of thing a lot since the last time around. They've got
Damn.
forms you can fill out, and the partner reps that we've worked with seem to genuinely care. Shout out MC, I'm so sorry this spoiled your spa day. However, this entire process has been pretty opaque. Other than we're aware and working on it, the internal team doesn't seem to even be allowed to communicate with creators directly. I mean, I get it. Security aside, idiot users probably won't have anything to contribute to their investigation.
Okay, last thing before I go to breakfast, I put you in the #1 spot. Okay,
Wow.
obviously, later on it's gonna be like, randomized, so everyone has like a even chance and shit like that. Right now it's your first stream and it's you, so obviously put you #1. So hey, good luck.
Thanks, babe.
All right, love you, bro. Peace.
Bye.
They figured out that the attack came from one of our non-video production teams pretty quickly and then actually banned that Google Workspace account almost immediately. I mean, realistically, idiot users could just slow them down, but even a quick, hey, I know you're stressed, here's what's going on, and here's how we can keep this from spreading, would almost certainly have calmed my nerves and saved all of us some work by keeping TechLinked and TechQuickie in our hands. And another big problem is that this approach, one-on-one, only benefits larger channels like ours. I've seen quite a few people, rightly, express some resentment that we were able to get this resolved so quickly when their favorite niche creator X or Y struggled with it for an extended period of time or even never got it fully resolved. So it's clear that there are some changes that need to be made, and here are a few of them in no particular order. We need greater security options for key channel attributes. I mean, how can you change the name of a channel without having to re-enter your password and your two-factor? What about resetting a stream key? Same deal in my opinion. And this is just one of the ways that the impact of a session hijacking can be limited. Rate limiting is also widely used in API access to services like YouTube. For example, Google will only process a certain number of comment moderation actions per day through their API. Well, I could see implementing something similar, even if you are directly accessing the service, but then rather than limit it outright, it could prompt for authentication. To be clear, I'm not saying every time you delete a video, it should ask for your password, but say if you were trying to delete 10 or 100 or 1,000 videos at a time, a little, "Are you sure about that? Are you actually you?" would probably be in order. The funny thing is that none of that stuff would even be necessary with proper security policies on session tokens. The bare minimum would be time-based expiry. You know how when you boot up an old smartphone, all your accounts are usually logged out? Session expiry. But many sites also factor in other attributes like location. So if you were to suddenly try to access a site or service from Antarctica,
Hong Kong.
you should be prompted to log in again. These measures are very common on high-risk websites, like online banking. I'm not saying banks are model citizens when it comes to login security, but they do usually invalidate sessions in a matter of minutes. But can you remember the last time Instagram or Snapchat asked you to log in again? Social media platforms, YouTube, tend to be a lot less aggressive since they want to make using their platforms as frictionless as possible. Now, in fairness, Google does usually require re-authentication when you're changing a password or other security options, or, I don't know, when a session token gets reused by a new IP address on the other side of the freaking planet. But we've heard from multiple people that this isn't always the case. So the big question is that with Google owning the whole chain here, like start to finish, really, including the bloody web browser, how is this crap not only still possible, but so prevalent? It's time for them to not just ask these questions internally, but come up with real answers for them.
Ooh.
I think the only group whose response here was perfect was our community. And no, this is not like standing on stage, yeah, I love you guys. And what.
It is.
You guys were amazing. Prominent members of our forum, whom I've interacted with over the years, reached out to my team directly. Upstanding citizens were paying real money out of their own pockets to send super chats warning stream viewers that the channel was hijacked. And over 5,000 of you in the last 12 hours alone subscribed to floatplane.com to show your support and to ensure that you wouldn't miss any of our uploads. I have had a pretty rough day, a pretty long day. But you know what? It's also been amazing to see how fast we can bounce back thanks to your unwavering support, the incredible team we have here. Like everyone. We got Artie over there. Is Colton still there? No? All right, well, whatever. Andrew's there. James is working on guidance for this. Luke was up half the night with me and Yvonne trying to help us figure things out, driving to the office. Really appreciate you all. Our partners at YouTube. And of course,
You.
Dbrand.
Oh.
Something, Dbrand with me a lot. Yes, it's true. But the thing about Dbrand is, as much as they love to poke fun, having partners like them makes losing a full day of YouTube revenue a lot less of a concern. Not a lot of companies are gonna step up and sponsor a video talking about how our account got hacked. That's the kind of subject nobody wants to get close to at all. But Dbrand jumped at the chance to help us out. And not just help us out by sponsoring the video today, making it so we don't gotta worry about how to pay all these guys their overtime, but help us out by setting you guys up with an unprecedented deal. For the first time ever, Dbrand is offering a site-wide deal for LTT viewers.
What?
Just go to, really guys? Shortlinus.com and you will save 15% on any order using code 5foot1. That's one word, all one word, FIVEFOOTOWNE. We really couldn't do it without all of you. Thanks to you, my team, and yes, even Dbrand. We'll have them linked down below.
I'm crying because how beautiful everything is.
Okay, should we do another topic?
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about AI for a bit?
That.
Let's talk about AI and machine learning for a little bit.
Okay,
Let's
this
go.
was a massive, somewhat historical week in the area of generative AI and...
No, I'm good. We got this. Oh my God! We're knocking it out! What else did I have? Hold on. There was a hack where legit Microsoft Docs had viruses in them. They were running through a macro system. Nice. Oh, I had a we had physics questions. Somebody linked me 2 videos about this. These might be boring. Sorry, heads up.
If you follow news about particle physics, then you know that it comes in 3 types. It's either that they haven't found that thing they were looking for, or they've come up with something new to look for, which they'll later report not having found, or it's something so boring you don't even finish reading the headline. How come that particle physicists
How about
constantly
something
make wrong
special for the
predictions?
extreme
And
Minecraft
what'll happen
speedrun?
next?
Yeah.
Do it now,
That's what
pussy.
we'll talk about
Stop
today.
dodging moot.
The list of things that particle physicists said should exist, but that no one's ever seen, is very long. No supersymmetric particles, no proton decay, no dark matter particles, no WIMPs, no axions, no stellar neutrinos. There's about as much evidence for any of those as for Bigfoot, though Bigfoot would probably have got me more views. Some particle physicists even predicted unparticles, and those weren't found either. It's been going like this for 50 years, ever since the 1970s.
Wow,
In
she's
the
a hater.
1970s, particle physicists completed what's now called the Standard Model. The Standard Model of particle physics collects all the fundamental particles that matter is made of and their interactions. When the model was completed, not all these particles had yet been measured, but one after another, they were experimentally confirmed. The W and Z bosons were discovered in 1983 at CERN. The top quark was discovered in 1995 at Fermilab, and the last one was the Higgs boson, which was found at CERN in 2012. It was the final nail in the coffin of the Standard Model. There are no more particles left to look for. But particle physicists believe there'd be more to find. Indeed, I'd guess most of them still believe this today. Or at least they tell you they believe it. Already in the 1970s, they said that the Standard Model wasn't good enough because it collects 3 different fundamental forces. That's the electromagnetic, the strong, and the weak nuclear force. Particle physicists wanted those to be unified to one force. Why? Because that'd be nicer. Theories which combine these 3 forces are called grand unified theories. You get them by postulating a bigger symmetry than that of the Standard Model. Grand unified theories, GUTS for short, reproduced the Standard Model in the range that it had been tested already, but led to deviations in untested ranges. I'd say at the time, grand unification was a reasonable thing to try.
Collab with
symmetry
Mira?
principles had worked well in physics
At
in
least
the
tell
past.
us why we were watching
The
this.
Standard Model itself
Name one thing she said in this video. What do you think that we don't understand? We're physics geniuses here. She said 56 years ago, we finished the Standard Model, and right now we're having trouble because it feels like physicists are too lazy to come to terms with the fact they're not doing the work that they need to figure out new shit. They're either positing that some particles exist that don't, they haven't found them, they've confirmed the existence of other parts of the Standard Model, and they're making up a whole bunch of fucking gobbledygook, no slur intended, that doesn't seem to be getting them any further in their knowledge. And now they're looking for some grand unifying theory just because it'd be simpler or neater, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's real. And yeah, these videos were sent to me because I think I posited to a fan a few days ago that it feels like physics is a little done. It feels like physics is kind of done. That's the feeling that I have as a totally uneducated person. And it's kind of spooky to think that we might have figured out like most of what there is to know physically about the universe. And now we're spending our time searching for exotic things like dark matter that is like, you know, posited to exist, but we have no reason to, and there's no proof of it, and we're just trying to do it to like fill holes in our Standard Model that doesn't seem to be explaining all the phenomena that we have around the universe. But anyway, yeah.
was born out of...
You have no idea how controversial this is in physics. Most people I know who work in physics disagree with her. Well, there we go. One chatter says, fuck this lady. Destiny, we still haven't found neutrinos and gravitrons. We have proved that gravity like propels in waves at the speed of causality and impacts things though, right? I don't know if we found like a gravitron or a gravity particle or something, right? But I thought we do things with neutrinos. Am I making that up? Is a neutrino still a theoretical particle? Einstein said he hated this lady. Neutrinos are among the most abundant subatomic particles in the universe, second only to photons, but they have no electric charge, their mass is almost zero, and they belong hundreds of millions of neutrinos streaming through your body right now. Scientists finally detect neutrinos and particle colliders. Wait, who said that? Why did that guy say that? A lot of physicists hate this lady. Oh, well, we'll see what she says. She's got a lot of subs on YouTube, so...
symmetry principles. And even though Einstein himself, yes, that guy again, didn't use symmetry arguments, we today understand his theories as realizations of certain symmetries. But this time, more symmetries didn't work. Grand unified theories made
Your
a
boy
prediction,
Weinstein
which
went
is
on a
that
huge rant
one
on
of
this
the
on Rogan. He wants to focus on a post-Einstein model.
Okay.
constituents of atomic nuclei, the proton is unstable. Starting in the 1980s, experiments looked for proton decay. They didn't see it. This ruled out several models for grand unification. But you can make those models more complicated so that they remain compatible with observations. That's what particle physicists did. And that's where the problems began. Next, there was the axion. The Standard Model contains about 24 numbers that must be determined by experiment. One of them is known as the theta parameter. Experimentally, it's been found to be 0 or so small it's indistinguishable from 0. If it was non-zero, then the strong nuclear force would violate a symmetry known as CP symmetry. That the theta parameter is 0 or very small is known as the strong CP problem. It isn't really a problem because the Standard Model works just fine with simply setting the theta parameter to 0. But particle physicists don't like small numbers. It's a feeling that I'm sure most of us have experienced when looking at our bank statements, but particle physicists are somewhat more accepting. They accept small numbers if there's a mechanism keeping it small. The Standard Model has no such mechanism. This is why, to make the small theta parameter acceptable, particle physicists added a mechanism to the Standard Model that it forced the parameter to be small. But a consequence of this modification was the existence of a new particle, which Frank Wilczek called the axion in 1978. The name is a pun on the symmetry axis of the mechanism and the name of an American laundry detergent, because the axion particle was a particularly clean solution. Unfortunately, the axion turned out to not exist. If the axion existed, neutron stars would cool very quickly, which we don't observe. With this argument, the axion was experimentally ruled out almost as quickly as it was introduced in 1980. But physicists didn't give up on the axion. Like with grand unification, they changed the theory so that it'd evade the experimental constraints. The new type of axion was introduced in 1981 and was originally called the harmless axion. It was then for some while called the invisible axion, but today it's often just called the axion. Lots of experiments have looked and continue to look for these invisible axions. None was ever detected, but physicists still look for their invisible friends. Wilczek, by the way, invented another particle in 1982, which he called the femmelon. No one's found that either. Yet another flawed idea that particle physicists came up with in the 1970s is supersymmetry. Supersymmetry postulates that all particles in the Standard Model have a partner particle. This idea was dead on arrival because those partner particles have the same masses as the Standard Model particles that they belong to. If they existed, they'd have shown up in the first particle colliders.
Wait, was there any point in building this foundry right now?
Supersymmetry was therefore amended immediately so that the supersymmetric partner particles would have much higher masses. It takes high energies to produce heavy particles, so it'd take big particle colliders to see those heavy supersymmetric particles. The first supersymmetric models made predictions that were tested in the 1990s at the Large Electron Positron Collider at CERN. Those predictions were falsified. Supersymmetry was then amended again to prevent the falsified processes from happening. The next bigger collider, the Tevatron, was supposed to find them. That didn't happen. Then they were supposed to show up at the Large Hadron Collider, and that didn't happen either. Particle physicists continued to change and amend those supersymmetric models so that they don't run into conflict with new data. The reason particle physicists liked supersymmetry, besides that it neatly abbreviates to SUSY, was that they claimed it'd solve what's known as the hierarchy problem. That's the question of why the mass of the Higgs boson is so much smaller than the Planck mass. You may say, well, why not? And indeed, there's no reason why not. The mass of the Higgs boson is a constant of nature. It's one of those free parameters in the Standard Model. This means you can't predict it, you just go and measure it. Supersymmetry doesn't change anything about this. The Higgs boson mass is still a free parameter in supersymmetric extensions of the Standard Model, and you still can't predict it. Supersymmetry, therefore, does not explain the mass of the Higgs boson. You measure it, and that's that. Then there are all kinds of dark matter particles. A type that's particularly popular is called weakly interacting massive particles, WIMPs for short. Experiments have looked for WIMPs since the 1980s. They haven't found them. Each time an experiment came back empty-handed, particle physicists claimed the particles were a little bit more weakly interacting and said they needed a better detector. There are more experiments that have looked for all kinds of other particles, which
Yo, Des,
It's
one last thing. You never answered how it feels to have a big, juicy, fat,
nice.
thick, girthy, heavy, uncut. I need the answer, bro. I'm down bad.
It sounds like she's basically just like molding that like somebody hasn't like done like a whole like fucking paradigm shift in like physics. But I mean like, is that, I mean like all we can do is amend our models until the paradigm shift happens, right? Like what, I mean like what do we, I don't understand. Does she think there's like some foul play going on, or does she think that like people are just stupid, or does she just want another Einstein, or I don't understand exactly what she's like advocating for, or like what are...
Continue to not find them. There are headlines about this.
Hello?
Hey, Des, you
up?
still haven't answered that how it feels to have a big, juicy dick. Thick, big one. I'm down bad.
Literally every couple of weeks. The Panda X4T experiment looked for light fermionic dark matter. They didn't find it. The Stereo experiment looked for sterile neutrinos. They didn't find them. CDX didn't find light WIMPs. HESS didn't find any evidence for WIMP annihilation. The microscope experiment didn't find a fifth force. An experiment called SENSAI didn't find sub-GeV dark matter, and so on. The pattern is this. Particle physicists invent particles, make predictions for those invented particles, and when these predictions are falsified, they change the model and make new predictions. They say it's good science because these hypotheses are falsifiable. I'm afraid most of them believe this. But just because a hypothesis is falsifiable doesn't mean it's good science. And no, Popper didn't say that a hypothesis which is falsifiable is also scientific. He said that a hypothesis which is scientific is also falsifiable. In case you're a particle physicist, here's a diagram that should help. Example, tomorrow you'll receive $1,000 from my friend the Prince of Nigeria. Falsifiable, but not scientific. The best way to see that what particle physicists are doing isn't good science is by noting that it's not working. Good scientists should learn from their failures, but particle physicists have been making the same mistake for 50 years. But why is it not working?
Yes.
I try to illustrate this with a simple sketch. If you understand the following 2 minutes, you can outsmart most particle physicists, and you don't want to miss that opportunity, do you? Suppose you have a bunch of data and you fit a model to it. The model is this curve. You can think of the model as an algorithm with input parameters if you like, or just a set of equations that you work out by hand. Either way, it's a bunch of mathematical assumptions. If you make a model more complicated by adding more assumptions, you can fit the data better, but the more complicated the model becomes, the less useful it'll be. Eventually, the model is more complicated than the data. At this point, you can fit anything, and the model is entirely useless. This is called overfitting. The best model is one that reaches a balance between simplicity of the model and accuracy of the fit. Let's suppose it's this one. If you get new data and the data do not agree with what was previously your best model, then you improve the model. This is normal scientific practice, and this is probably what particle physicists think they are doing, but it's not what they are doing. The currently best model is the standard model, and all the data agree with it, so there's no reason to amend it. Here's what they are doing instead. Let's imagine that this curve is the standard model, and this is all the existing data. And imagine we have a particle physicist, let's call him Bob. Bob says, "That's nice, but we haven't checked the model over here." And he says, "I could make this model more complicated so that the curve goes instead this way, or that way, or any other way. I'll pick this one, call this my prediction, and hey, I'll publish it in PRL. Why do I predict it? Because I can. Because you see, my model agrees with all the data, so this prediction could be correct, right? Right? And it's falsifiable. Therefore, I'm a good scientist." And all of Bob's friends with all their different predictions say the same. They are all good scientists, every single one of them. And as a result of all that good science, we get any possible prediction. Then they do an experiment and the data come in, and would you know it, they agree with the standard model. And Bob and all his friends say, oh well, no worries, we'll update our prediction. Now the deviations are in this range where we still haven't measured it. We need bigger experiments. And also, I'll write a new paper about it. What's the problem with that procedure? The problem is that those models, with all their different predictions, are unnecessarily complicated. They should never have been put forward. They are not scientific hypotheses.
I don't understand. Like, it sounds like she's just saying, like, somebody just needs to, like, invent the next, like, space-time. Like, we just need another, like, theory of relativity. We just need, like, somebody to just figure out, like, what is the next huge paradigm shift. I mean, I imagine, is she saying that people, is the ultimate argument that people aren't spending any time thinking about this? Because if a physicist were to figure it out, you'd be the next Einstein, right? But I mean, like, is it really for lack of trying, or is it just that we've reached like a pretty mature understanding of physics right now, and to figure out just like, well, what is the next thing is probably quite difficult. Assuming there even is a next thing, right?
Stories like my friend, the Prince of Nigeria.
Like the standard model is like letting us make huge predictions about the entire universe and send like probes like out of our fucking solar system, and it seems to be like experimentally validated like a 50 million different ways. Like, who's to say that the standard model is not correct? No, I guess that's not necessarily true, because there's some things that need like refining. So maybe the standard model isn't like, because it's not unifying, it has to be unifying. I don't know. I would have to be more into physics to know the answer if you need to unify all the forces and shit into one thing to make it. I don't know.
Who'd send you money tomorrow? Though if you send me $100 today, I'll have another word with him. There are only two justifications for making a model more complicated. The first is if you already have data that requires it. We can call this an inconsistency with data. The second is if the model isn't working properly. It makes several predictions that contradict each other.
Yeah, because here's the real question, I guess. This is the question. Is there something that our current understanding of physics like doesn't let us solve? That's the real question. Like, we had a problem where it's like, fuck, we just don't know the physics, so we can't do this thing. Is that a thing right now?
Or no predictions at all. We can call this an internal inconsistency. And that's what's going wrong in particle physics. They have no justification for making...
We don't know how to incorporate gravity into quantum field theory. Yeah, sure, but I mean, like, I feel like... I could be wrong, but I feel like she'd probably have a lot of criticisms for people working in quantum mechanics, right? Because I think quantum mechanics is a lot of fidgeting with models and creating new things and working with math to do physics. That it's like quantum mechanics is I don't want to say largely done on chalkboards, because there's a lot of experimental stuff relating to it, but I think even Sean Carroll had, somebody in chat pointed out that Carroll has like issues with the way that a lot of QM people approach the field, and that a lot of it is just like numbers on chalkboards and crazy things. But I mean, I don't know, again, we're like deeper levels of physics, and I'm not going to have it good.
The standard model more complicated. When they do it nevertheless, it isn't working. Because that's...
Yeah, she doesn't like QM people. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Einstein hated quantum mechanics too. I think he went to the grave hating quantum mechanics, so I don't know. Fuck him.
It's just not how science works. If you change a good model, then that change should be an improvement, not a complication. I believe the reason they don't notice what they're doing is that they have invented all these pseudo-problems that the complicated models are supposed to fix, like the absence of unification, or some parameters being small. These aren't real problems because they don't prevent them from making predictions with the standard model. They are just aesthetic misgivings. In fact, if you look at the list of unsolved problems in the Foundations of Physics on Wikipedia, most problems on the list are pseudo-problems. I have a list in which I distinguish real from pseudo-problems, to which I'll leave you a link in
the real versus pseudo-problem. That's my question of like, is there some problem in physics where we're like, fuck, the standard model is just sucks dick here, like we can't do it, we need something, or is it just like, you know, like I can't explain like the expansion of the universe, right? Because I feel like these are two fundamentally different types of problems you're trying to solve, right? Or like my equations don't look pretty enough, you know?
Info below. And there are a few real problems in the Foundations of Physics, but they are difficult to solve, and particle physicists don't seem to like working on them. But then I repeat myself. I've been giving many talks about this. It hasn't made me friends among particle physicists, But it's not like I'm against particle physics. I like particle physics. That's why I talk about those problems. It bothers me that they're not making progress. There are some common replies that I get from particle physicists. The first is to just deny that anything is wrong. Because, hey, they are writing so many papers and holding so many conferences. Or they'll argue that it sometimes just takes a long time to find evidence for a new prediction. For example, it took more than 30 years from the hypothesis of the neutrino to its confirmation. It took half a century to directly detect gravitational waves, and so on. But both of those objections are beside the point. The issue isn't that it's taking a long time. The issue is that particle physicists make all these wrong predictions, and that they think that's business as usual. The next objection they bring up is normally that, yes, there are all those wrong predictions, but they don't matter. The only thing that matters is that we haven't tested the standard model in this or that range, and we should. The problem with this argument is that there are thousands of possible tests we could do in physics, and all of them cost money, sometimes a lot of money. We must decide which tests are the most promising ones and the ones most likely to lead to progress. This is why we need good predictions for where something new can be found, and that's why all those wrong predictions are a problem. Particle physicists know, of course, that predictions are important because that's why they always claim that some new experiment would be able to rule out this or that particle, though they usually don't mention that there wasn't any reason to think those particles existed in the first place. Besides, in which other discipline of science do we excuse thousands of wrong predictions with saying it doesn't matter? Another common reply I get from particle physicists is that it doesn't matter that those models are all wrong, because while they're working on it, they might stumble over something else that's interesting. And that's possible, but it's not a good strategy for knowledge discovery. As I've already said a few times, it does, as a matter of fact, not work. Also, if that's really the motivation for their work, then I think they should put this into their project proposals. Hey, I don't actually think that those particles I'm going on about here exist, but please give me money anyway because I'm smart, and maybe while I write useless papers, I'll have a good idea about something else entirely. I'm sure that'll fly. Another objection that particle physicists often bring up is that this guessing worked in the past. But if you look at past predictions in the foundations of physics, which turned out to be correct, and that did not just confirm an existing theory, then it was those which made a necessary change to the theory. The Higgs boson, for example, is necessary to make the standard model work. Antiparticles, predicted by Dirac, are necessary to make quantum mechanics compatible with special relativity. Neutrinos were necessary to explain observations. 3 generations of quarks are necessary to explain CP violation, and so on. That the physicists who made those predictions didn't always know that doesn't matter. The point is that we can learn from this. It tells us that a good strategy is to focus on necessary changes to a model, those that resolve an inconsistency with data or an internal inconsistency. One final objection I want to mention usually doesn't come from particle physicists, but from people in other fields who think that we need all these models to explain dark matter. But that's mixing up 2 different things. We need either dark matter or a modification of gravity to explain observations in astrophysics and cosmology. But if it's dark matter, then the only thing we need to explain observations is how the mass is distributed. Details about the particles, if they exist, are unnecessary. What particle physicists do is guess these unnecessary details. They guess, for example, that those particles will be produced at some particle collider, which then doesn't happen. So what will happen to particle physicists? Well, if you extrapolate from their past behavior to the future, then the best prediction for what will happen is nothing. They'll continue doing the same thing they've been doing for the past 50 years. It'll continue to not work. Governments realize that particle physics is eating up a lot of money for nothing in return. Funding will collapse, people will leave, the end. A lot of people are intimidated by physics. Don't be. It isn't magic, and if you didn't understand it at school, maybe the way they teach it in school wasn't the right approach for you. If you want to try a new approach to learning, have a look at the courses at Brilliant, who have been sponsoring this video.
Watch
Brilliant
this wave.
has a large variety of...
Okay, we don't need this. I dominate this game, okay? Watch these guys. Watch these guys try to break in. Look at this. It's pathetic. It's actually a new theory by recent Nobel laureate Roger Penrose. Shankar spoke to him and looks up to him. There are videos on YouTube of them talking. Okay, I'll think about it, okay. See if anyone made a response video to this. We don't have reply guys anymore on Kick, unfortunately. Or not on Kick, I'm sorry, on YouTube. Not even 900% difficult. 800% is as high as it goes, okay? Hold on. Sorry. I got 2 videos linked by her. This one is shorter, I think.
My book, Lost in Math.
Wait, this is 2 years old. How old was the other video? The other video was 1 month old. Oh.
Was published 2 years ago, and this week the paperback edition will appear. I want to use this occasion to tell you why I wrote the book and what has happened since. In Lost in Math, I explain why I have become very worried about what is happening in the foundations of physics. What is happening, you ask? Well, nothing. We have not made progress for 40 years.
Damn.
The problems we're trying to solve today are the same problems we were trying to solve half a century ago.
Wait, this is going to be a retread of what we just watched.
Because if we do not make progress understanding nature on the most fundamental level, then scientific progress will eventually be reduced to working out details of applications of what we already know. This means that overall societal progress depends crucially on progress in the foundations of physics, more so than on any other discipline. I know that a lot of scientists in other disciplines find that tremendously offensive, but if they object, all I have to do is remind them that without breakthroughs in the foundations of physics, there would be no transistors, no microchips, no hard disks, no computers, no Wi-Fi, no internet. There would be no artificial intelligence, no lasers, no magnetic resonance imaging, no electron microscopes, no digital cameras. Computer science would not exist. Modern medicine would not exist either, because the imaging methods and tools for data analysis would never have been invented. In brief, without the work that physicists did 100 years ago, modern civilization as we know it today would not exist. I find it somewhat perplexing that so few people seem to realize how big of a problem it is that progress in the foundations of physics has stalled. Part of the reason, I think, is that physicists in the foundations themselves have been talking so much rubbish that people have come to believe foundational work is just philosophical speculation and has lost any relevance for technological progress. Indeed, I'm afraid most of my colleagues now believe that themselves. It's wrong, needless to say. A better understanding of the theories that we currently use to make all these fancy devices will almost certainly lead to practical applications. Maybe not in 5 years or 10 years, but more in 100 or 500 years, but eventually it will. So my book, Lost in Math, is an examination of what has gone wrong. As the subtitle says, the problem is that physicists rely on unscientific methods to develop new theories.
Okay, this is just a... Okay. There's another swarm on day 48? Bruv. I hit everything else, didn't I? Destroy all infected, resist all swarms. Okay, fuck it. We're just waiting for the time to pass on. Alright, what is Ayla molding about? Writing is for the purpose of communication. Things like grammar should be in service of it. We forget the intention of language rules is to help convey things. If warping a rule makes your intention more clear, break the damn rule. I feel this so much about science. Science is just a process to help us develop more accurate models about the world. There's lots of science rules to help us do this, all the way from best practices to conventions and academic papers. But if science is best done by breaking the rule, then friggin' break it. In my opinion, in every step of our scientific process, we should keep our eyes laser focused on the goal. Does this help develop a more accurate model of the world? That is the one and only question. Everything else is secondary, and so much of current scientific practice is secondary. Coming into awareness about academic science as an outsider, it feels like entering a field where people went to school to learn how to use grammar really, really well, and that you're technically supposed to say, I'm nauseated instead of nauseous, and use the semicolons right. Academia feels like a world where the eye of focus has slipped off of science and onto something that looks like science. In the same way, you might go to school to learn to communicate, learn grammatical rules, and become convinced that grammar is the communication. And you're like, no, I really don't think I need to put the semicolon right here in my essay. It reads better, you feel it more, and they're like, you're not a writer, you're feeling a communication. If you'd gone to school, you would know. This is why we need credentials. Oh, fuck my eyeball. And sure, I get that lots of people are in fact failing at communication because they have failed at learning how to do grammar right. You do have a point, but you're incapable of noticing that the rule is not the goal, and you should drop the rule as soon as it fails the goal. This is kind of true, but this is this is something that I feel like this is a journey of discovery that people usually go on. Here's what I feel like is a normal journey of discovery, and I could be wrong, but this is just my feelings right now. I feel like a lot of people will step into an area, and then you look at something, and you're like, these rules are so stupid. I can think of a million ways to improve upon it. And you step into an arena, and you're like, I'm gonna do this, this, and this, and these are unconventional, and I'm gonna do it, and it's gonna be awesome. And you do like one thing, and then it works kind of well, and you're like, okay, cool. Then you do another thing, you're like, okay, well, if I do this, this breaks a little bit, so I need to like fix this up. I need to patch this up. And you're like, okay, but it still kind of works. And then time goes on, and you try to do another thing, you're like, okay, fuck, hold on. This is really jankety, but I understand that this is like this because this has to be like this, and this has to be like this, and that has to be like this. And then eventually what you do is you go through from start to finish, and you're like, and then by the time you come out the end, you're like, oh, a lot of the convention seems like dog shit, but now I understand as I try to wiggle and change things, there's a reason why things are the way they are, as much as it might suck shit. This is probably, I'm sure like programmers probably go through this when they go to rebuild a code base, or they're like, oh, I can get rid of this or that, or like, we don't need this or this, and then you try to change things, you're like, fuck, okay, this, right? Not to say that all science convention is like that, but I'm sure there's a lot of science convention, or I'm sure there's a lot of convention in general that seems really stupid, that like once it's explained, it's like, oh, okay. Like significant figures to me is an example of something that I remember learning in chemistry that seemed like the dumbest thing in the world, and then after you learn why significant figures exist, you're like, oh, of course, this makes perfect sense, obviously, like it's necessary. I'm sure there's a lot of things like that. Now it's hard because Ayla doesn't give any examples here, so I can't say I agree with her or call her stupid because I just don't know what she's referring to in specifics. But well, apparently my subreddit molded on this. 308 comments. Reads like she just got her first paper rejected, and the reviewer said too few contributions, shit methodology. Nice. Okay, so that was a nothing comment. Okay, hold on. I need to get some farms out here. Yeah. Look at my beautiful stone houses. Yeah, because I said she doesn't really know what she's doing, and her science is very good. She just has insane access to data, but has no idea how to use it. There's a very good reason data science jobs are typically gated behind degrees, while things like software engineers aren't. The things that drive me crazy about comments like this is just like provide an example. That's why I always say like give an example, because like this comment could be totally true, or the comment could be total dog shit, but I have no way to evaluate it because there's like no examples given. Like, is she actually like fucking shit up on data, or is there something that she's just like incoherent on? Well, like show it, like demonstrate that. She responds, she says, I'm very open about learning as I go and not knowing a lot. That's why I publish exactly what I do, the code I use, and the raw data. I ask people to double check my work. I've noticed that here is something that's very frustrating, and I have this issue as a confident person. And I've noticed this. I'm trying to think if it matters at all. I don't know if it matters at all. When I enter into any field, okay, I say a billion times, and I qualify the fuck out of this. I always say, I don't know. I could be wrong. I just did it in a physics video. Like, oh, I'm not super deep into physics. I'm not really. This is what it seems like. This is what it seems like. Despite the fact that I say that over and 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 over again, I'll still have. There are retards in my chat right now. You fucking retards will go and post later on my subreddit. Oh, this is just Destiny's problem. He pretends that he knows everything. Oh, Destiny's really arrogant. He thinks he can figure it out. That's not true at all. I don't think I can figure out anything ever. Like I'm usually like super forthcoming. Like, oh, I don't know about this area. Like I said, but even though I qualify that over and over again, I think it's just because I have a really confident demeanor. People just assume because of my intonation about, oh, he thinks he knows everything, despite the fact that me saying otherwise over and over and over and over and over again. This happens like every fucking day of my life. And I feel like, and I could be wrong, I might be biased, just because I haven't seen all of her shit. It feels like Ayla is generally pretty forthcoming about the shortcomings of her analysis, that she might be missing things, that she said she's like, oh, I'm learning new tools, I don't know how this works. Or there might be posts she's made, I'm even qualifying now and it's not gonna matter. People are gonna come out later and say I blindly defended her. But I'll even qualify now. It might be the case that she does have posts where she's like, oh, I actually think most data scientists are retards, and I figured out like a better way to do statistical analysis of this that other people haven't figured out. She might say that shit, and if she does, then fuck her, right? But I don't know, I haven't seen it, right? But people will just assume It happened with that Megan lady in comments there, where people were typing underneath. They were like, "Oh yeah, like Ayla thinks she's better than like every other researcher," and I haven't seen her make those comments, and they didn't link any of those comments. But once that like impression is given and set, and people say just because you seem confident because you're exploring some area, like everybody runs with it. It's like, oh okay, well this is fucking stupid. That's awesome, and I'm glad you're doing that. It's important to know that presenting scientific evidence is a lot like translating a foreign language to the audience's language. The data is saying so many things, and leaving out what the data is saying or misrepresenting makes the whole document questionable. Looking at this like proper grammar is vital. A mistranslation would bring the whole document into question. I don't know what her fucking mentality is. I feel like if I read a comment like this, I'm trying to think if I would permaban a person for saying this to me. If I read that, let's say that I make a statement and somebody comes in and they go, it's really important that you present your knowledge in a way that translates this. Because I feel like, yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock, obviously. No shit. Why the fuck are you explaining this? I feel like I would ban a person for saying this because it's so fucking obvious that like the only way that you're saying this to me is if you think I'm fucking retarded and you're here to like, thank God, translate this to me. I feel like I think it depends on when I wake up. If I just woken up, if I'd woken up and only gotten like 5 hours of sleep when I read this comment, I think I would ban this person. I'd be like, fuck you. I think I'm probably better than average compared to published social science papers at accurately conveying my data and its limitations, as in stuff like I feel pretty nervous about doing things like presenting only positive results and not negative. If I ever list out, here's the things that correlated, I try to emphasize all the other things I tested for that didn't correlate, and here's what they are. I do think that trying to misinterpret data is hard. I don't claim to be an expert, and I'm paying careful focus on this area. Again, I publish all my raw data so people can tell me if I'm misinterpreting my results, but so far people tend to level very general criticism at me instead of specific ones. For here, I think I would agree with her here actually, but it would be so helpful if she just had like 3 or 4 examples. Like you should just have like 3 or 4 examples. You could do this with a lot of the trans papers that have been published recently for social science papers or whatever. Actually, those are technically medical, right? Or epidemiological, maybe you'd say, where people are saying things like, oh my God, like this particular trans surgery is like so helpful. But then when you actually dig into the data, like the scientists, the researchers themselves are dramatically, a swarm of infected is heading to the colony. Wait, is this like from all sides? The researchers themselves seem to be misrepresenting their own findings. It would be good to have examples like that on hand. It's always good to have examples. Guys, holy shit. Always have examples on hand. An expert, but I'm paying careful focus on that. I'm talking about your tweets in the screenshot. You're comparing the rigor of grammar in written text to the rigor of the scientific method, but I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think data can be misrepresented or poorly obtained if you circumvent the rules in order to achieve your goal. I think it's already really easy to do that, and it must be actively resisted. Your last sentence in the screenshot makes me particularly worried. Wait, is the kick stream lagging right now? Oh, he did quote it here. Totally fine. Oh, okay. You're comparing the rigor of grammar and written text to the rigor of the scientific method. I don't know what the point of comparing the two was, that grammar only exists to help convey convey better ideas in language, but like the grammar is not the content. The grammar helps express the content. Same thing with the scientific method. The scientific method in and of itself is only in service to the results you produce, right? We have a method because we think it produces the best results. We don't have the method for the sake of having the method. I'm not going to do this all 300 comments. If this sounds like a person that sets a goal and works backwards until a narrative is effectively established, what kind of goal are you picturing here? If it's oh, fuck. So like this is what would trigger me. So this is a comment that is just not true, but it's somebody that's like, I am a great proponent of open science, and I think we could do a lot to include more people in the scientific conversation. And that sense, you're doing an admirable job of getting more people interested. But some of the rules do actually have a meaningful purpose. For example, the way you find participants for your surveys makes it basically impossible to draw any conclusions about the general population. That's not necessarily true. You can always adjust for oversampling when you start to do your analysis of your results. People that complete your surveys are statistically speaking almost certainly not representative of the general population. I mean, like, true, but again, you can adjust for that. Now, you can say that there might be certain adjustments that are impossible. For instance, people that take her survey are almost all probably oversampling for people with access to the internet or social media. That might be true, but I mean, like, to escape that level of sampling, that's going to be really, really hard for a lot of stuff, especially considering so much of psych research is built on like white college students, right? That's just a really difficult thing to escape from. In an ideal world, you would be able to survey, 100,000 people that represent an accurate cross-section of the entirety of the United States. But realistically, like, we're dramatically oversampling in almost all scientific research, except for, say, like, maybe like medical trials or something, right? People that complete your surveys, statistically speaking, almost certainly never. So any conclusions you take from them are only valid if your survey takers. A representative sample of just 30 people would probably be better than a systematically biased sample of 10,000. That's almost certainly not true. At numbers, when you're talking 10,000 people, that's a lot of people. What's up? Go.
It depends on if you're able to get statistical power. So, like, if you are able to come to a conclusion, a very representative sample that is smaller is probably better than a non-representative sample that's really big.
It depends on the numbers of people that you have in your non-representative samples. You can always control for or adjust or weight results differently, right? I think I'd rather have a dramatically skewed sample size of 100,000 people than a perfect cross-section of 50 people, because on the dramatically skewed larger sample, within that sample, you're probably going to have your like cross-section you look for your small sample. You can just weight the results appropriately, right? If you really needed to. The problem, when you start
if you're
getting
like familiar with how it's being skewed, there's like a number of things you can do, but I don't exactly know how she's getting her surveys done.
I understand. Wait, this is always the problem, and I think this is the problem that she runs into, is that sentence that you're saying. I don't know what she's doing. It seems like everybody is really keen. Fuck, Ayla, you need to come here and defend, because I'm not going to sound like a simp.
To be clear, I'm not attacking Ayla.
No,
at
I understand,
all.
but everything you're saying is essentially that, whether you want it to be or not. Right? Because it's always, because I think her issue, and I'm only saying this because she links me shit and then I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's always people that come and like, well, I don't know what she does, but I really hope that she remembers to breathe, knows that she needs to pee once a day, and then remembers that she needs to eat food or she's going to die. Like, that's every single criticism, and it's happening on my subreddit. Every single criticism that gets levied at her is like, no shit, Sherlock.
I think the criticism is deeper than that. So, like, you're talking about these rules and why we have rules in place, and it's this very, like, results forward thinking first, which is good, right? Because, like, we do care ultimately about the results. But I think that the reason why a lot of people get really anxious when people are willing to break rules, it's because that it's very easy to like choose to break rules in like service of bias.
Let's accelerate past all the really obvious stuff, okay? Yes. If somebody is like, I'm going to go and sample, fucking O Block in Chicago to find out what percentage of Americans like hip hop, okay? Then sure, obviously. But I think that if we're going to levy a criticism like this, like, oh, well, you're tossing a rule just to get a certain effect. Well, okay, well, what's an example of them doing that? Because if we don't have examples, like, everything you're saying is so painfully obvious. I would imagine, I could be wrong, I'm not wrong, I would imagine Ayla would, like, agree with it instantly. She'd say, like, of course. You can't just toss certain rules because you're, like, hunting for certain results. I would imagine, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, no one thinks they're doing that. So, like, here's what I'll say to like Ayla. I like Ayla. I like follow her. I participate in her surveys. I think she's great. I also think that like her.
Oh my God, here it
her
comes.
Posting her raw data is really good, but I do think that like the methodology is important, and so like I understand.
Well, sure. So what part of her? What is the criticism you would have? I guess of some of her methodology.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't have any specific.
Come on, you're doing the thing.
Yeah, I mean to some extent, yes. Like I'm not levying a specific criticism at Ayla here.
Okay, so but then you're just like speaking in these generalities where I would assume that she would probably like, yes, the methodology is important, indeed, right?
Well, no, she's not saying that. She's saying that like it's important to work first from like a result-oriented approach and then develop the methodology second.
No, what she's saying is that it's important that we understand that methodologies only exist in service of getting good results, not thinking of a result we want first and then going after that. I think those are meaningfully different things. Does that make sense?
No, well, explain the meaningful difference.
Okay. This is a big swarm. Hold on. No shot. I'm about to fucking lose this dog shit fucking mission. Hold on, let me pause this. Okay, I'm sorry. So, okay, so let's try to think of a, I'm trying to think of a sign. Let's say that we like have this, I'm gonna do a super hyperbolic example, okay? Let's say that we have like an ethics rule that says that you can't like torture a human as part of like a study unless you get a psych board and the person to consent and all this shit, right? Okay? But then like, let's say that it's like The Last of Us. Have you seen that show and played the game, right?
I've seen the show.
Okay, let's say that it's like The Last of Us, where we find out that like if we kidnap one kid and cut their brain open, we can cure the whole population of some disease, right? Now, we have these ethics guidelines in place that say that we don't do things like this, like non-consensual, like medical research or whatever, right? However, if this was in service of saving the entire human population, we'd probably make like an exception here, right? Because this ethics rule that's like causing the whole human population to go extinct probably isn't making very much sense in this case. It's not serving our end goal of like creating happier, healthier humans or whatever, or doing things that are protecting the majority of like human well-being.
Yeah, I think
right?
you can find exceptions to rules. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's all she's saying. So like, if you've got, so like, let's say that you have like a certain way of sampling data where you're like, oh, like it's important to keep this particular thing in mind. Like, if your ways of sampling data are so restrictive, or if you're engaged in a practice that's preventing you from doing any research at all, then that particular goal is probably not working well in service to you, like doing research, I would imagine.
So earlier you brought up like representative samples
Mm-hmm.
and the ability to account for issues of representation. That is something that like does exist in academia. And like you brought up the trans issue. Trans issue is a great example of this because people do end up with studies, with surveys that are not exactly like representative, but then they proceed to apply all sorts of statistical manipulation to make it more in line with the actual population. So I think that that is like correctly following rules. I wouldn't consider that breaking the rules necessarily. And I think that if you're like being transparent with that, there's a way you can do that to follow the procedure. So like when I see these people who are getting a little bit nervous with Ayla's studies, I think that bit of nervousness is like accurate. I don't
because not without an example.
Yeah, it is though.
But you need an example, because if you don't have an example, you're just saying like, remember to breathe.
Well, I think if someone says that like they're okay with breaking rules, like perhaps only the rules that they're breaking are rules that are like completely ridiculous and they give like very good reasons for it. There's a lot of like criticisms of academics. For example, like the peer review process is sometimes held up as this like unshakable thing that if it's not peer reviewed, like it doesn't count. I don't think that that's probably totally appropriate because you can have things that are peer reviewed that are, turn out to be totally false. And really, that's been criticized a lot. Like sometimes citations are a better example, and there's all sorts of, discourse on that. So I wouldn't necessarily criticize Ayla for like not having peer reviewed data. I think if she's presenting her surveys and the raw data and her analysis, I think that's great. So that could be like an example of a rule.
Sure, that could be an example, but then I feel like we just need one. I need one. Otherwise, it's like, what is the point of this whole conversation, right? I think that's the issue, because the issue that she runs into is it's always people like bringing stuff up like this. We're like, well, it could be this, or it could be that, or it could be. It's like, okay, well, is it? Like, is there something that is there an example? So, for instance, this would be like really powerful. Is there an example of a rule that she's broken that she shouldn't have broken, or is there an example of her saying like, I don't like to follow this particular standard that she should be following? That would be like, and then once you say that, it's like, okay, cool, like that's a good example of something. But
I think it's the representativeness is the big one, right? That everyone talks about.
Yeah, but we all know you don't necessarily need a representative sample, right? You can control you can control away, or you can weight or adjust results based on that. And also
there are ways for her to get a representative sample. For example, if she conducted her surveys differently. I know that there have been some studies.
Them how?
So there's been some studies that have had success using like targeted advertisement. So they actually like have a lot more data from where they're putting out the survey to, and it's not just like on a Twitter or something, but you'll actually put it through like Facebook ads. You can get like a much bigger net that way that is not necessarily tailored to your followers. So that would be like one example of like a small thing she could do that might make her studies a lot more robust. Now, I'm not saying that like she can't have any interesting findings if she doesn't do survey methods, that could be an option that creates more representative samples.
I guess it could, but I feel like, again, you can run into like all of these issues in terms of like where your ads are drawing from, because she already cross-posts to places like Facebook and shit anyway, no?
Well, is she cross-posting on like her account, or is it actually like?
I think she asks other people to post for her.
Yeah, that's also an issue. Because the kind of people who post it are going to be a certain type of person. I know that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with this, but like the kind of person that does anything is gonna always. It's like none of this is gonna be perfect. Like all of this could be like fucked, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to have a perfectly representative sample, but there are methods that get you, closer or less close.
You should argue with her over it. You should debate her on it.
Okay. I don't know. So like, I would love to talk to her about it, but I'm kind of coming into it like halfway through because I don't know exactly what studies people are angry about. I just know that like, yeah, rules tend to be there for a reason, and a lot of times when we have rules, they exist because it's so easy to justify breaking them.
Wait, okay, let's skip all this. We know this, obviously. Obviously. Rules exist for a reason. Convention exists for a reason. People can justify breaking any rule if they want to get a certain type of result. That's obvious. Obviously, right?
Yeah, I have this issue with like utilitarians and stuff too. It's just like results first, backward thinking that tends to result in some pretty bad stuff.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go drag Ayla into this, and it's gonna be Death Arena time.
Okay, Death Arena time.
I need a drink. Hold on 1 second.
I'll go get some water as well.
Oh, hold on. Don't yawn. Wake the fuck up. It's battle time.
Hello?
Ayla, hello.
Hello.
Oh my god.
So Ayla, if you want to fill me in, a lot of people are having, quote unquote discourse about war studies and how valid they are scientifically. One of the criticisms that I think people bring up to you is this issue of representativeness, whether or not your surveys actually represent the general population. I know that one of the ways you can account for this is weighting, right? So if you know more or less how it's biased, you can weight it in different ways. What's your process for that?
Yeah, at the moment, I am not weighting it because I want to be very careful before I apply any manipulations to the data until I'm like, and I know very thoroughly what I'm doing. So in lieu of that, I'm saying exactly the populations that I'm measuring and not claiming to represent populations beyond that.
Okay. Amazing, right? Because this is kind of my point. I agree with you. I think this is a good strategy because you're just being very transparent and honest about the issues. And like, if you weight things wrongly, that's very easy to do. If you, for example, don't know what direction your study is biased in. If you knew that, you could weight it in good ways. But also, like, I think that if you're not choosing to weight your survey, it is not representative, right? And you're not even claiming it to be, right?
Well, it's like I think like generally there's like levels of confidence you can claim about representation, and it depends on the kind of thing that you're surveying. Like for example, if you're surveying like the correlation between height and weight, it's like pretty easy to check for me whether or not this is like representative. It's like kind of obvious because this is very straightforward. Whereas there's like other things that might be confounded, especially through the kind of people who follow me. Like for example, I'm a sex worker, right? So anything like regarding like maybe sex and liberal views, like are you polyamorous and are you happy? Like these things I think are a little bit more susceptible. I think people have done like studies to see the kind of like reliability you have on convenient samples, and it seems to like correlate like support this. Like the more biased it is, or like the more it correlates with the kind of population you're sampling, then the less you can trust it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. You understand like why people are a little bit like nervous about some of your studies, right? And why people don't want to necessarily take them at face value because of your willingness to just like present the raw data and be very, I think you're pretty careful, frankly, with the conclusions that you come to. Like you said, they're pretty limited to the scope of the survey and the limitations that come with your style of survey. However, I think that like people are also on the other side. It is legitimate then to look at those limitations and then be like, this is cool, but I'm not necessarily going to take this as having the same kind of meaning as a study that has accounted already for these limitations.
Well, if you're like, okay, I look at the data that you gave me, I see this correlation, but actually I know the kind of populations you surveyed, and I think it's likely that that kind of population is going to show a correlation that's not necessarily there when you surveyed the general population. I think this is a good critique. I'm like, okay, I think this is like legit. Maybe there are ways we can figure this out. But like a lot of people seem to like assume I'm making larger claims than I am and respond to me based on that. Like I see this very regularly. People are like, like Ayla's like she can't say that her survey's representative. I'm like, I never say that. I never say that. But I think people like kind of view me as like overreaching when like the actual, if you look at the actual things that I say, if you look at actually my blog posts and the kinds of ways that I talk about my data, it is quite careful. And so I think people are sort of responding to like this illusory version of me, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So Ayla, what is a rule that you think that you break if it's not representativeness? Because I've read studies before that they don't have representative samples and they just make like a note of that. And as far as I'm aware, that is within the rules of even academic peer-reviewed published papers.
I don't have the correct consent form at the beginning of my surveys, which precludes me from being able to be published in major journals. I don't format things in PDFs with the correct like spacing on the sides. I use different terminology, like I say internet survey instead of convenient sample. Just like a bunch of different, like there's no way that my
like
current
literal
publication
grammar rules in some cases.
Yeah, in some cases literal grammar rules, yeah.
I wonder if there would be less drama if it was like if you did give these literal examples, for example, like, I don't use this precise formatting. And to some extent, I think it's kind of like the representative issue, where I can think of ways that would be pretty easy to implement that would make these things therefore fit within the rules. I wouldn't necessarily give like a major critique, certainly not of you as a person, or of necessarily the study,
Do it.
if there's like a grammar issue. But I do think that like it would help if you did follow some of these rules, if for no other reason, just because you probably could get published if you made these small changes. And in the case of representativeness, they might actually have a pretty meaningful, positive impact on the work.
And so I feel like a little bit mixed feelings about this. Like, one, I think a lot of these rules sort of are bad for science. One example I gave in one of the comments is that I use the term internet survey, and somebody else was critiquing me doing internet surveys, and then went on to publish or to talk about to cite a study that was done using an internet survey, but they didn't know it was an internet survey because they used the term convenience sample. And I think a lot of like published studies use terminology that is completely not interpretable to the general population. And in this case, so this is like one example of where I'm like I don't want to sacrifice interpretability in order to get published. I would rather keep things like informal and direct. Like, anybody can sit down and like run a survey and just publish the raw data and be like, this, I studied this population, this is what they said.
So
and I think that this is important to me.
Against saying there's an internet survey. Like, you can say that. There are lots of studies that do make it clear that they found their data through internet surveys or through internet advertising. I think that if you use convenience sample, that's just, maybe that's like technical jargon. Personally, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't automatically assume that that was an internet survey. So that is like a limitation of me as a layman as well. But I've also read plenty of other studies that are very clear. And I think that like, I can't imagine that you're like not being published because you're breaking the rule of like mentioning things are internet surveys.
So I'm not actually clear. Like, a lot of my interpretation, like understanding of how this works, is by talking to academic friends. I have never actually tried to get published myself. It's possible that I could break a lot of like the norms of academic publishing and they would still publish me. But like the impression I've got from talking to academics when I'm like, oh, maybe I should try and publish some of my findings, is they kind of wince and be like, I'm not sure that they would let you. Due to things like things that are kind of stupid. Like, you didn't use the correct verbiage in the consent form at the beginning of the survey, like stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if it's small things like that, your tweet can really just be like, there are certain grammar expectations for certain publications. But as far as I'm aware, there is nothing in academic journals that says like, it is a rule that you can't mention that you had an internet survey, or you have to refer to it as a convenience sample. That maybe there is like a very specific journal that like says that you must refer to internet surveys as a specific terminology. If that's the case, you can like read the journal's requirements and just like update your language for it. But I don't know if that is like that isn't a rule in the broader scientific community that I think is like worth really railing against. Maybe there are other rules though that you like. There's some of the grammar stuff. Maybe
me. Like if it is true that like the reason a lot of studies are written the way that they are is not because you have to do that in order to get published, but rather because people are kind of just doing that because, I don't know, they suck at communicating, then I would be mistaken, and then I think I would update my view here. But I was under the impression that like you had to adhere to certain types of communication in order to get published, like based on me just reading surveys and like published studies and them having a bunch of things in common that I find to be not great.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to depend on the thing. So you mentioned like ethics and having consent forms and whatnot. I'm going to guess that the languaging there needs to be pretty precise as far as what you're doing, because there's ethical concerns about making sure people know how the survey is going to work, how the data is going to be used and whatnot. I think that those ethical concerns I think they're legitimate, quite frankly. But I also think that most people will like get what you're getting at, especially if you're using like more natural language. But you also have to understand that like these publications, they are taking on liability when they're publishing material that you've surveyed. And in order for them to be comfortable taking on that liability, there are certain like guidelines that they have to, you know, uphold by, that they have to stand by. I think that that's like pretty legitimate. I also think that that is not exactly like, to some extent, some of these issues that you're talking about, like formatting things. I don't know if you mentioned like spacing. That's something that like probably varies from journal to journal and is not the biggest deal to me. I don't know if I would phrase that as like a rule of science necessarily. So I do think that like when you go on Twitter and you phrase things a certain way, it is legitimate for people to get like a little bit nervous if you're saying like, I'm willing to break all of these rules. If the rules that you're talking about are like very minor, that's another thing. But if they're major, that is something to be a little bit concerned about.
But I specified that I'm willing to break rules that are getting in the way of truth finding. That's a very precise definition, in which I was very clear about in my tweets.
I disagree that that's a precise definition. And the reason I disagree is because different people will have different ideas about what is going to stand in the way of truth finding. And listen, you may be perfect, right? Like, and you're never going to introduce bias or issues here. But I think in general, the scientific community and the rules that people place on publications, they exist because we don't want to trust every individual to decide for themselves what is going to be in service of truth finding, because that results in some people engaging in bad behaviors. Again, I'm not going to say you're doing that. I haven't seen evidence of you doing that, but I do think it's reasonable for people to get a little bit nervous if they hear that that is your way of thinking, especially because even if nothing bad is happening now, that methodology could lead to something bad in the future.
I guess so. I'm like surprised that like my tweets resulted in this. Like in my view, people are just sort of finding like the worst possible interpretation. But also there's this thing where like I do wonder to what degree academics are biased because they went through like a very costly and time-consuming process where they had to learn a bunch of like ritualistic behaviors. And so are like a little bit biased against people doing some sort of challenging to the status quo. And to be clear, I think there's absolutely this thing where like people are like, hey, you know what, academics are biased. It's like the liberal establishment. And then they like distrust all of science and think that they can like do their own research and then are quite bad at it. Like I think that this is a real thing. And it's like makes sense to try to be guarding against this thing. But I think I'm like quite far from that. Like if you like read any one of the things that I published, I think it's pretty obvious that I'm quite far from that. Forgot where I was going.
Well, the other thing that I quite like about what you do is that you're pretty transparent, both with the data you collect and the limitations of what you have. So I think that if you're doing that, to some extent, if people are taking your surveys as gospel or as like representative of the whole population before you've even begun like the weighting process to account for any kind of bias, to some extent, I think that is on them. And there is this like scientific communication thing where you're being like very transparent in your communication in a way that frankly sometimes journals are not. So like I've debated the trans stuff a lot, and sometimes they will reference like, oh, I got this from an internet survey, and then you'll go to like the survey makers, you'll read the report, and at the very end they'll say like in one paragraph like this is not representative, but that's not mentioned at all in the actual publication that is peer-reviewed and on a journal. That's a really big problem for me. And that is like arguably worse than what you're doing here, even though it exists within like general science. So I think to some extent, like the rules could be stricter in some ways. And also you're not necessarily breaking rules here when you're being very clear. In fact, like you are exceeding the rules expected by some publications.
Right.
I think I have to like commend you for that.
Like my thing is that like if you actually want to pursue finding, you should probably place stricter rules in place for transparency, which journals are not doing. Like in some ways, I think like journals are failing to be actually interested in finding truth by having a lack of rules, and in other places they have an excess of rules.
That seems right to me. Is there an example you can think of where journals are like systematically failing in this way?
Oh, I can think of an example.
Yeah, go, Stephen.
Or actually, well, I don't know why. I'm sure there's a reason. Why is it that for a lot of data, or for a lot of peer-reviewed journals, why don't you ever have to make the raw data publicly available? I can understand in terms of like proprietary research maybe, but other than that, is there a reason? Is there a good reason for that? Like I would imagine for almost every social science thing, it'd probably be advantageous for us to have availability of raw data. In fact, for some of the really big ivermectin studies, availability of the raw data was how people were able to invalidate how bullshit a lot of the studies were. Because you could use like pretty crude algorithms to figure out that a lot of the data entry was bogus. Like some of the copy pasted medical like fields, it made it obvious that there was like a lot of duplicated entries and shit to try to get a certain result.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that to some extent it might just be like a concision thing. I know that if you email the publishers or the actual like authors of the study, a lot of times they will give you raw data. So I follow like some people's Substacks who will like review studies. And one of the ways they do that is by like asking authors for raw data. And whenever the authors are like unwilling to provide it, that is kind of like, it's a little bit sketchy, but I don't think that like they have necessarily an obligation to. I think the expectation is that like this raw data is being already reviewed.
Yeah, as part of the peer review process, but like
right.
realistically, like I don't know, it seems like it'd be better to make it available. Like why not?
Yeah, I think I tend to agree, especially on that one. Especially because the peer reviewed process can be so flawed. And a lot of times you will get studies that are, you know, quote unquote peer reviewed, but it turns out that the peer review was just not very rigorous at all.
It's also this thing where I feel like selection bias is applied as a criticism, like not super intelligently. Like I agree that it's super nuanced, it's very important, and there are lots of like very clear examples where certain subpopulations are not representative of larger ones. But there's this thing where it's like, if you find like a correlation, if like, you know, for example, let's say I survey a bunch of people on TikTok and I find that people who had like this very specific childhood experience end up being really interested in foot fetishes. It feels to me that like there's kind of a like what kind of world would we be in which this correlation only exists in a subpopulation and not a larger population? Like there's like it's possible for there to be correlations that exist where it would feel stranger to me for them to be limited to a subpopulation. Does this make sense? Am I explaining myself right?
Yeah, I think you are.
I would say for stuff like that, I think this is the scary part where certain biases could creep in and obfuscate in very, very, very strange ways that would make it hard. So, for instance, like, I'm going to stretch really hard here, but like, let's say that like 65% of TikTok downloads are actually driven by like a specific subset of programs on Nickelodeon that happen to have like a lot of creators that do like a lot of beach scenes where they have their feet out, and that's like a big driver to like developing foot fetishes or whatever. You might end up showing that like, oh, well, I've got a pretty strange correlation that people with some set of childhood experiences like early access to the internet have developed like these particular things, but in reality it's because the driver to that platform that was being surveyed is actually what was causing it. Like that's like an example, and I'm sure there are a lot of like other weird like sneaky kind of like correlated things that can drive different population groups to having like different things. It maybe would be hard to just even fathom initially. Yeah,
I agree that like this is a thing that we should be pretty careful in, and like we shouldn't make strong claims based on this. But I'm saying if we have a correlation, we can lay out a bunch of hypotheses. Like maybe have like all the downloads are driven by like people who have their feet out, or like maybe we're like having this weird selection effect. But like often when it comes to like a specific correlation, and I lay out all of the possibilities that could cause this, most of them seem relatively unlikely.
Sure.
And if they were the case, that would be really fascinating. Like I'm like, oh, dude, wait, TikTok is being driven by like people who have their feet out. Like this in itself would be like a really interesting novel like conclusion. So I'm like, usually when people accuse some finding of selection bias, a lot of the times it can be obvious. Like for example, I did like, what are cheating rates among people in my followers? And I could see a pretty easy argument that, well, like, Ayla, you do porn, people who follow you are going to be less sexually satisfied in their relationships and thus more likely to cheat. This seems like kind of an obvious thing, like we could kind of check that, but this is like a very clear, like, okay, this seems like a likely hypothesis to me. But most of the other ones, like really, I'm like, okay, if we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel hypothesis here, And I'm not saying again that we should come to like strong conclusions, but I'm saying that like it feels like there's at some point we hit like a common sense intuitive thing where it's like, okay, I don't know for certain that your survey is like proving this thing, but it feels like it's pointing in a really interesting direction. And maybe we should do another like representative survey just to like confirm it. But like just the fact that it's pointing in an interesting direction to me feels super valuable.
I think it is. The problem, though, is that a lot of times, like, the bias is hard to figure out beforehand. And this is something that we already talked about when we talked about weighting samples, depending on how you think it might be biased. If you know how it's biased, you can do that weighting, like, successfully. For example, if you know that you've got, like, a lot of old people in the survey, and you're not actually like, you might be like overweighting for the opinions of old people. Well, you can like adjust for that in the actual data. And that would be an example of bias that's like pretty obvious. But I think that the issue is precisely with biases that would be like novel and interesting and strange. And so like with those types of biases, that is like really the risk of having survey data that that is not representative, is all of the ways that it might be biased in which you don't know, because otherwise you could wait for it. So I think that that is really the kind of deeper criticism.
Ooh. The novel and interesting and strange part is in itself awesome. Like, for example, I just did like in my kink survey, I asked people about like mental health. I said, "Do you have a mental health problem?" And there were really high to this among non-cis females. And the like one hypothesis is non-cis females have really high levels of mental illness, and another hypothesis is maybe they're more likely to self-report it, or like there's something going on in like self-identity narrative that like lends itself more towards like perceptions of this. And these are two completely different hypotheses. One would be like a biased thing, right? Like I'm like accidentally surveying a population. Like for example, like TikTok is like more likely to be, you know, to think of yourself as like mentally ill in some way. But that in itself seems super cool. Like I don't like. Finding a correlation where we don't know what the answer is, it's not obvious, like whether it's through selection bias or whether it's like indicating some sort of like straightforward thing, like both of those seem super fascinating to me. Like that seems to be super valuable in and of itself. Like if it, like, oh, the selection bias might be a result of some sort of like arcane and obscure thing, like that's the whole point too, right? Like it's pointing in that as a potential direction for inquiry.
Yeah, I think you're right. And part of that is the language you use to talk about it. So if you use this kink survey to then say something about specifically the population that was surveyed, I think you can say something a little bit more meaningful. Like if you incorporate where you surveyed people from. So you might find out that like, you know, on Twitter, there you get like certain survey results. You can say like, people who responded from Twitter have all of these views. And it might be really interesting and novel and perhaps strange that Twitter users happen to be like far different from the general population. And that is worth exploring. So I think that like if you're limiting your language to talk about Twitter people, that's legitimate. But I also think that that is not really like, I wouldn't consider that necessarily breaking like scientific rules. You're just being like, transparent with the kind of people that you're surveying and saying and limiting your observations to the population that is in question instead of the broader population. It's only, I think it would only be breaking rules if then you said that like people in general, not just like the people who, you know, people who maybe on Twitter who are doing this. However, like the other problem here, and this is something that like we keep going back to, is that like even if you like know that this is just like only Twitter people, that might be like one source of bias that you know about, but again there might be like other sources of bias that you don't know about. So then when you speak about like the population being surveyed, there might be like some other explainer that I think like Destiny is talking about that you haven't considered. And so that is just like always the risk here. Again, like I don't want to make this like personal.
Make it personal.
Frankly,
it's about her. The whole Twitter thread is about her.
Well, I quite like Ayla's stuff, and like I followed her for a little while, and so.
Oh, meaning you don't follow her anymore? What happened?
No, I still follow her. I still like put in little survey answers.
So weak.
I mean, so like if it were personal, I think it would be like I'd be more soft on Ayla, if anything. I don't know what I was saying. I quite like her. I don't think this is like a personal thing, and I think if anything, she does things like pretty well compared to other people. But I also understand where people are coming from, just like that little bit of nervousness if someone is willing to break rules.
What do you think about that, Ayla? She says she thinks you're breaking rules for no fucking reason.
Yeah, I think you're complete idiots. Terrible, disgusting, the worst. What do you
I think if I interpreted my own Twitter thread differently, then I would be concerned.
But people
I
are.
feel like
You
there's-
just think people are being a little bit unfair with their interpretations.
I mean, like at some level, it's like, how can somebody be unfair when, you know, like, we have no free will, and of course people are going to interpret it the way they do. But this is like a recurring theme with me. It's like I use language and what I feel to be is like quite precise and intentional, and then people interpret it differently than the way that I meant, and this happens all the time. And then people spread like rumors about like the things that I'm doing, or think the things that I think, and then I'm like, okay, I used very specific language here, and I meant exactly what I meant within the scope of that language. But this is a recurring problem with me because I guess I regularly use language differently than other people.
Well, I will say maybe I'm also just like, I will say I did not interpret the way you were talking about breaking rules as the way you meant it. I thought you were breaking more fundamental rules than, for example, like what language specifically you use to refer to like an internet survey or specific like, you know, formatting rules. I thought you were talking about something deeper than that. Not deep as in like meaningful, just like something broader, I guess, than that. So I also was a victim of like misinterpreting what you said.
Oof. She's challenging
mean,
your
very
ability
precisely.
to communicate.
Like, dude, you're such a you're like not such a mud fight right now.
It does. What do you think of
No,
AGP?
Wait.
Autogynephilia?
Oh yeah. What do I think of it?
Yeah, what do you think of it?
Well, some people yelled at me because I guess there's very precise definitions of AGP, and the thing that I think of it is like, you know, you are aroused by the thought of yourself as a woman, and it could be like either sexually or non-sexually. But I did some. Did you read the thing I wrote about it? I'm not sure if that's what you're referencing.
I don't think so. I'm just, if Destiny wants like
She's just
mudslinging-
shit-stirring right now. She's trying to get you
I'm just
canceled by
shit-stirring.
trans Twitter. Okay.
I think the AGB theory is good and very explanatory
Which
and
AGB
interesting.
Wait, the
Um,
LGBT or AGB theory of transsexuality is good?
Yeah, I think the typology is quite good. Or, well,
Jesus.
okay.
Okay.
I think, no, to be clear, I think AGP is quite good. I think HSTS is more dubious.
Okay. Do you feel like you have
I
adequately... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I found that trans people seem to report higher levels of autogynephilia than other people. My guess is that it applies pretty strongly for some trans people and not for others. Like, my guess is there's probably subtypes.
Yeah, this is my sense as well. You can kind of do like a grouping of AGB people, but there are other motivations to transition. I don't necessarily think that HSTS is like the strongest one, but there are definitely like a variety of motivations. And this is something that I think
What
that
is
even like,
HSTS?
oh, I'm sorry, homosexual, transsexual. So like Blanchard, way back when he was writing all of his papers, he posited that there were two types of transsexuals, two types of motivation for transitioning that differed just from merely gender dysphoria. One of them was autogynephilia, which is like erotic target location error, where you basically like are aroused at the idea of being a woman, and this motivates you to be transitioning. The alternative was that there are people who are just very, very feminine gay men, and in order to like fit in, to avoid social stigma, they transition as well. He actually said that like gender dysphoria plays a role in both of these, and it's really when you have the confluence of multiple motivating factors that people transition. So personally, like I feel that like AGP is one motivating factor in my own transition, and a lot of the trans women that I've spoken to also feel this way. I think it's a little bit frustrating that this has been like so buried scientifically, because it is a field of study that I think could be explored a lot more and where people could learn a lot more about themselves. I also think that it's probably like less, you know, fetishy than people think it actually is. That's something that like there's this person named Phil Lilly who like talks a lot about this. I could go very deep into it, but that is kind of the overview of what these typologies are.
Yeah, it's also my guess that like I personally don't care if it is a fetish. Like if we did the studies and found out that in fact this is a fetishistic thing, then I don't think we should be treating trans people with respect.
I think the worry is that like if you're involving people in a fetish.
No, I think it's more than that. I think
so.
I think the conversation is, well, there's two parts. One is if you should have access to free medical treatment to alleviate a fetish.
Yeah.
And then the second obvious one is going to be, should kids be exploring that fetish under a surgeon's scalpel or drug therapy? I think that would be a really big deal. Like, nobody in society has an issue with somebody getting plastic surgery. Well, I mean, some people might, but like, but the question is a lot meaningfully different when it's like, you know, should we be paying for people to have plastic surgery as part of their like mandated healthcare because it's like medically necessary? I think.
Like if you take away if we just taboo the word fetish, because I'm very into tabooing words. Like, and if the thing that happens is like if you have a person go through surgery, puberty, and this like reliably results in a better quality of life afterwards. Like shouldn't that just be the only important factor?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think the answer to that is very clear, right?
Yes.
Let's say, for instance, we'll do the foot fetish one again. Let's say that we could find a way that you could actually attach a foot to somebody's like fucking arm surgically, and then and people were like killing themselves because they couldn't masturbate to people's feet because now everybody's wearing socks and sandals or something, right? Let's say, would we start like surgically attaching feet to people's elbows so that they could look at them when they're like 15 so that they don't kill themselves because they can't masturbate? I'm pretty far out there with an example right now, but I feel like, I don't know if this is a reasonable request or if it's just like an emotional one that I need to explore more, but it feels to me like most people probably need there to be a more medically necessary cause to support trans things rather than just like this is a sexual thing that some people get off on.
To be clear, Blanchard, when he posited these studies, his opinion is that trans people also have gender dysphoria, which is like an underlying psychological issue, which makes it that is separate from their paraphilia, their sexual interests. So even if they're asexual, they're going to have an impulse or, you know, a dysphoria associated with their natural sex.
Yeah, that's true. But then here's a question that I would have about the AGP studies, and I haven't read them, so I don't know. But it would be like a methodology question. Is like, is it possible that there are things that a cis person would count as AGP, but they're not because they're cis, but trans people are more likely to do it?
Yeah. So actually, there have been studies where you give like cis women the questions to like an AJP survey, and it will be certain things like, are you aroused when you put on like stockings and lingerie, things like that. And it turns out that like when you give these studies to cis women, they indicate very highly for AGP. However, those studies, there's like an issue with them, which is that like it's probably not unusual for a cis woman to imagine that she's a woman in her fantasies. In fact, that's totally expected. So actually what we're talking about with AGP, I think, is a kind of autosexuality where AGP people would be auto-heterosexual, and cis women, they're not actually engaging in like auto-heterosexuality in the way that AGPs are. They are just like engaging in imagining themselves in the situation. And to some extent, like if you have like arousal at yourself, if anything, that might be like auto-homosexuality.
Well, how do you, I'm just so curious, how do you separate that out? Like, I would probably have like arousal of myself to some, like if I film a video of like me and Melina or some girl like messing around, I'm gonna like, that's hot to me, but like, does that count as auto arousal? Or if I'm masturbating and I'm getting off to kind of myself, but I'm thinking of myself in another situation, is that like self arousal? Or like how do you measure?
It might be.
Yeah, but how do you figure that out? I'm curious, how do you tease that out?
Well, okay, so like if we imagine like most guys when they're looking at pornography, there's like a way that you can look at pornography where if you were watching the man fuck the woman and you were imagining yourself as having like these muscles and this strong masculine energy, and just that imagination is arousing you, not necessarily imagining being the kind of guy who fucks a woman, right? Because then you are like incorporating this other partner, and the arousal is stemming from like the actual sexual act and the person you are doing it to. That is different from being like aroused at the idea of yourself being a particular man. So like with my autogynephilia, I think that like part of the arousal stems from imagining that I'm like a particular woman in the scenario, regardless of like the scenario that she's in, but just because of who she is, right? So that is kind of like how I tease it out in myself. You're right that this is difficult tease out in studies. But I do think that there is like a difference between being aroused or like imagining yourself having sex as a woman if you're a cis woman, because that is just like the default mode. It's not necessarily indicative of particular arousal at that imagination or just because you're imagining yourself. Versus if it's a trans woman doing it, there might be some indication that they are particularly aroused by this like change of perspective going from like male to female in the sexual scenario. But I also think that it's better to couch the discussion in terms of sexuality. I think this explains a lot of trans women's feelings. For example, a lot of trans women will feel more AGP at the beginning of their transition. They might like put on women's clothing and become aroused by that fact very early on, but find that that disappears quite quickly. And there's actually like this honeymoon period that goes along with it. So when you first start doing it, you're very excited, you're very, easily aroused by the idea of dressing a certain way. But a few years in, that kind of passion has dissipated, and it is more like a long-term companionship relationship. That might be like a better explanation of this. I don't know if we probably don't want to go like super deep into AGP, but
Sure.
You should study it, Ayla, because it's fascinating.
Yeah, I asked a couple like AGP-ish questions in my survey, and my sample size is quite big, but it was very limited because the survey was focused on other things, so did not get to dive too deep into it.
Well, where are you at right now? What do you say?
Me?
Yeah.
In the world?
Yeah, or what are you doing? Because you're on a microphone and yeah.
I'm in Edinburgh, which is apparently how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Uh-huh. What are you doing
Scotland.
out there?
My sister is showing me around because she really likes the city, and I'm going over to Montenegro for some shit.
Cool. Wow. Chills. I don't know what else to say.
Good question, Steven.
I'm just trying to move the conversation along, okay? Fuck you.
Oh, is that the... Okay. Okay, maybe I should go now because it's kind of... And I don't think I have anything more to say.
I don't think so.
If you feel like you got your points out, yeah. I don't want to keep you.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think if I wanted to just reiterate one thing, it would be just, like, look what like, I actually say in my surveys. Don't, like, assume I'm saying something that I'm not. Just to everybody, not to you guys.
Okay.
That's it.
Cool. Sounds good.
Okay.
Have fun.
Thanks, guys.
Be careful.
Okay.
What a bitch.
All right.
I think she's
Oh my
hiding
God,
from all
that
your real
means
criticisms,
woman.
okay?
Yeah, exactly.
I can't believe you let her get away with saying common sense. You need to nail her to the wall for that. Unbelievable. You're simping
I didn't want to nail her
hard.
to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
What if we become best friends in the future? Okay, I gotta leave that door open.
Okay.
All right, see you, Steven.
That's it? What would you come in here to talk to me about?
Oh, I mean, I wanted to talk to you about that. I guess there's this like broader point. Have you ever heard the metaphor of the elephant and the rider?
Yeah, I know all the metaphors, but explain them for my
Okay.
chat for those who don't know about that one.
Those of you who don't know, there's this metaphor in kind of psychology where of the elephant and the rider. And I was talking to one of your chatters, like the guy who called and was talking about like building belief systems about this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna pull up the broader description.
Hope you give Brittany another chance. I believe it would be good for you to acknowledge that people see you as
That
emotionally
I like
distracted
to
at
wrote
occasion.
down a bunch of
It's
stuff
okay.
about it.
The world isn't collapsing, and that is true to some extent. Anyway, keep up the good work.
Okay, sorry. Don't know. Okay.
Wow, based.
Yeah.
Okay, so the metaphor is something like your personality is comprised of two elements. So there's the elephant and the rider. The rider is intelligent, he's thoughtful, he's careful, he's very lucid. The elephant is lazy and temperamental and kind of just does whatever he wants. And I think that anyone who has ever thought to themselves, like, I really ought to do this thing, I really ought to get my homework done or work out or whatever, and then proceeded exactly to not do that, they've experienced this kind of like dual personality structure where the problem is that the elephant, the part of your brain that is kind of lazy and capricious and more susceptible to base desires, is much stronger than like the overriding rational part of your brain. And even though you rationally recognize that certain things are better or worse for you, it's very easy to just like go with the flow of bias. And this is like a general problem with people. Humans are
Not with me,
extremely
but I know what you
biased.
mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, mere mortals. This is a big issue where people tend to be really biased and really bad at actually doing the things that they believe in. So like, I think this is a big problem with utilitarianism, or at least like kind of vulgar utilitarianism, the utilitarianism that is
Oh my
practiced by
god,
people.
isn't Ayla a big effective altruism person? Oh, you should have fucked her on that.
Yeah, I should have argued with her about that. But I think that like the problem with utilitarianism is that it tells people that the essence of morality exists within a certain kind of utility calculus, and that's something that the writer, the rational part of your brain, is really good at. But it doesn't matter if the rational part of your brain can calculate all day and write pages and pages of analytical philosophy proving its point. At the end of the day, you're going to go in the direction of your elephant, of the biases within you and your laziness and your impulses. And so I think that this is connected to the idea of rules. I think that the way to overcome this is to habitually practice rules, even when they don't perfectly make sense. So even if, for example, you don't need to format something a specific way, when you format things a specific way, or when you take like a cold shower, or you force yourself to wake up at 7 a.m., you are teaching yourself discipline. You are controlling the elephant in some way, and that is going to transfer over to more important things. So what you have to do is you have to really practice like a set of ethical principles all the time, to the point where they are no longer something that you recognize merely intellectually, but something that is realized within your body. And that is something that people really struggle with, because rationally it doesn't make sense why you need this thing or that thing, because when you reason back from your end goal, the rule is actually not that important. The end goal is what's important. However, I think that in order to fully realize ethics, you have to convince yourself almost that the rules are like important in of themselves, and aim for the rules, because that will push you in the right direction, rather than starting with the direction and trying to just navigate your way through whatever maze is in between you and your goal.
Yikes, that's pretty cringe, bro.
So that was that is a broader reason to pursue rules.
Okay. Does this sound a little bit virtue-y?
Yeah, it does. A little bit like virtue ethics.
Yeah, I think I largely agree. So, like, there's, like, stupid things that, like, a lot of the Red Pill guys say this shit, but it's like, I take a cold shower in the morning or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which in and of itself is kind of fucking retarded and it's stupid. But the
there's
idea...
no evidence to suggest that it's,
yeah,
like,
and it's not even about evidence. It's about, like, doing something hard. But there's actually probably some validity to being able to set up, like, a rigorous routine like that you can take even, like, a normal task, turn it into some arduous process, and then overcome it every single morning. Probably, like, shapes, like, a state of mind that's able to be more resilient in the world or something, right? So even if it's like a stupid thing like that wouldn't pass like a utilitarian check or some other type of check, maybe it ultimately is something that's kind of beneficial, you know?
Yeah, I think that you had this like great line when you were talking maybe to Sneeko way back about maybe like C.S. Lewis or something. And you said that like you have to shape yourself
with every
into
action
the
or
kind
whatever.
with every action into like the kind of person who is ethical. And that is like very much true, where if your goal is just, a future utility calculus, you can be the kind of person who is not able to get there and believe yourself to be, total master of your destiny, while meanwhile just like totally failing to achieve it.
True. Ayla would like to go on record stating she is not an EA nerd. She's even worse. She's a rationalist nerd. My bad. I didn't know there was overlap.
Oh, I
there.
bet she reads Slate Star Codex and stuff.
She's like Miss Slate Star Codex, okay? Yeah, that's her. She defines her existence that way, yes.
Yeah. She has Scott Alexander tattooed on herself. To be fair, I also read it, so. Oh. Okay, that was all. I don't think there's much else.
Okay.
Good luck with Kick.
Thanks a lot. Be careful.
Dude, my fucking mic. No way, dude. Fuck. Dude, can you tell her to come back?
Come back, Taftaj. Okay. Where have you been? How's it going? Bro, you got that was quite the catch. I'm so sorry. Yesterday on your stream. I feel like I phrased that a little offensively.
My God, are you fucking kidding me? Did she actually go? Dude, you don't need. You're irrelevant. I'm talking.
What?
Did she actually go?
Yeah, she's coming back. I think. I don't know. I messaged her.
Is she watching stream at least?
I don't know. I messaged her. Okay, maybe she'll come back. We'll see.
Fuck. God damn it. What catch did I have on my stream yesterday?
The.
Oh, you're being rude.
I am. I'm sorry. That's why I said I'm sorry. Never mind. I said never mind.
Hey, come on, dude. She like Legos and shit. Come on.
Was she cool?
I don't know. Relevant liked her. Listen.
What does that mean? What kind of fucking answer is that?
I don't know. For some reason, all these like autistic girls come to the place, and then like Irrelevant's like somehow just vibed with them really well.
Isn't Irrelevant kind of autistic? I'm kind of autistic. I feel like I get along with super autistic girls.
I don't even know, honestly. Fuck, where, dude? This is so sad. Dude, is she in the chat at least? Can someone just confirm if she's in the chat? I just need to do this like for 5 seconds.
What? Just what do you need? What do you want to say?
Dude, I got like a whole setup just for Top Charge. Once I saw her coming on stream, dude, take a gander. I got this all set up, bro. I got this all set up. I was literally getting fucking ready. I got the music ready.
Okay, I'll see if she'll come back. I don't know if she's even reading her DMs.
Doesn't matter. She knows she's in. I've been trying to message you on Twitter. You haven't been responding. That's so fucking unlucky. That's so sad.
Audible is the best place to listen for everyone.
Don't acknowledge that. Okay.
Okay. All right, we're gonna read this article because I've had this up for like 3 days. Good luck. Why do you allow retards sexually harass people on your stream? It builds them out strongly. It builds them out to be strong characters. Also, Darius is like my shit test. If they can handle Darius sexually harassing them, they can definitely handle me sexually harassing them. I know that every time I say a line like that, Mr. Girl pushes back his manifesto by like 4 days, so I don't want him to lose his relevancy, so I'm trying to help keep that date pushed back as long as possible. Jesus. What is this guy's name? Mr. Girl, Sneeko, and the Cuties. What the fuck? You guys need to chill and chat. Oh shit.
Yo.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
What are you doing?
Chilling. Like a villain. What's up?
Nothing, just hanging out. Bored.
How'd your stream go yesterday?
It was alright.
Oh, you started talking to the Quantitos guy or whatever.
Yeah.
He's a character.
Yeah, when he chills out, he's cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's like if you combine like Tyler 1 and Zerka. That's how I view him.
I mean, if you listen to the call, he was super calm.
Mm-hmm.
I was used to the yelling in this call, where he's like trolling and shit.
Yeah.
I didn't see the other side of him.
He's got potential. He's on his way to becoming a solid cast in the Orbiter crew, so we'll see.
Oh yeah, I heard you guys are recruiting him.
Yeah, we're trying. We're seeing, you know. We need to round out our cast, and we've got a brown Muslim who might be gay. That's like hitting so many demographic boxes for us here at the DGG
Jesus.
LLC.
Yeah, fuck yeah, you are.
Yeah, it's wild. So.
And with that setup, you might have to run for political office.
Maybe, actually, maybe.
So let me ask you a question.
Ask away, my friend.
So yesterday you were saying, so obviously referring to the whole Hassan conversation, me, Hassan, and XQC.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday you were saying you think Hassan is pretty smart.
Let me be very clear when I say these things. He can graduate college. He's got a degree, right? So he's got some baseline level of intelligence, and he's very adept at manipulating conversations, or maneuvering through conversations, I should say. Those two things are what I mean quite clearly, yeah.
Well, where I was going with this was this, right? In my head, there's one of two options going on, right? Sorry, one of two like scenarios happening, right?
Okay.
It's either that he's smart and he knows exactly what he's doing, or he's not and he's completely oblivious and he truly believes that he's, you know, a full-fledged socialist.
I don't think he truly believes that. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Nah.
I kind of think he does. I mean,
I mean, like he moves along. He moves along with the times, right? He did the frat bro stuff when he was on the Young Turks. When he was with me, he was like a social democrat, and then now he's like a socialist, right? Like he moves along with the times. I think that's pretty.
Oh, okay. So then, so you're saying he is aware. So maybe I'm not giving enough.
Like if he would have been like full on like socialist, like fucking like do you know Irish Vosh? Do you know who Vosh is?
I don't, but I've seen like videos of you debating him back in the day.
That's a guy who's been like pretty consistent for pretty long in terms of like where he's at politically. Like he probably believes the things that he's talking about. And then be clear too, it's not that people can't change. It could be that Hassan has changed. Usually you need to see like mechanisms for growth. And Hassan doesn't generally orient his life in a way that helps him grow. He's usually just maximizing for his career. But yeah. Indeed.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Why? What's interesting about that?
Well, I think a distinction's important, right? Whether you're aware of what you're doing or whether you're like oblivious and you just believe that you're operating in good faith, right? Like that distinction's important for me, at least.
The way that I live my life, the way that I function is I assume that most people operate on a relatively automatic foundation. They're not like super conscious about like the things that they do generally. We just kind of like go with like trends. So like for Hassan, I think Hassan kind of just like follows what's popular. Like he's never going to be the guy, Hassan will never be the guy standing and screaming against the crowd with everybody calling him wrong or dumb. He's going to be with where most people are. And then there's some people that will, sometimes there are people that always want to stand against the crowd, the contrarians. It just depends. But I don't think Hassan is like out here like carefully crafting like, I'm going to do this personality in this year and blah, 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 blah. It's generally just kind of like going along with like, oh, well, this is what's popular online now. These are the communities I inhabit. This is what I do, which is pretty common. I don't even think he's like exceptional. He's not
like
like
a
an exceptionally
fashion trend,
yeah. I don't think he's like a horrible, evil person. It's just like kind of a thing that he does. I would say it's a little irritating given he's seen as like a political thought leader or whatever. I think that's kind of annoying. But like, I don't think he's like evil for that. I think it's pretty human.
I guess where I'm at, like overall regarding the conversation, like I genuinely am happy with where I'm at with the conversation. Like I listened to it again and I like where I'm at. My disconnect is this, and maybe you can fill that in for me. I think you did yesterday already, to be fair, but maybe you can use other words to help me understand. So I think my biggest disconnect that's causing me frustration within myself is let me think about this and how to word this, right? I guess for me it's this. When it comes to like truth or when it comes to like logic, right? So for example, right, there are obvious hypocritical tendencies that that are pretty obvious that he has when it comes to being a socialist versus preaching about being one or living in a socialist system or whatever the fuck, right? So it's like if those are obvious and those are fact, right? The hypocrisies, right? Why does one need to carefully craft an argument to show that when it is? Does that make any sense? Am I making sense? Or
well, because people are going to fight over, because you're attacking something that's like integral to somebody's identity. Of course, they're going to fight over how the exact definition of something work, right?
Okay, but let me ask you this, okay? I'm going to try and think of an example, even though I just woke up, okay?
Can I can give you the answer, I think. You ready?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. There are certain things that people want to collect points for being a part of. There are certain groups that you get points for being a part of. Really good example of this is Muslim or Christian, okay? It's very popular in the red pill community right now to identify as Christian or Muslim. But when you look at these people, they're obviously not. They don't have a favorite Bible verse. They wouldn't be able to tell you there's a Quran and a Torah. They don't even know. They don't know anything about their religion. So what's going on here, right? Similar to the socialists and Hassan, you look at these people like, okay, well, you're clearly not Islamic. You're clearly not a fucking Christian. Why do you say you are? Everyone should be that. Well, their goal is to defend their religious faith because they're collecting a lot of benefits for being part of the group. So they're gonna try to twist and angle themselves in a certain way so they can try to get the positives without necessarily taking on any of the negatives. So for Hassan, it's like this weird kind of like socialist meme shit, and you don't actually want to be like, you don't want to do like major wealth distribution or contributing to mutual aid or like doing a lot of socialist work because that sucks. But there's huge pros on the internet and being seen as like a very virtuous, very kind, very holier than thou type person or whatever for being part of that group. So you do want to try to hold on to that identity as much as possible. Yeah.
So my disconnect is this, right? Here's my disconnect. Okay, so everything you just said right there about the things that he doesn't do when that is like an integral part of, that very system or that very system of socialism. Why does one need, right? Like, if you were to say that straight up, right? People could logically say, okay, wait a second, let me take that. Let's go look over here. Yeah, that's fact. He does not do those things. That's it. Why are we living in a world where I need to perfectly craft an argument to...
because the people that are watching him want to do the same. He's a role model, right? People want to feel the same way. They also want to be part of the social security. So when you're making arguments against Hassan...
But we're not arguing. But we're not arguing opinion. We're arguing a factual thing, right?
No. It's not a factual thing at all. No one cares about that. You're arguing identities, and you're arguing over like how people feel about themselves. That's really what you're fighting over at the end of the day. And if there's a bunch of people that follow Hassan that see him as a role model and they want to be like him, well, if you're telling me that to be like him, I've got to do like all these super fucking lame things to make myself like a real socialist or whatever. Nobody wants to actually do all that shit. That's cringe. People want to just be able to like have like the Che Guevara poster and to be able to tweet certain things and get like all the credit of being a socialist without having to actually do like the real kind of shitty gritty work for it,
Yeah, I understand that part, but like I said, my disconnect lies in I'm not necessarily people can be whatever they think they are, right? They can identify as whatever they'd like, but at the end of the day, there is an objectivity to what you are and what you aren't when it comes to like there is a parameter, right? If you're a socialist. Well, if you're a socialist and you believe in socialism, right, there has to be a
but the question is
certain set of parameters.
The question is, what are you? What do you want to be? People don't want to be a socialist any more than they don't want to be not racist. What they want is the perception of being a socialist. They want the perception of being not racist.
Yeah, but that's an issue, is it not?
Yeah, of course it is. I think it's fucking
that's
horrible.
Why we don't see any change.
But that's what you're fighting against. Remember, people don't. If you want to be a socialist, it's pretty easy to look up, especially if you're a fucking wealthy white kid online, to look up what it is you could be and what it is you want to be. Like it's pretty easy to like understand like what exactly you need to do. But people don't want to be the thing. They just want to get the credit for having the perception of being the thing.
So what you're telling me is my mistake is looking at it in that black and white way where what you're saying is they were arguing identity, what they feel like they are, or what they want to identify as, or what groups they want to be, or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
And what I'm sitting here and saying is, okay, well, your actions don't match up with, you know, what you say you want to be, which to me, there was no argument to be had. There's nothing to dive deep into. You see that. So for me, a disconnect is how can people not just say, okay, you know what? Yeah, this is true, right? But if you want to identify as that, that's fine. But you're not it, right? So like my disconnect is, I can't understand or fathom how that isn't enough.
How what?
Right?
Is,
like,
well, because people are going to fight you on the fact of that because you're threatening their identities. They don't want to accept that they're not really socialists, right? So of course they're going to fight you on it.
Yeah, but it's fact versus so they're using opinions and non-factual arguments to argue that they are something when there is an objective.
But is it objective though? They're going to fight over like what does it actually mean to be a socialist? Maybe you don't have to do these things. They're going to fight you. Have you ever heard of the no true Scotsman fallacy?
I have not, no.
So let's say that I say all Persians are gay, and you're like,
Right.
well, that's not true. Look at this guy. He's Persian. He's not gay. Like that's not a real Persian. It's like, what? Okay. So they say like they say all of the categories this type of thing, but then when you point to things that are in that category that aren't that thing, they go, oh, well, that's not part of the category. People will do this all the time with like
that is the scariest world to live in. I'm confused. Nothing will ever get done. Like we're all living in a fucking fantasy then.
Well, that's society, bro. We all live and die based on the perceptions that people around us have, right? If 20 people in a room think you're an asshole, even if you're not an asshole, you might as well be an asshole, right? Because you're going to get all the same social validation and punishments based on the people's perceptions around you. But we're a social creature. We live and die by the perceptions of people around us, right? Unless you're like in a strict competitive environment where it's like a...
Do you know how fucking sad that is?
Well, that's literally how society works. Yeah, it sucks, but that's...
Well, do you understand that society is a self-perpetuating, self-sabotaging fucking social system that is going to lead us to our own downfalls if that's how it operates?
Possibly,
it's literally
yeah.
going to lead us to our own downfalls. No change will come of it. If perception's all that matters, no change will ever come of anything. The very people who are complaining about the system itself are the jailers of their own cells if this is how it operates.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? Let's say that you are a socialist and you're really big on socialism and you want to do these things and your content creator is Hassan. Well, that's cool. Like, how does my favorite socialist live his life? He buys $250,000 cars, $3 million mansions, and takes $10,000 private flights to Burning Man, right? That's your big, like, socialist representative. So, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, but he, you know, he's living and dying on the aesthetic of being a socialist. So that's the guy that you got, and that's what he gets the credit for. And yeah, I mean, I agree. At the end of the day, it's probably harmful to those movements because you don't have like a Che Guevara like figure, right? To kind of like model yourself after. You just have basically like a hardcore consumerist capitalist that's like living their best capitalist life. So I mean, I would say it's damaging those movements, but I mean, I don't care. I'm not a socialist. I don't like those movements, so fuck them. It's good. Technically, it's good for me if people like Hassan are the representatives of those movements because they don't have much longevity.
Yeah, true. Damn. I have never even, I mean, I guess that's my own closed-mindedness and ignorance to not even understand that you know, that what you just explained exists. That's just wild to me. Like, I guess I come from a time, I guess this sounds like wild to me, but I come from a time where like, if you say you're something, like you're about it.
Nah, I think society's always done this shit. It's very human. Human's gonna human, you know? As a good old friend used to say. It's a pretty human thing to try to call
Nietzsche? Yeah, of course. Human, all too human.
Sure.
That's Nietzsche, right? That is Nietzsche.
I was thinking of a YouTube philosopher, but close enough.
Oh, no. Well, I think Nietzsche has a book, right? Human, all too human.
I have no idea. I don't read. I read Wikipedia, okay? If you give me a Wikipedia article on it, I'll believe in you.
We used to call them posers train. That's facts. I guess that's my biggest disconnect. Like, I didn't realize I needed a full fucking fledged, perfectly articulated, you know, argument to show you say you're this, yet you don't do this, that makes you this. And then you're telling me it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with what people believe they are and the perception of coming off to look that they're that. Like that, do you know what? Like, that is, like, that. I mean, I guess this is an issue I need to work with on my own because I guess this is my weakness. But that's a scary fucking world. Like, what the fuck is ever going to get done if that's all we do? If all we care about is the perception of, if all we care about is how we look to others, right? That's wild. That's wild to me. Like, I mean, that itself is contradictory to saying that you're that. If all you care about is looking like it and not being it, then to me, that parameter, it's that itself is missing the parameter of thinking that you're it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, if all you care about is looking like it without doing it, and you're telling me that society is, I guess you're not saying they're conscious of it, right? You're saying that's what you're saying, right? Some people aren't aware or conscious of that this is going on.
Mm-hmm.
They truly believe they are it.
Yeah, I think, or they find a way to like make it work in their brain, kind of. I think.
Rationalize it. Okay, that makes sense. Jesus. Wow. So then what you're saying is the only way this ever changes is if you can convince the delusional to wake the fuck up. So you would need someone like you to argue. That's
Or-
just that simple.
Doesn't have to be me, but yeah. But yeah, you just gotta.
Well, and no, anyone that's well versed in all those tactics and bullshit. Like, how the fuck do you battle someone that gish gallops? Do you just make sure that, is it like what Piers Morgan did that one time versus Tate, where he kept telling him to answer the question? Is that how you battle that? Is that how you counter that? You stay on the question and you look for a yes or no answer?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about navigating live conversations, that's a whole other topic of like, that's just a whole separate skill set you have to develop.
Interesting. Wow. Jesus, I
mean, people do this shit all the time, right? When people say they're a fan of a band, a lot of the times they don't really care about being a fan of the band. They're trying to collect the credit for
they're bandwagoning.
Exactly. Literally, right? That's why, like, how many times, like, I don't know if people still do this, but people used to wear, like, band t-shirts and shit. And sometimes when, like, certain fans of that group would pop up, they'd ask us, like, yo, give me, like, 2 albums from this guy. Or do you know anything besides, like, their, like, #1 hit single? People will test people on it because they don't know if you actually are fans of that thing or if you're just trying to collect credit for being the fan of that thing, right?
Yeah,
So-
but here's the difference. Now, obviously, this is something that I may be generalizing, but or I might be assuming.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to me, from my experience, I truly believe that Hassan believes he's doing a service. That he believes like this is enough to define him as a socialist.
No,
Do you understand? Like,
Shad, that would be crazy. It's
You don't-
possible, but like, dude, even I
believe
feel
it.
guilty. Like, I've done a few like real world action things with my money, but even I feel kind of guilty for as much money as I fucking make. Like, there's probably a
then-
million things more that I could be doing in service of my beliefs. There's no way Hassan has to feel like he's doing enough. That
Then
would be
let-
wild to me.
then let me ask you this:
Uh-huh.
if he doesn't truly believe he is what he says he is, then what's with all the co-ops with? You know, if he like for the
He
dog
doesn't do
shelter,
any
right? Like-
co-ops. He doesn't have any co-ops. That's bullshit.
No, by co-op I meant like the
Rev
getting in front of
sharing?
the camera.
Oh, sorry, God.
Yeah,
Let you go.
no, like getting in front of the camera, right? For the dog thing, right? Where he like waved the fee, right? He literally stepped into the camera and they set up like a little 5-minute little window, and he's like, "I did this, guys," right? Like, what is that? If you don't truly believe you're right, like,
Well, he's virtue signaling, right? He's trying to collect points for like being the good guy that's donating money, right? That's good. You look good, right? I donated for fucking
Interesting.
puppies, right?
huh?
But I mean, like, if you really think about it, that's probably like one of the most vain things in the fucking world to like spend your money on. Is like a fucking bougie dog adoption shelter place, right?
So you believe he's aware of what he's doing?
Maybe to some extent, I guess. But
I don't
I don't
think
think
he's
he's like
aware.
I don't think it's like some super malicious thing. He probably, like I said, it's just like following trends.
I think you're giving too much credit. I don't think he's aware. I think he truly believes he's a socialist, and what he does is enough. Or maybe there's a point where he was what you say, but now through that rationalization, right? those loopholes of the gish galloping between worker union, this and this and that, and ignoring the pretty much cherry picking parts of socialism that are easy to follow, right? That don't require giving money or don't require distributing a percentage of wealth or don't
doing
require
mutual aid, or actually like putting you actually asked him something on like, what if you do like a particular thing? He's like, bro, I'd have to put like time, and like he didn't say it in as many words, but he basically said that like I would have to put so much time and energy into that, and I'm not good at that. He's basically saying like all I can do is like throw a few $1,000s at things every now and then to keep people off my back, right? And again, at the end of the day, it's like an inconsequential amount of money. There's like 2 days of ad revenue, maybe. Like he's not even like really donating that much. Yeah.
Well, it's just wild to me that like for example that thing I brought up. I think I said this out loud. I said he's cherry picking, what parts of socialism to follow based on what seems to be convenient to his bank account, right? Like, or what seems to be convenient to the parts of it don't require him touching his bank account. And then he went on to say I'm pocket watching. Isn't that your entire fucking political stance? The pocket watch.
Well,
the
before he
rich?
got really rich, he did a lot of pocket watching, but now he doesn't as much. But I think there was a video. Was it Nicolol or somebody else where he watched a video of somebody like going through and they bought like $1 million house or whatever, and he's like, who needs this much house? I distinctly remember watching a video like that, but obviously he doesn't say shit like that anymore now that he's got like his massive mansion. Or you can see how he tries to sidestep. Like people ask him like, why did you buy such an expensive house in West Hollywood? He's like, well, I needed a place for my mom to live. And it's like, really, bro? That's why you live in WeHo with your yeah. But I mean, like, it's it is what it is.
What's wild to me is like what I told him in the beginning of the conversation makes the most sense in my opinion. Like all he has to do is make one little change to what he claims to be, and he would still get the same fucking love. He would still get the same, because it's a good stance to be in. It's not as extreme, but it's a logical stance to be in. Just to be a capitalist that believes.
No,
right?
but then he gets none of the virtue points. Why would he want to be a capitalist? It's like the worst.
Yeah, but be a capitalist and then work. Operate in a way where you're working with capitalist systems in conjunction with socialist
people
systems.
That do that to these guys are the worst people. They're even worse than the fascists, right?
Really?
Yeah, because an example of that is Mr. Beast. People fucking hate Mr. Beast online right now, or the socialist people do, because he donates to charity, right? People fucking hate Bill Gates, and he's doing exactly what you just suggested. He's using his billions of dollars to fund like fucking vaccines and health initiatives and malaria initiatives and shit all across the world, especially in Africa and poor countries where he's not going to be selling computers or making money. So I mean, people hate these types of people. They hate these capitalists almost more than anything.
So let me ask you this. Have those people that hate these people, have they ever looked at their own leaders and asked what the fuck they're doing?
No, I don't know how. I'd have to be more involved in these communities. I don't know how, but somehow they all escape like any kind of...
Yeah, they all
like,
escape it.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's my biggest disconnect. Like the reason I'm comfortable with that conversation is because I kind of view the world differently. Like I think I can, view the world in a non-zero... in a non-1 and 0 way. And I can view the world in the 1 and 0 way. And in that conversation, when I look at the 1s and 0s, aside from debate tactics or how to control conversation, whatever you just said earlier regarding how to counter gish galloping, this and that, like putting that aside, seeing it in a 1 and 0 way, like the things that I brought up, in my eyes, like those are things that people should, oh, wait a second, that makes sense, right? But it's not the case. Like what you just said, it really fucks with me so heavily. It's right in front of people's eyes, yet somehow they've trained themselves or they've been conditioned over the years not to see it. So like the fact that it even has to be argued is wild to me. And to me, that's a big fucking issue in today's society. We're not going to get anywhere. Like, in my opinion, we're more socially backwards than we are fucking in any other fucking category. It's fucking wild, bro.
I mean, like, again, like you get older and you notice different problems in society and you think they're novel, you think they're new, you think they've never happened before. But the reality is, like, we've always been like this. Like, it's pretty human, I think.
Yeah, but that excuse to me is good for, mid-level to like entry-level political leaders. But the biggest ones, the largest ones, like,
oh no, I agree. You've seen
they're hypocrites, we're fucked.
Yeah, you've seen like that comic, right? The one.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about, the Mr. Beast and the Hassan one. That comic, or not?
It's the one where there's a guy who's like, "Oh, you're being critical of the system, yet you live as part of the fuck." What am I thinking of? you criticize capitalism like you're a part of it or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like the one with the poor slave working outside, and there's a guy in the castle like making fun of him. You don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
This is like a comic that like every fucking socialist online uses to escape all responsibility. But they basically use this argument of like, there's a broader argument that is summarized with a sentence, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. And basically the idea, one of the broad ideas is that like if you live in a capitalist system, especially if you're like a working poor kind of person, there's not really much you can do to fight against it. Like you're kind of a slave to your means around you. And people will use this to let like people like Hassan basically escape all criticism. When they say things like, oh, socialism is when no shirt. Oh, socialism is when no car. Oh, what they're really doing is they're trying to say like, I'm basically just like a working class like American. Like I'm doing what I can, but like, can you really expect me to be able to fight against all of capitalism? And the reality is, as a multimillionaire at 27 years old, yeah, you can. but they try to present themselves as like an ordinary worker to escape that criticism. It's like when Hassan like fuck, what did he say? What was the one line where somebody called him out for like all of his spending and he's like, I live like an ordinary life, or what did he say? What was the quote? It was fucking hilarious. Fuck.
He said something about like he lives bare minimum life.
It was like the funniest fucking. Oh, he said a basic necessities budget. He said
basic necessities. Yeah, that's what it was, which is ridiculous.
And it's like that's one of those comments where I'm like, okay, holy shit! Like, what is this guy's fans thinking when they see him say that? Like, there's got to be like, that's got to ping off the inside of their skulls where they're like, oh, Hassan, listen, I agree with you, but god damn, that's a really rough statement to make. I don't know, I'm not sure. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's like, yeah, fuck it, you know? There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. He's right.
I just can't believe when I brought up, there's so many parts I brought up that went over everyone's heads. Like, that's why I'm comfortable with it, because you don't believe the time will tell thing will sit, and that's fine, right? We can agree to disagree there, and you know, I can maybe concede and say you're probably right. But the small piece of hope in me is kind of clinging on to that, thinking, okay, you know what, maybe one day people will wake up and revisit this and say, wait a second here, these make sense, but or this makes sense. But that one part, fuck, I just lost my train of thought when I went on that. What was it? Give me a sec. Let's see.
Oh yeah, there was a time when Hassan said that he was closer to his audience than he is to Grimes when she was at that one event. Yeah, and then 3 weeks later he had her on his stream. Bro, that shit's just funny to me at this point. I don't know. I think it's pretty funny, but Jesus.
Of course, it's fucking everywhere. It's just wild. What was I gonna say? Fuck, it was actually
profound.
Oh, the part where I brought up, and I said it clearly. I'm like, listen, I don't doubt that you give a piece of your podcast, you know, to the editors or whatever the hell he said. But what about your main income source, right? It's easy to give something that's not making very much, but when you have your main income source that's bringing in, you know, $5-6+ million a year, and no one's getting anything from that, like that. When I made that clear, I'm just surprised that went over everyone's heads. Like, I don't know, like, are people dumb? Do they make excuses because they need, you know, someone that they've already convinced themselves is the, you know, good guy or the messiah or whatever the fuck they've convinced themselves? Like, is this why they're brainwashed to like just that obvious? Like, it's obvious. It's right in front of the. It's mind-boggling to me, Destiny. Do you understand? Like, giving away a piece of a podcast that's not netting very much, at least relative to your main income source, your main stream, your main income stream, and not giving any of that away. Like, shouldn't that be a clear fucking indicator? Like, wait a second here.
But remember, like, again, you're looking to watch a guy that makes you feel good about yourself that already agrees with you. That's people. It's like comfort watching, right? That's generally what happens. I mean, even my audience probably does that to some extent. Right? I think I have relatively unique views on things, but they probably end up copying most of my views, and then they like watching me because I'm sure people watch me for a variety of reasons. Probably a lot of people that watch me because I fight against a lot of people, and it feels good to like, oh, this is my guy that fights against people I don't like. So I'm probably watching.
But you realize no change will ever come if this is kind of the.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I understand. Yeah, it's difficult But there's real life examples of like change not coming because of these types of attitudes. Black Lives Matter was a good example. We need to push for like real systemic change that's going to make differences in people's lives. But instead it ended up being like a big virtue signal about like, no, all cops are bastards. Like, okay, well, that doesn't get us anywhere. Defund the police. Well, that didn't work out very well, right? You just end up with a bunch of people virtue signaling and then nothing actually gets done. But I mean, like, that's kind of, yeah, it happens. It sucks, but it, you know, it is what it is.
So what you're saying ultimately is we live in a world where performance is all that matters. Like a performative action. That's it.
Kind of.
Not real action,
The
performative
performance
action. That's
is,
all that matters.
Yeah, the performance is really important. So unless you get people to expose people or fight against the fake performances, that's all you can really do.
It's not, but it's not even about exposing. Like, it's literally, no, it's, listen, I truly believe, here's the start to it, okay?
Okay.
If we can baseline some sort of bare minimum level of education, right? Because I would argue, you know, a lot of people, they look at education, oh, why do I have to take these classes? You know, I can't apply any of these things I learn, you know, outside of school. But it's like, what they don't realize is these classes and that curriculum in college, it hones your ability to critically think. It hones that skill. If everyone possessed the ability to critically think, everybody, right? Logic and reason would take over and people would begin to see. And from that, the right people would get into positions of power. And from that chain reaction starts to real change happening. Until then, we have people who are posers getting into office, right? And they talk about the change, but they're not about the change. Therefore, change will never be a result of them being in power. Only until people have that baseline capability of being able to critically think, only then will the correct people get into the positions of power that will actually lead to change. Until then, it's about who looks the best and who sounds the best, not who does it the best. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, like, that's the way of the world. This is something I've been fighting against for a long time. Is that like?
So how the fuck do we ever advance?
You've got to look the best. If you're doing the best actions, you need to dress them up. You need to make them look good. It's not enough to just be the best. You've got to look the best too.
But would you agree that most of the time, and I guess I'm generalizing once again, and I shouldn't do this, my therapist always tells me, but wouldn't you agree most of the time the people who look the best and sound the best are not the fucking best?
Sometimes, yeah. But I mean, you got to dress your shit up better. That's all we can really do.
Jesus. So what you're saying is we're fucked right now until we get to a point of, you know, where our society's more baselined in the logic and reason category. We're fucked.
Yeah, but humans, logic and reason are not very human properties, right? Like reasoning out things these are very like, or maybe those are the most human things, but we're very like animalistic people. We're driven like very emotionally. We're driven by like stories and narratives and all that, not by like facts and logic. That's like a very queer thing for the human mind. You've got to learn that. It's very difficult. So I mean, like, but again, it's not abnormal. This is how we've always been. Like, it's not like we've ever been in a society where everybody is like fucking, like Aristotle or Plato. It's like, oh yeah, everybody here is like a master fucking, you know, logistician or some shit. Like, this is how it works, right?
I'll take it one step further. What I'm saying, I believe to be true, in regards to like, you know, in any sort of hopes for a future, you know, or any sort of advancement for, you know, the human civilization, is going to result from baselining that, you know, the basic logics and reasons required to see the truth. But I feel like most of the leaders in power right now don't want that to be the case. They want the people to stay stupid. They want the very people that people are voting in to be their leaders, to take them away from their misery and their miserable lives and their jailing by quote unquote capitalism, are the very people that need to keep those people below them. Do you understand? They're voting in the very people who they think are going to take them out, but secretly those people need to keep them down because that's their power.
I don't think it's that the politicians like need to keep them down or anything like that. I think it's just like people vote in people that, you know, like synergize well with them and they feel like they represent their interests. And like
if there was ever a point where
it's all like
they're
self-perpetuating.
Yeah, but if there was ever a point where they're as smart, they wouldn't have as much power over them.
Yeah, but then
right?
just like different politicians that appeal to that would be the ones that would be elected, right? In some cases, I'm sure there are a lot of times when leaders wish people were smarter. Like if you've got a president, like let's say you've got a president and like gas prices are falling, right? You probably you're happy that people are dumb and they're giving you credit for it because the president doesn't really affect gas prices, not that much, right? But then let's say there's times where gas prices are going up a lot, or inflation is happening because of worldwide events. In that case, you probably wish your voting population was way smarter. Like, guys, this is out of my control. I can't do anything about this. Don't blame me. So it just depends on
Yeah, but the problem is at that point they're once again I don't know if cherry picking is the right word here, but they're cherry picking what categories they want the voter to be smart in, right? Because in other categories they manipulate that stupidity themselves. So until there's somebody,
yeah, but you have to manipulate the stupidity, right? Otherwise, otherwise you'll never get elected. And then what does that say about the political movement?
Yeah, but that's the very issue. That entire system is fucking designed for us to never advance the points that we need to get to a place where we can actually thrive. Everyone can thrive. It's just like, that's the issue. Do you understand?
Of course I understand. I understand what you're saying.
What you just explained is oh man. The entire thing you just explained is contradictory to any sort of an advancement as the human, or for the human species. Like, it's wild to me that no one sees that. Like,
I mean, I think a lot of people see it and people
schizo.
get frustrated with it. But I mean, that's a story of human history.
Yeah, but the power is in their hands. Like, oh man, it's just wild. Like, even when one person says, you know what, fuck it, like, I see it, I'm frustrated, I can't do anything. Like, that's an issue. How many others are thinking that way? And from that, as a result, how many wrong leaders are getting put into power? I don't know.
Yeah, that's life. It's a rough one.
So what do you think the solution is? Obviously, my solution was baselining education, encouraging it, getting those, critical thinking skills, for everybody.
I think a basic psych class and a basic philosophy class, I think should be mandated in all schools, actually.
I agree.
I feel like it would help critical thinking a little bit.
It would solve so many issues.
I don't know if it would solve all of our issues. It'd be a nice start.
It would solve so many. Like it wouldn't be overnight. It wouldn't be in 10 years, 20 years, but like in 100 years from now, people will start opening their fucking eyes. Oh, man, oh man, oh man. It's just wild to me. What a world. What a world. The posers have the most power. What a fucking world.
Yeah, I mean, that's just because that's what people vote for. That's what people like.
Yeah, but like what frustrates me isn't even the poser themselves that's in power. What frustrates me is the person that puts them in power truly is doing it from a point where they believe that they are the person that's going to get them out of the shitty place that they are in, not realizing that the person they're voting for is the very thing that keeps them trapped down there. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not even the person that's in power, right? It's the people that frustrate me. They can't see what's right in front of their fucking faces. Oh man, like, that's like my biggest disconnect in everything. I don't understand how that could be possible. Fuck. It's wild to me, bro. It's wild.
That's life, yeah.
It's just wild to me. It's wild, man. It's almost sad. Like, it almost makes me want to cry. Do you know how sad that is? I almost wish I was ignorant to that. Like, that's so fucking sad. Oh, man. Wow.
True.
Yeah. Bro, this game you play looks so fucking fun.
Really? Don't you play like FPS?
Brother, let's be real, okay? The only FPS I play I open cases in.
Okay, true.
These are the games I like.
I feel like I've never seen you play a game like this ever. Yeah, it's like RTS tower defense kind of. Have you ever played a game like this ever in your life?
Yeah, this is the games like this are what got me into gaming in the first place. So like the games like you're right about what you just said is correct. On stream, I've never played games like this, but when I was younger, the games I would play, like one of my favorite games. Have you heard of a game called Tiberian Sun?
I have, yes.
Yeah, so that was like my magical game. So like this kind of stuff reminds me of that, right? Obviously it's a little different, but well, kind of, not really, but like Tiberian Sun was a fantastic game for me. What else? Obviously StarCraft, Warcraft. What other games did I play? I mean, Age of Mythology was really fun. Have you played Age of Mythology?
Nope.
Oh man, you missed out. It's kind of like, it's pretty much Age of Empires, but for like mythology.
Makes sense.
Right, it makes sense, right? It's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, but Tiberian Sun's one of the best games ever, bro. Like, it was, like, when I even say the name of that game, I remember the, like, feelings that I was feeling while playing it, while hearing the, like, AI talk, like, oh, you know, Zod is under attack, like, just whatever the fuck, or... I forgot the, terminology they used. It was just so fun, bro. And then I played a game called Rama. It's not an RTS, but...
Sounds like a holiday for Jews or Muslims, but we have Rama?
No.
Okay.
Rama was a really fun game, bro. Like, it was a really creepy game. That's an old school game, though. Like, that was way back in the day. I don't even know when that came out, low-key. I think that's, like... It had to be, like, 99? 98, maybe? Maybe even earlier than that. Like, I was so young when I had my first PC.
Wait, how old are you again?
32.
Was your first PC your own, or was it a family room PC?
It was a family room.
Do you remember
PC.
that shit? Having like one room where the family shared the fucking computer?
Yeah.
Jesus.
And
now these fucking kids have computers in their pockets when they go to school.
Dude, facts. Like, bro, like, I saw I was like scrolling through Instagram, like through the like TikTok like feature where you scroll up, and I saw a classroom, bro. Every kid has a laptop open in their classroom. Like, what the? We're not talking college. College, that's normal. But high school, middle school, like, what the fuck?
Nathan, for his school district, they had iPads for kindergartners. No, for first graders. Yeah, they were all issued an iPad.
Wild, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, this is why people are so fucking stupid. Like, bro, at that age, if you can have access to that technology in class, like, let's be real here. Let's not be naive. These kids aren't using that to better their educational experience. No one's paying a flying fuck of an attention to what the fuck the teacher's saying or the subject material. No one is. Are you kidding me? If I had a laptop in front of me at that
if I
age,
had even a phone, even one of these cell phones back then, I wouldn't have made it out of school. Did you ever play did you ever use graphing calculators?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my
yes.
god, dude! On
I know
my
what you're talking about.
TI-83 and my TI-85,
Yeah,
there
two
was
or three of them had games.
Yeah, there was this thing called Phoenix. I actually fucking missed questions on my ACT because I started playing at the end of my test because I thought I had more time than I did. I accidentally opened the program and was like, oh, fuck it, why not? I'll do like a level. And they called time and I was like, fuck! I almost wanted to kill myself. Dude, I wouldn't have made it. If I would have, if like cell phones were there, it would have been over for me. I would have never made it out of school. No fucking shot. I wouldn't have made it.
Oh, for sure. I agree with that. Bro, I remember what I did in middle school. Like, I would fucking, like, I would fidget with my pencil. Do you understand? Like, I would play with the...
do you remember giving yourself fake shots with mechanical pencils?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever do that?
Yeah, with the mechanical pencils.
Yeah.
That was so fun. That's facts, bro. Bro, I would play with the ends of the notebook, you know, where it rips. Like, I'd play with those ends that, like, are attached to the binding, whatever the fuck it's called, the metal little binding. Like, that's what I do to pass time. These motherfuckers got full fucking PC gaming, 3090 fucking graphic card setups. Like, what the fuck? No wonder people are fucking stupid. Holy shit. These motherfuckers are posting more TikToks in class than they're fucking you know, writing down their assignment. It's wild. I don't know who the fuck thought that was a good idea.
Jesus.
Crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. Jesus. The good old days. Positives and the negatives of social media. What's the antonym of benefit?
A detriment? Why the fuck are you saying antonym instead of opposite?
What's the opposite of sorry, I was thinking about something. I was thinking of synonym and I just said antonym.
Sure.
What's the opposite of benefit?
Yeah, detriment.
So if I were to say the positives and negatives, I would say the benefits and the detriments.
Sure, yeah. Benefits and cons, pros and cons, positives.
Pros and cons. Pros and cons is what I was thinking of. Thank you.
Sure.
The pros and cons of social media. Those are the terms I was looking for. Damn. What time are you going live tomorrow?
Well, now that my shit is working, 1 o'clock. EST.
EST, nice. 10 a.m. Yeah, I was gonna go live today to chill with you, but yeah, I'll go live tomorrow. Hopefully I'm not intruding. I'm just gonna piggyback off of you and just talk.
You're good. What's the biggest win you've had on your gambling shit so far? We need to get it twisted.
Well, I hold the world's #1 win.
Really? How much?
Yeah, I'm the world record holder of the biggest slot non-jackpot win. 22.5 million USD.
Damn.
Pretty crazy, huh?
Did you just keep playing after that? Did you take a break or what?
You want to know what's wild?
You just kept spinning?
No, I went to bed and woke up and got really cocky, kind of like you with the calculator on your ACTs, and I lost all of it plus $1 million the next day. So it was short-lived. You know, if I was smarter, like if I was way smarter with my deal, like if I didn't genuinely love gambling and I wasn't a gambler at heart, and I just, because I have no requirements, like I don't need to bet the way I do. Like technically I can bet $1 and that's it. So like if I was smart, that's what I would do, and I would for sure be a billionaire right now.
Jeez, a billionaire.
Oh, 100%.
It's a lot of money.
Well, no, that's a lie. I would be probably like I'd be like a 500 millionaire, because I'm thinking of Bitcoin at that price, at the 65,000 mark. So at the 65,000 mark price, I'd be a billionaire.
Wow.
I was thinking of the peak prices back when I started. But it's not about that for me. I guess that's the I don't know what you'd call that.
Degenerating you?
No, that's like the paradox of, not the paradox, it's the, would be conundrum. Pretty much, right? I wouldn't take a gambling sponsorship, even if they paid a lot of money, if I didn't truly like gambling myself, or if I didn't enjoy it. So that's the trade-off, I guess.
You know what would have been so fucking funny, dude? But this would have been
What?
just a huge Dick Rider thing. Did you ever follow me and Hassan's whole like fucking N-word arc?
No, I didn't.
So this whole thing kicked off when I basically said that in private there are jokes that I would tell.
I remember that.
Yeah, that I wouldn't tell public because it's not good. Yeah, for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Hassan's big argument against that was that just by virtue of you saying that you say things differently privately than you say publicly, just the fact that you said that has already ruined that private position. It would have been really funny for you to bring that up when he mentioned that he actually loves gambling and he does it privately. Because you just, wait a second. Wouldn't you admitting that kind of undo your entire stance about being anti-gambling? But that would have been like a big like Dick Rider comment. That would have been really funny though. He would have gotten mad as fuck.
I mean, it's true. I mean, I'll be honest. When I heard that, I wasn't sure what he was setting up for. I mean, given that I was, you know, sick, under the weather, and, you know, my focus wasn't entirely there. But even then I was thinking, like, my mind was working, like, what the fuck? Like, because, like, I know people close in a circle that have told me otherwise, that he hates gambling through and through. So either they were lying or he is, right? Like, I just couldn't understand why he would say, oh, don't you know? Hasn't anybody told you that I love gambling off stream? Like, huh? Like, that was the weirdest, like, that was, like, at least to what I knew, that was very weird to hear that. But yeah, I wish I would have known I don't know, would it be the intricacies or the specifics of that conversation you had with him? Because that's actually a very good point. Like, that's another contradictory thing that, or a hypocritical thing to add to his list of many. But it is what it is.
Amongst his crimes, true.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, like, that would have been that would have been something funny to bring up. I think you would have enjoyed it. I don't think anyone would have.
No, I would have triggered the fuck out of him, and his whole audience would have just said you were dick riding me. That's what I'm saying. It's not. It wouldn't have been a productive comment.
Yeah, but dick riding you is irrelevant if it's the truth, right?
No, it doesn't matter. It would just be seen as dick riding, even if it was truthful.
Yeah, well, I don't care. Like, I don't care what's seen as what, as long as the truth. That's kind of like how I live my life. Like, if it's the truth, then to me, like, that's what matters. Like, if I'm seen as a dick rider or seen as this or that, like, I don't like what a sad world to live where you can't say a truth because it looks like you're dick riding somebody. Like, that's the, like, that has to be the most just primitive, backwards, barbaric type of, like, mindset. Like, it's proof to exactly how they see things. Like, somehow the truth is less credible because it's dick riding some. That's the wildest shit I've heard in my life.
Oh, that's life.
No, that's bullshit, bro. That's exactly what is going to lead us to, it's not going to be the thing, but it's one of the many things that's going to lead us to self-annihilation.
Oh, listen.
That's
you know what
fucking
they say,
wild.
Okay, the revolution will not be televised, all right? We'll figure it out. It's not going to happen online, okay? It's going to happen in the streets.
Fucking doomer train, bro. I mean, I don't know how you guys can like listen to this conversation and not like just be so sad and almost devastated, like that this is just like, can you guys, like, chat, can you guys understand like what we're like, what is ultimately being said here is logic and truth do not matter. What matters is that you look like you're right. What matters is that you put on the perception that you're the good guy, but you don't actually have to be the good guy. Do you know how, like, do you understand? Like, I need you to think about that. That is disgusting. That is everything that we should not be as a society, as a civilization. That is, like, that's not doomer. That's just fact. Until, like, we understand that, we are going nowhere. These motherfuckers that were expecting us to be in spaceship Star Trek style in the fucking spaces exploring, like, or exploring the galaxy and universe, like, these guys are batshit. We can't even figure out our fucking basic issues here. We're still fucking 900 years in the past, socially speaking. That's fucking wild to me. It's sad. Like, have you ever just said what we just talked about out loud to yourself, like, just in your room? Do you know
I mean, I
sad
think that's
that
what I do every day on stream is politics and shit. Yeah, of course I think about
yeah,
this.
but what we're talking about is sad, bro. Like,
I
these
agree,
are the things that
it's not good. It's fucked up.
These are the things that I contemplate in my bed. Like that's why there was a disconnect for me after that conversation. I'm just thinking, like, the fact that we're still in this gladiator style, like, world where it's not about truth, reason, or logic. It's about who appears a certain way, and it doesn't matter what they actually are. That's wild, bro. Like, these are the things that I've been contemplating for the last, like, 6 years. It's why I operate the way I operate. Like, it's wild to me, bro. It's so fucking sad. Well, at least I met someone that shares that that feeling.
Maybe. Okay, we should be good. Okay, fuck this stupid fucking level. I can't believe I have to play this again.
So are you playing against somebody else, or what is this?
No, it's just like Tower D, but I lost last time to some dumb shit. This should be more than enough.
Oh, so waves come in. Waves
Yeah.
of enemy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do your units matter? Can your units fight them?
Yeah, that's what I built a bunch of units for.
So it's towers and units that can fight the... Okay. So it's like a tower defense, but there's a...
RTS aspect, where you mine resources, you build buildings, you collect all that
Okay.
shit.
So RTSTE. Some shit like that.
Something like that. Okay. There we go. Okay, approaching from all sides. No fucking problem, dude. Easy time. Ask Train if we're getting rewinding. They want DVR functionality.
Rewinding?
On Kick.
Oh, like YouTube?
Yeah.
Is that what he's referring to? How I can click and watch the VOD?
Or rewind it live, basically.
I'll send that in right now. That's something I have to send to the devs. So I don't know what the fuck. You know what I mean?
Okay. 48 days, Jesus.
I'm assuming not, because like I think the only reason YouTube has it, right? Like not even Twitch has it, right? I think the only reason YouTube has it is because YouTube's like a VOD, right? It's like the way it's structured is different, but I'll ask just in case. But there might be a functionality that you can add in. I don't know.
Wait, the only reason YouTube has it is because of what?
Because it's right. That's kind of the way that the entire setup was started, right? Like it was that format of video uploading, and then they added this live streaming aspect of it later. But like streaming platforms that started as streaming and not like VOD upload storage, whatever the fucks, right?
I have no idea. I can't speak to like video tech like that. Is beyond me.
Yeah, I have to ask. I don't know enough. Does Rumble have it?
Yes. So that's why I said I'm not sure. I can't speak to the tech. All right, easy time.
So if Rumble has it, then it's probably doable.
I'll ask. So, yeah. Easy mode.
How's your first day on Kick? You like it or what?
Yeah, I guess it's fine. I'm just streaming.
I think it's kind of cozy. I mean, obviously, given the fact that I'm biased, but I think it's cozy.
I need to collab with Mira. That's my next step. 'Cause she's streaming out here, you know.
Yeah, she just started today.
Yeah.
I was gonna gift you half the subs I gifted her as a welcome, but you don't have your sub button set up.
Right. I'll do it tonight. Okay. Fucking easy moded. Tree streams on Kick? Wait, does she really?
Who?
Tree of Logic? I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
Loud, really tall, conservative black woman.
Oh, she does.
Really? Oh. She
Yeah.
really wants. Oh, based.
Unless this is like a fake account. This looks more like a VOD being played, to be honest. Unless I'm tripping. Here, I'll link it too. This might be a VOD. I don't know. Maybe not.
What the fuck does this even do?
No, this has got to be a VOD.
Insulating materials. You think so? I don't even know if I fucked up. Jesus.
I'm just gonna look and see if she's posted Kick anywhere on her Twitter. Like that's the best way to find out.
Reacting to the Destiny Bryson debate, I'm really important runs away and Bryson Gray. Oh no, yeah, this is her. Yeah, yeah, this is her.
Well, that's her?
Yeah.
Is she like a credible? I mean, I guess I can't be biased if we're providing a platform for all, right?
What are you gonna do? Ban her?
No, I was gonna like reach out and like see if she would like verification, so people don't imitate her.
Yeah, she's a cool person. Yeah, she's got a YouTube channel and everything.
The only problem is she doesn't have DMs open, so I can't even DM her. So whatever. If you ever come in contact with her, just let me know and just. Are you sure that's her page, the Tree of Logic page?
I mean, like, unless somebody's like restreaming her. She might have mentioned that she was streaming on Kick too, though. So.
Yeah, I think I'll just wait for her to confirm. Because if I verify this and it ends up not being her, then that's really bad.
So I'm gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, it's really bad if that happened.
Okay, I need to read this thing, but I will be right back.
Yeah, just mute and then unmute when you're done.
Or no, well, I mean, I'll be back. Hold on, and then I'll read this after. Why am I even in here? Boom, boom. If I close this is okay. Hold on one sec, right back, and then we'll read this. They can hear you though, so don't say anything crazy.
Oh, you're reading it off stream. Okay, so I'll just entertain your chat. Okay, chat. Right now in Kick Chat, let me see. Actually, you know what? Let's not. I'll try to read both chats. Okay. It's gonna be tough to filter out the trolls, but if there's any, obviously, you know, we're only 4 months in. We're in beta, right? The site literally was created 4 months ago. But, well, actually, before I say but, there's still a lot of shit coming, a lot of shit to do, a lot of shit to add. Okay, excuse my, excuse me not being, professional and speaking how most people who would run shit speak, but. Or talk or whatever the fuck the word is. Sorry, I just woke up. But here's the point, okay? If there is anything that you see missing, which should be a lot technically speaking, but you know what I mean. Just if there's anything that you would like as, for user experience, just type it in chat. I'm going to record it down and I'm going to, push the ones that make sense through to the devs. I've already pushed for rewind. I already sent the rewind thing in. Embed. What do you mean by embed? If Destiny wants the embed code, he can just request it and they'll give it to him. If that's what you mean, or what do you mean by embed? And we need embed streams and rewind. The rewind feature would be huge. I pushed for that already. Tab auto complete emotes. Yeah, that's already coming. Like everything chat optimization wise is coming. VOD while the stream is live like Twitch. Yeah, I like that a lot. Let me actually put that in. All that crossed my mind. Is there a way we can push for VOD to be live while Okay, nice. All right, let's take one from this DGG chat, just to be fair. Let's take a look here. You're a pathetic simp. Oh, he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to Coolmain. I don't know why I just said that guy. I'm so sorry, Coolmain. Fuck. Shit, what if he blocked the guy and I just said it out loud and that went against the block? Holy shit, my bad. My fault, dude. Okay, well. Wait, is Coolmain a emote or is that a person? You know what? Okay, let's move back to this Kick Chat. My bad, guys. Oh, it's a person? Okay, cool. 2x speed. Okay, so I'm assuming you mean that for the VOD or you mean that for, yeah, I'm assuming you mean that for the VOD, right? Because, I'll be honest, the 2x speed option exists when watching Destiny. He's just in 2x by default. Also 2x speed for VODs. Okay. Make the screen fit without the theater mode. Let's take a look at what that means. Let's go theater mode. So make the screen fit. A way for moderators to see user chat logs to unban appeals. Yeah. So can't
I was making fun of that other chatter. You misunderstood my tone. Feels weird.
Yeah, I'm fried. Can't close Vim. Mod tools are on their way. We're gonna fully revamp that. You're gonna have timeouts. You're gonna have things, logs. Just rest assured that everything from mod view and just basic user chat experience. So pretty much one of the main things that I pushed for when I agreed to kind of come on board was I knew that chat is it's everything. So don't even trip. The chat stuff, consider that handled. Everything that you need will be coming, in the near future or in the future, right? As far as this year goes. The theater thing, I'm still confused about. What did he say? Tab autocorrect emotes? Yeah, that's already there. Auto raids. Yes. We need embed streams. Okay. We need the poop tube emote. What the fuck is the poop tube emote? Change username color changes for chat. Yes, that will come a little later. Obviously, the priority for that isn't, it's not a. Wait, did his stream end? No. VOD chat does exist. VOD chat does exist, I believe. Make clips at the bottom tab in the app. In the app. Yeah. Once the TikTok algorithm thing comes out, it's going to be the case. Are you thinking about some type?
Add a timer or something that shows how long somebody has been live.
There is that, dumbass.
Where the fuck is it? I'm looking at the screen right now. I don't see it.
Hover over the screen.
Oh shit. Okay, the implementation is ass, but it
just
is
mute
there.
yourself real quick while I do this. Let's see here. Please make it so pressing escape scrolls to the bottom of the chat line like Discord does. Does it? Oh my god, Discord does do that. Wow. Oh my god, thank you. Wow. That's actually that's beneficial for me. Wow. I used to always scroll down. Jesus Christ. Good shit.
Enjoy this chat. Keep enjoying it, okay?
Clips need to play. I'm just going to copy and paste this directly to the person that I need to send it to. Okay. Sweet. Okay. PayPal functionality needed. Yeah, all payment stuff will come later on.
Crypto payment, actually. That's what's needed.
Yeah. Arrow up for previous chat messages. Yep, I like that. That should be an option. I don't like how it's not, but then again, it's going to really cause issue for spamming. Train audio only mode. Can't you just turn the stream on and minimize?
No, subscriber audio only. I like that idea. Only subs could hear you.
Oh, it doesn't work on mobile. Okay. I see what you're saying. Is there... Well, I know there's a way, but I'm going to ask it in this way to be polite. Is there a way we can have audio only for mobile? So if someone wants to close the app, they can still listen? I'm assuming that's what you mean, yeah? Okay, cool. One of the devs says you can put it in picture to picture and the picture to picture. Apparently, if you put it, try it on mobile real quick. Put it in picture to picture and see if that works for audio only for your mobile. Apparently, it does work actually. Not the same. Too many steps. Jesus Christ.
I saw that one.
Is there an easy way to have it audio only without the picture in picture?
Can't sleep stream. So you just want to lock your phone and listen to the audio.
Like if you want to lock phone and listen to audio, kind of like Apple Music.
Yep.
Make it so
Is there
mods
gonna
can
be a
add channel emotes. Yeah, that's already coming.
Is there
Ban
gonna be a paid
Krontos. I'm
version?
about to. Don't worry.
Is there gonna be a paid version like Twitch Turbo, but like Kick Turbo, where you don't get ads?
Let's get to the ads first, right? We have no.
Right, true, there aren't
That's
any
so
ads.
yeah. That's so far away. That's you know. Yeah, we have a lot of other things to do first. Once we get to the ads, we can talk about that stuff. The problem with pip. Oh my god, that's what pip means on the remote. Oh my god, bro. Back in the '90s, when I was looking at remotes and I saw the pip button, I'm like, what the fuck is pip? And now, oh, it's picture in picture. Holy shit, that's wild. That's wild.
Ban
Wow.
Krontos button.
That's
Nice
actually wild, bro. Oh my god. Do any of you remember the pip? Any old heads in here that remember the pip button on remote controllers? Or, sorry, on remotes for TV? They still exist or not? I don't see pip buttons anymore. Actual retard, by the way. Technically speaking, if I was a retard and I didn't know what pip meant, I would try to guess what it meant and think that I knew it. That would be the indication of a true dumbass, right? But the fact that I asked what it means, or I kind of admitted that I didn't know what it meant until we talked about it here, I think is showing that I might be a little dumb, but not as dumb. I don't like after you click on playing video stream, it pauses because I always go full screen using double. Yeah, that's a big issue. Don't worry. That's something I already submitted in myself. So that's for sure something that we're working on. Also, can we fix the functionality? The functionality regarding clicking feature on video or on clicking feature for a stream.
Do people say you can't follow a thread if somebody like replies to a comment? You can't see what they're replying to.
Yes. I already submitted that one like maybe like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
So what I mean by that is when I click on a stream, it pauses. Most of us use double click to make screen larger. It's a big issue. I think you can just...
Hey, how about IPv6 support?
I don't think
everyone
we
loves
need
IPv6.
Pause, a click pause. It kind of defeats, I mean, in my opinion, it defeats the whole purpose of watching streams, right? Like, if you need that, like, convenience or accessibility to pause a stream by clicking the... I mean, like, it sounds good when you think about it, but I think we're so used to that not being the case that it's fucking us up more. You know what I'm saying? Like I like that feature. Like, it sounds good, but I just feel like with how, like, everyday, you know, well, I don't know.
Screen doesn't fit perfectly when you minimize chat. Somebody said that.
Where do you see that, though? How do you minimize chat? Oh, it fits perfectly for me.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Like, do it real quick. Does it fit for you too? It fits for me when I close
It
chat.
fits for me. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Holy shit! This looks way better. This looks way better than Twitch when you close chat. Like, do you see how big it is?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's huge. Wow.
Wait, everybody's saying it's off, but how is it off? Cuts the bottom off for me.
Cuts the bottom off. Let me check. I don't see that.
I mean, scroll down, guys, if the bottom is getting cut off.
Maybe try scrolling up. Could there be a chance? No, because yeah, that wouldn't cut the bottom off. Could be on a different resolution, maybe. Are they on mobile, maybe? I'm on a 1440p monitor and it cuts out the bottom. Okay, let me send that in. Like double clicking to put in full screen or theater mode? Yes. So when you double click to do that, it glitches with the... Well, it doesn't glitch, but it pauses and unpauses and it's...
Sale, what up, baby?
Also, people are saying that... when they minimize chats, depending on what monitor or what reso,
Jeebus, dude.
it cuts off the bottom of stream.
Somebody's gassy.
What would be a fix for this?
You close the follower and chat tab, the screen zooms in too much. Follower and chat tab. Ah, true. I see that one.
Oh, what is that one?
If you close the follower and chat tabs, the screen zooms in too much. Like in a weird way as well.
Give me a second. I need to type this in. Say that one more time. So when you do what?
Close the follower screen and the chat screen both, like minimize them.
Okay.
Look at the way it zooms in.
Is it zooming in or is it just making it larger?
No, it's zooming in.
I don't see that.
It's like in an uneven way as well. Like if you close them individually, like it zooms in a weird way.
But is it zooming in or is it just making larger?
Pretty sure it's zooming in. You can't see the whole screen unless you scroll. That's the problem. Like, I shouldn't scroll to see the whole screen.
Oh, yeah, good catch. Very good catch. When you close both follower tab and chat tab, the screen gets so large it doesn't fit.
By the way, Destiny, you could always use a comb. You know that,
You
right?
need to optimize it so when
It wouldn't
you
kill if you use a comb.
close
Yeah, do you want me
the
to look prettier for
follower
you?
tab on the left and
Actually,
the
yes.
chat tab on the right, it full screens, but still fits.
Honestly, you should practice smiling. You look cuter when you smile.
Thank you.
Ah, that's what this is.
What? Are you streaming right now?
Me? No.
Why the fuck don't
I
you
just
stream
started
when you're
fasting.
talking to me?
Listen, if
How
I was
do
Zerka
I-
level, like, smart when it comes to leeching, I would be, but I'm too lazy.
Aren't you trying to make
And
a
also
living
it's-
streaming? I don't know why you wouldn't stream when you're talking to me. There's like hundreds of viewers that could be finding it.
I mean, I was live on Twitch and I wanted to talk to you. I was like, fuck it, like, nobody's gonna report me. But, you know, it's DGG, so they might. But yeah, also, it's 6 a.m. I don't stream
All right,
6
chat. I'll get another wave of feedback from you guys next time at Destiny's AFK. Thank you.
Guys, you're terminally online. The amount of stuff that you brought up was actually crazy. Like, I wouldn't even notice half those things.
Yeah, well, chat would know best.
Absolutely. They spend all of their time indoors watching Twitch and stuff. Actually, do any of you guys watch Twitch ever since your Lord and Savior left or was kicked?
I hope not.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. But like when Destiny's live, they watch those.
We only watch Forsen and XQC.
I mean, they can't watch any other political person because they're all like worse
Retarded?
variants. I mean,
Bro.
the worst variants of you. They play I realize they play games while watching videos. They use the same terminology, the same lingo, the same hand gestures. It's like they're all copies of you.
Wait, what about
Like,
Chud
I don't
Logic?
know. I like Chud. Although his beard is Velcro. I'm pretty sure it's like fake, but I like Chud. Also, Chud is the Keemstar of Twitch. He's not necessarily a political person.
You really think his
So
beard is
welcome.
fake?
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that stuff's real.
Wow.
Because it looks too good. It's too sharp. It's too thick. Like, I want to touch it every time every time I watch him. I just want to just pull on it. But he doesn't do politics.
I got a new
Guys,
gimbal.
you're lucky. This whole month, I'll just be talking low volume because I'm fasting. You know.
Fasting? What
Just
does that
saying.
mean? You're gonna have low energy?
I've had to turn you
No,
down like 40% in both calls I was in with you.
Okay, listen. I'm a naturally loud person, okay? And I'm loud with everybody. I can't.
You were so
just-
loud that you were so loud I started getting emails and texts telling me to turn you down.
Damn.
Okay. You're telling me you read your email? Like, come on now.
Damn.
I didn't until they emailed in the right email and I started getting alerts.
Damn.
No, but it is ridiculous. Guys, listen, you need to understand this is Logitech's fault. It's not my fault. Like, I'm loud naturally, but my mic also just... And I'm on 50%. So it's not
Nah,
even 100%.
that mic's in your mouth for sure.
No, I swear to God, it's on 50%. And it's not even... Like, you want to hear 50%? Like, 100%, I could put it to 100% right now. There's nothing.
No, but see, what you said earlier is my exact point. I don't even read my emails, and yet they came through to the point where I had to read them. That's how loud you were. Do you understand?
Listen. At the end of the day, boys, chat, DGG, $1,000 and I'll still not buy a mic. And I know some of you guys would pay it just for me to stay quiet. Because guess what? I get sent the comments that you guys type. This guy is so fucking loud. But by the way, Destiny's louder than me. It's just that my quality sucks. It's the quality, dude. It's the quality, dude. It's not my loudness. It's how I sound like I'm talking through like a bottle in like an empty room.
No.
Quality
Here's
is
what I
terrible.
think you do, okay? I'm going to be real with you and confirm this, okay? I can see... So I think half the time you speak, it's just normal. But the other half, when you get like passionate, I think you close your eyes, you grab the mic itself with your index and middle finger and thumb, and you put it to your mouth and you start talking into it with your eyes closed passionately. That's what I think you do, because I can hear every fucking breath you take.
Okay. No, I don't do that. I don't do that. But I'll tell you this. The more I'm into a conversation, the louder I get. That's absolutely true. Like if I'm really interested in talking, I talk loud. But that's just me naturally. I never put the mic close to
you're
my
just
mouth unless
passionate.
but this is just naturally me. Like I like yesterday you're like, "Oh, there's the content you and then there's the you that talks normally." No, it's both me. It's just
Yeah,
that
but what I'm
sometimes I
saying
talk-
is this, right? Like, if I can hear your the breath, right?
Yeah, but it's the mic. It's the mic is back.
No. If I, because it's not the breath coming out of your mouth, it's the air coming out of your nose, right? So if the air from your nose is picking up on the mic, where I can hear it blowing and blasting the mic down like it's a fucking Elon Musk rocket, right? That means that mic part is too close. Like put it like I know like logically like when you look at it, it's like wait, this is too far away. No one's gonna hear me, but that's not how it works. We're going to hear you still. It's going to pick it up. It's just like bend the mic out a little, and right because like that air that I'm hearing, you can hear it in your ears too. Every time you breathe in your mic, you can hear it in your ears. Correct?
I don't have playback. No, I don't do that. And I think half the time the reason I'm loud is because I can't hear myself. My brother always tells me, "You're so fucking loud. You woke me up." I'm like, I can't hear myself. So like I have to speak loud enough to hear myself. Does that make any sense? So if I'm talking to a person and I can't hear myself, like I talk louder. You know what I mean?
So have you tried maybe taking one of the headphones off and talking with one headphone on and one headphone like on your neck?
I hear myself too much then. Then I don't, because I see some DJ stuff and like my brothers are next to me. I don't want to leave the room and then look them in the eyes and they heard the weird shit I was saying, you know? Like I want to, I want to lie to myself. You know, I know they could hear me, but I want to lie to myself. You know, we keep the light together. Like nobody presses me on it, because it's awkward for them as well. Like it's an agreement. Okay, we're not gonna see what happens. It's on stream. But if I take one of the ears off, I could hear everything, and I'm like, okay, now I can't speak. Now I can't say the shit that I want to say. Also, did it change it? Like, am I still loud? Could you still hear my breath?
Well, I don't know. I have you at I can't hear your breath anymore, so you're good. But I have you at 70%, so you're perfect to me right now.
Okay, that's usually better than the 50 and 40% that I'm on. But listen, it's the mic. Okay, I can't do anything about it, and I like it. Okay, I kind of like it. I don't want to go full professional. I don't want to get a great mic. I already wear a fucking mask indoors. Okay, I've been wearing the same shirt for.
Why do you wear a mask indoors?
When I started streaming January 2022, I was like, one day I'm going to be a 10K Andy, and I don't want people walking up to me like I'm a shy guy. You know, I'm introverted. So I was like, I like my privacy. That's why. When I started with Plan to Succeed. That's literally the only reason.
But
although people think I'm degenerate, though.
Can I ask you this, though?
What do you want to ask me?
So, when you say that one day you want to be a 10K Andy, do you see how maybe there could be a contradiction in you not wanting the attention, yet your goal is to be a 10,000 viewer streamer?
Ooh. I mean, if you want, we live in contradiction. If I'm being honest with you, we live in contradiction. There's certain attention that you want. Obviously, when I'm doing this, when I'm on stream, I don't mind the attention. But when I go down to the shop, I don't want anybody looking at me, because I don't look at anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I'll hold the door open for you, all that type of stuff. Like, I just want to live in my mom always says, you're a man, you gotta be tough. Because I go to the mall and I'm like, Mom, I hate this. Like, I there's too many people here, because I grew up in a small town. Yeah, but I don't know, for some reason, numbers, when I see it on
I'm
Twitch,
like that as well. I actually, like, every time I go to the mall, I get, like, really bad,
anxiety?
No, it just drains me, and I get, like, hot flashes.
Yep. It sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not fun. It's not, because I grew up in a small town. Like, you know, like we do goofy stuff. I can't do that in big cities with malls and stuff. It's so, I don't know. I hate it. But it's not contradictory, because it's two different types of attention. One is because I'm trying to make a living, right? I'm trying to make this my full-time thing. I don't want to do the software engineering thing. So the more viewers, the more money I make. Does that make any sense, right? Like, I would take I would take the bare minimum that I could live by. You know what I mean? So it's not necessarily that I want to be a 10K.
Brother, I was just fucking with you. Like, it does. Like, if you prefer not to be seen.
No. Somebody said.
No, but it's okay.
That
like, no, it's okay though. Like, if you prefer not to be seen, but you still want the attention, that's fine. Like, I could come up with 100 arguments where, like, that's, like, you're good.
We're just going back and forth. Don't worry about it. I was doing the same to you yesterday, right? I was doing.
You're completely good. Like, it's a preference. If you don't want to be seen, listen, that's your preference. So I think you can enjoy the attention while maybe not being seen. Plus, you could argue there are dangers in being seen, especially with some of the crazy shit you spew. So,
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, somebody wanted to kill me and was like, "How about $20,000 on his head?" But it was Australian dollars, so it was an empty threat. If it was USD, I'd be scared. But since it was Australian dollars, I'm not really that scared. But I'll tell you this: I didn't know that I would talk. I didn't know that I was outspoken till I started talking to some people on Twitch. And then they looked at me, they're like, you're an extremist. And I was like, I'm literally like the most PC liberal person where I come from. So like, that was a surprise to me. Because I don't say anything crazy. I don't think I've ever said something that's like, wow, like he's a terrorist.
Wait, someone wanted to kill you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think it's because I was a dipshit, you know.
Like on Twitch?
Yeah, he was like, I'll fucking murder you, I'll kill you. He was reaching out to my viewers. He's like, please give me any information about him.
Did you make fun of his religion?
No, like he boosted my Discord. Like usually, like I love to argue with my viewers, so I pull them in, and we just have fun with it. I'm a dickhead kind of, but we're joking. It's not like I'm going fully in on them. But this guy came in. I guess he didn't know who I was, and he boosted my server. I was like, thank you, but you know, Discord Nitro won't, you know, fill my stomach up. I'm gonna need 10 gifted, but I'm like fucking with him, but kind of fucking with him and kind of pressing him. But then like I moved on. And I started making fun of him a little bit, and then he went off the rails. And I think we yelled at each other for an hour. And when I say yell, I mean my mic was at 100. I'm yelling, like actually yelling, not the shit that you guys are calling loud. And he was yelling at me. I was a lot of fun. I loved it. But yeah, after that, he was really pissed. And then he sent some people to my channel, and they played gay porn on my stream. And yeah, I don't know how I haven't been banned. I'll be honest with you guys. Okay, I've broken the TOS 1,000 times on Twitch, but yeah, he wanted to kill me. And my chat was more concerned than me. And death threats, you know, as Destiny knows, death threats online are not serious. You know, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Wow, that's a rough life. I just bought a really nice gimbal, and I think it doesn't work with cell phones, so I'm fucking retarded.
Let me see it real quick.
Hold
Put it
on.
to the camera.
It's a huge one. It handles real cameras, but I thought it has a phone attachment, but I think the phone attachment is just to go on top of a real camera. It's not for it to actually hold a camera. Hold on. Or hold a cell phone. One sec. Fuck me.
Get a refund.
Well, I've already opened everything now.
Wait, you can't get a refund after you've opened it?
I'm too lazy. I'd have to put it back in the box and ship it back and all this stupid shit.
Listen, McDonald's forgets my sauce. I'm getting a refund. Okay. When it comes to asking for refunds, boys, I'm a Karen. I'm keeping it real with you.
Let's see. Did this ever say it held a phone, or did I completely make this up in my fucking head? Fuck. I don't think this can hold just a phone. Fuck me.
Wait, do you want to do IRL content?
Yeah, but I threw away my last gimbal, I think, when I moved, because I don't have room in my car for it.
Minus 279. Holy shit! This tiny thing is $279.
It's not tiny. This gimbal is fucking huge. Hold on.
Oh, see that? Now that makes me feel better about myself.
This gimbal is a big boy. This is a fat fucking big ass gimbal. Oh, god damn it.
Jeebus! Oh my god, bro, your arms are gonna get tired if you keep carrying that thing around. Like, just
Let me
get
see
the.
it. Wait, pull it up real quick. Let me see it again.
It's a big boy gimbal. Big ass fucking gimbal. Huge, dude.
Oh wow.
I just want a nice gimbal for my phone. The problem with the problem with a lot of cheap gimbals, I say cheap, but even for $120, the problem with gimbals that hold your phone is that, like, if you put any sort of pressure on it, the gimbal's not strong enough, and then it'll like fall over to the side, and it's just fucking annoying as fuck. I
You know
want
what's
like
funny, bro? I actually like your hair right now.
Thanks.
Comb it though.
No, don't touch it. I actually like the blue right now. I don't know what, like, did you shower today?
Today.
It just
Or last night maybe?
Yeah, I shower every day, yeah, or every other day, yeah.
There's something like the blue actually looks good today. It's weird. Like before the blue was looking a little wild, but right now I actually like it.
Glazing. Slurping. Also, Destiny, what happened? Like, one of your friends didn't like you and you completely went AWOL? Like, you just went crazy?
Listen,
What's wrong
sometimes
with
you just
that?
sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
What
I'm
happened?
surprised. I'm surprised that one of his girlfriends said that he doesn't work out his arms, which may I say I disagree with, and that I don't know what did she say that you're a rape apologist or something?
No, it was just dumb shit. But I'm over it.
Guys, men and women
What-
can't be friends.
What does him not working out his arms have to do with anything?
No,
It's
he showed
a
Slider.
longer, more complicated story, okay? But it's
Okay,
not relevant. Don't
fair.
worry about it. It's all dumb. Water under the bridge now.
That's where the water's meant to be, right? But let me just say this real quick.
Yeah, say it really
Let me
quick.
just say this real quick. I forgot what I was about to say real quick. Train, you're rubbing off on me, dude. I forgot.
Nice job.
I don't know, I keep looking at you. I think I'll just scroll down.
Okay. There's no way this can hold a phone. I don't know why I'm looking at this. It's never holding a phone. It's not meant to. It's not
You
going
guys
to.
are not used to gauge jokes. Like,
Gay
I've seen
jokes?
your community. Yeah, you're like, your community is so shocked. They're like, oh my god, this dude. Like, I can't believe he says this. Like, oh. Like, bro, like, you never had friends? Like, in school, you never, like, used to just grab your friend's booty and stuff? Like,
No.
like you guys would never... I mean, you went to, like, Catholic school, so You might have grabbed their dicks, but like not their booty. Like we do that for fun.
Yeah, grab their
Especially
dicks.
In this video, I'm going to show
not their
you how
booty.
to set
Like
up your
we've all had that
podcast
one friend that was like caked up. You know what I'm trying to say?
Nope.
What do you mean? Like you never had a friend that had a fat ass?
I mean, maybe fat friends, but
No. He wasn't fat. He was chubby, but he wasn't fat. Like it was like a BBL. It was ridiculous. You know what? I started the whole thing like I'd do like the gayest thing of all time, and I'd say no homo, and it immediately cancels it out. I just got away with it.
What
no
the
cases.
Fuck is this shit? Oh wait, you can use this with a phone.
What did I want to say?
Yeah, what did you want to say?
I forgot.
What the Mel?
Something. Oh yeah, women. Yeah. Do you believe men and women could be friends?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, we got.
You think so?
I think so.
Oh no. There's always some underlying sexual tension. If she's ugly to you, right? Because beauty is subjective. If she's ugly, then I think you could be friends. I think so. But if you even have the slightest bit of attraction towards her, you're fucked.
I think it helps
Incorrect.
if both of you guys are like dating somebody. It probably helps a lot.
No, but even
Incorrect.
then,
Incorrect on both.
You can't handle it though. That's the problem.
Incorrect on both.
Okay,
Well,
what's your
Fran said
take?
we're incorrect, so.
What's your take? You can't say
Here's
we're
the-
incorrect and not give a take.
Here's the real gauge, okay? The real gauge no one thinks of is... So here's the issue with the conversations regarding friendship on that level, right? When it comes to, two straight people of the opposite, two straight people of the opposite gender, obviously, or opposite sex, whatever. You can't base it off of, okay, well, I'm not attracted to her. Okay, well, we're going to walk around. Like, what you have to do is, here's in my opinion, the indication, right? So let's say I'm a straight man, Destiny, and you're a straight man, right?
Okay, but
There is never going to be a level of drunkenness or a level of drugs or high that you and I can get to, or a level of horniness together where we're going to say, you know what, fuck it. Let's make a bad decision and let's hook up, you and I, right? There isn't a level. Now, if you and a girl that you're not attracted to, right? Let's say you're both fucked up, you're both, maybe off the rebound, you're both drunk as hell, high as hell, and that moment comes up. Is that moment a possibility? Can you envision a moment at both of your maybe worsts where you're fucked up, you're not into each other, you're just friends, but you both need, let's say, dick or pussy, right? And it's the best viable option. I think the possibility of even that option, or I think that option even being a possibility, if you can think of a scenario, no matter how fucked up, no matter how like extreme in terms, obviously aside from like anything non-consensual, I'm referring to all consensual, right? I make that clarification. In 2023, people are wild these days.
Bro,
but
keep going on.
yeah, the point that I'm making is, if there is a possibility, in my opinion, where at some point, whether it's at your worst, whether it's while you're drunk, whether it's while you're both off rebounds, whether each of your boyfriend and respective girlfriend cheats on you and you want to just go out and have fun and just have sex, and there's only you two there, you have to think of every one of those, and if one of them is possible, then I don't think it's possible to just be friends.
Okay, so you believe it's friends with benefits type situation?
No, I think in order to really have that truly platonic...
No!
It's between two men. If you want a truly platonic
No,
friendship,
not
it's gotta
between
be
two men, but I'm saying you have to get to that. Maybe there is a world where a man and woman can just be friends, but
No,
I think
it doesn't
I think the problem is once again, as humans, I don't know why we keep bouncing into this, where it's always these extremes, just friends or not friends at all. Like, that's the issue. Why is it when people talk, it has to be just friends? Men and women can just be friends. Like,
because,
listen.
Yeah, but who wants to be a fence sitter though? That's what you're trying to do right now.
I don't. But no, you're not fence sitting. It's the reality of it. I don't believe that there is a world where a man and a woman that are not attracted to each other. I don't think there's a. I believe there is a scenario in which, even in a logical scenario, there might be a logical explanation to why you two should hook up in that moment. And if that exists
But then
between
it's
any
not
two
a platonic
people,
friendship then. That's not a.
That's what
platonic
I'm
friendship.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's like friend,
I don't
like
think
friends
a
with
man and a
benefits
woman
type.
can be friends
There you
like
go. So
that.
you agree with me? Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think a man and a woman can just be friends. I think they can be friends, but I think to set that barrier and say they'll never hook up if they're truly just friends.
Okay,
like,
so let's focus.
That
Let's
extreme,
focus
I
on
don't think it
platonic
exists.
friendships. Don't worry about the other types of friendships. When it comes to platonic friendships, you do not believe that men and women could be friends because there's always.
No, I think
that-
they can be friends. I don't think they can just be friends.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like when it comes to platonic.
No, you're saying they
friendships-
can't be friends. I'm saying they can be friends, but they can't just be friends. If a possibility exists somewhere where that hookup may happen, because
Yeah,
just
and
friends,
that's my biggest
just-
problem.
Just friends dictates no hooking up, right? Like me and Destiny can just be friends because there isn't a single world outside of obviously someone drugging us and forcing us to do it, right? Like outside
That's
of
why
that,
I
like.
said platonic. Train. That's why I said platonic. Platonic means that there isn't anything underlying.
Fix your fucking mic, Darius.
Like the weird shit is not there. That's why I said platonic. So you don't believe that men and women could be in platonic friendship because there's always something. They could be friends, but not like you and Destiny friends, right?
Let me clarify something to this dumbass in chat that once again is just really stupid.
Wait,
Okay.
that's a different part.
Don't leave Train alone with your grandma. If she has a pussy, there's always a chance. If that's what you got from it, if that's what you got from it, then you're a fucking idiot.
You don't think with a couple of drinks you'd be down to fuck Steven?
No, I know I wouldn't.
Who needs the drinks?
Maybe you just not
want
open
something
minded.
nice.
Because I know. What about me? What about me? Let's take a gander at me. Like you get a couple drinks.
There is
Me and
no
you look
man
at
that
it.
I would have sex with or perform any sexual act on or receive a sexual act from.
Wait, are you serious?
At any level of like, I would like listen. I'm confident in my sexuality. That's why I can act the way I act. That's why yeah, I could grab Steven's dick. I could smack him in the ass, be like, yo, what's good, bro? You have a nice looking dick. I can do these things because I'm confident in my sexuality. I know I'm straight.
But people would say then that some people would say that's gay though.
Well, they're ignorant.
Okay, but what to you is the lowest level of gay, right? Is it stroking his dick? Would that be like the lowest form of gauge you could like?
I could take Destiny's dick in my ass and still not be gay or bisexual.
Oh my god, dude, you're delusional. See, this is the delusion you were talking about. This is why you can't go to sleep at night.
No. I'm not delusional. Listen, think about this, okay? The failure in your understanding of what I'm saying is your ignorance on the topic of what makes somebody gay, bisexual, or straight. This idea that if I stick Destiny's dick in my ass, suddenly I have turned gay or suddenly I am gay is a very ignorant, closed-minded view and is actually why
But you're just attracted to
homophobia
femininity, is what you're
exists.
saying,
People
right?
think that they truly believe that if you touch a dick or if a dick hits your mouth, you are suddenly gay or bisexual. In reality, let me finish all the way, please. In reality, listen, here's what we need to move forward with as a society, okay? It is okay to look at other men and say, oh, that's a good-looking guy, or, okay, that's a nice dick, or, oh, that's a nice-looking pussy. These are normal things. People think that these somehow translate into you wanting it, or it's a sign that you're in the closet and you're secretly, attracted to it. There's a difference between being turned on and attracted to something rather than stepping back and objectively looking at it and saying, okay, you know what, that is a nicely cut dick. You understand? People mix these two things up, and that's what causes today's homophobia or, other things in that, closed-minded field.
Okay, let me answer you with this. This sounds like, and I'll bring Destiny into this. This sounds like Destiny's take of a guy could molest a child, but he could not be a pedophile because the intention, if it was to just assert himself and abuse the power that he has over the child, then that means he's not a pedophile. He's just somebody who molested the child because it's the intention that matters. What you're trying to say here is the intention is what matters. Are you attracted to Destiny? If you're attracted, even without you committing anything that's gay, that would make you gay. That's what you're saying. Even if you like.
Number one, I want to make this clear. Number one, that's actually a false equivalence.
How's it a false equivalence? Because both of them are predicated on the intention. Right, you said I could do anything, even take it up the ass, and it's not gay.
It's a false equivalence because one of them is not accounting for the ability for somebody to overpower a child is indicative of something. Just stop. Let me talk. Right, is indicative of something entirely different. But me and Destiny consensually and mutually and legally touching
You're
dicks,
focusing on the wrong part.
I'm not, because it's
are.
a false equivalence. No, it's a false equivalence to use that
It's a false
example to try and
equivalence if you
prove the other.
Focus on what you're talking about right now. What I'm saying is
You
the
have to
reason why he-
consider that, because it's a very serious argument what you brought up, and
Okay, I'll explain it to you.
they have nothing to do with each other.
I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you exactly. Pedophilia is the attraction that somebody may have to a child. The attraction, not you actually committing the act of abusing the child. It's the attraction that you have towards the child. So if somebody did abuse a child without having an attraction to the child, he wouldn't be labeled as a pedophile, right? That's the Destiny argument here. And your argument, and we're not speaking about the consent part, because obviously a child can't consent, so that's out of the window here, right?
Well, Destiny's. Well, listen. I'll make it easy for you, okay? That individual doing that is a evil piece of shit that should be treated in the same light, because that's disgusting. But what Destiny's saying, as far as definitions go, that would be consistent. That would be consistent.
Perfect. Okay.
That would
so
be
you're
consistent
following.
with the gay example or the.
That's what I'm fucking telling you right now. So what you're saying is, it's the intention that matters. Like you could do whatever, but as long as you're straight and you know you're straight, like you could take it up the booty and it's not gay, right? That's what you're saying. It's because it's with you. It's the intention that you're carrying. So you see how it's not a false equivalency? It's because you're focusing on the wrong part. Because it's it's a tough.
Yeah, but
example.
but bringing these examples up are very fucking dangerous, because the average person is very fucking stupid and they won't understand.
I'm not worried about the average person. I'm just worried. I know optics is bad.
Yeah, you're not worried because you're a fucking 2-viewer streamer, but I'm fucking worried.
I worked hard for the 50. Could you at least give me
I don't give
credit
a
for the
fuck. Like
50?
it's just it's not. You don't need to use that extreme of an example to prove a point. You could have used anything else.
Nah, it's the one that was.
It's just.
It was the one that came
In
first.
a world of stupid people, you have to be very careful bringing that shit. Like Destiny brings it up responsibly, or at least relatively speaking, right?
Okay, okay.
You have to be careful,
that's you
bro.
glazing Destiny right there.
You just have to be careful. That's it.
Okay, I didn't do it the wrong way, by the way. I'm pretty sure the way that I described it was very, very straightforward. And if anybody misunderstood it, guys, that's on you. That's not on me. But either ways, moving on, right? It still stands. You're saying your intention. By the way, that was you virtue signaling, bro, right there. Okay, I'm just putting it out there. But check this out. I still say you're gay if you took it up the booty. I don't care about your intentions.
Even if they dressed up like real cute, like feminine, like if
I
you
just
shave.
No, if you're the top, you're not gay. If you're the bottom, you're gay.
That's
think about it. You can't say that's the dumbest when you said some of the dumbest shit right now, right? You can't. Don't play the.
What did I say that's dumb?
You said you could take it up the booty and not be gay because definitionally homosexuality depends on your attraction inwards. I don't know. You're being a definition, Andy. That's cringe. Don't do that. I'll tell you this, right? The reason why the top can't be gay,
brother, I could listen. I can put Destiny's dick in my mouth, and it doesn't make me. I don't suddenly become gay or bisexual. That's not what.
They can
you
be
don't
a child
become anything. You're not even
abuser
bi-curious. You're still
without
100%
necessarily
straight.
being a pedophile.
That's in your vision, right? You're as straight as the dude that's never even looked at a guy ever, right? Which doesn't make any sense. You know that, right? But let me put it to you into perspective, right?
Okay.
If you're the top, at the end of the day, like where there's a hole, there's a goal, right? And you're just fucking a hole, right? And the guy who's the bottom, he's performing the greatest act of submission when it comes to human interaction. Like you're just letting somebody pipe the fuck out of you. You know what I mean? Like, you're just letting somebody dominate you, and that in itself is.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
That it's feminine. That's feminine nature.
Torontos, I'm gonna ask you a question. Imagine you're blindfolded. Okay. Imagine you're blindfolded, and a more feminine set man comes over, but you believe it's a female, and this man is sucking your dick, and you are enjoying every second of it, okay? And you bust the fattest load in this man's mouth. Now, you believe it's a woman, right? Maybe you've even pictured it's a beautiful, woman and blah, blah, blah. Now, when you take so in that moment when you're blindfolded, you're enjoying that blowjob. When you take the blindfold off and you realize that it was a man, all of that's going to change, correct? If you think about why that is, all of your questions will be answered.
Why is that? You tell me.
Destiny.
What?
No. Trey loves to do these things. No, listen. You played us into this position. Play us out. Be the quarterback. Tell me, how is it gonna change? Destiny? Right? You can't use your trap card. Listen, you know you're arguing just for the sake of arguing because of what you said. Because number one, if I was blindfolded, I was finessed. I'm not Gage. I was finessed. Right? Nobody's because right now you're when you spoke about that, you're talking about the person's skill, and the guy's skill may be better than most women.
No. It's
But
not
that
about
won't
the
make
skill.
you
It's about you believing it was a woman, right?
Uh-huh.
And what changes on a psychological level when you see that it's a man. I'm not
Because
referring to
I'm
the
not
actual
attracted
act.
to the man. Yeah, but
It's
I'm
not the actual
attracted.
act. Ignore the act. I'm referring to what you can sit back and enjoy versus what changes in that enjoyment, right? And right, all those physiological changes that occur once you see on a psychological level that it's a man that gave it to you, it all changes. Now, if you could remove yourself from that and look at it for what it is, nothing really changed there. You got a good blowjob from a man. And now that you know it's a man, you know you didn't, you know, you're not going to enjoy it. So you know you're not gay. Did you understand? But the objective fact remains, it was still a good blowjob. But it doesn't change
Yeah,
your
who cares
sexuality.
What you think, though? No, who cares what you think though? If you what you're trying to say right now is
So,
once
so what are you
take the
saying? That
blindfold-
since a man sucked your dick, you're forever gay now?
No, Train, let me finish. Okay? Right? What you're trying to say is once you take off the blindfold and you see a man, now all of a sudden you don't like the blowjob. No, that will never change. You liked it. Whether it was a guy or a girl, you liked it. But you're not gay because number one, you were tricked into it. You didn't willingly do it. Right? Like, because let's say you don't know.
Yeah, but think deeper about what that means. Like, have you ever thought deeper in what that means and why that is?
It
It
Why that is-
redefines everything.
Okay, since you sound like somebody who has thought deeper about it, take me through it. Go. And don't say Destiny. Take me through it.
Well, I've thought deeper into it because I've been in a situation like that.
Whoa! You had your dick sucked by a dude.
I didn't get my dick sucked, but I made out with a dude.
How did it
And I can even say objectively, great kisser.
Wait, you were blindfolded? Was this a dare? Was this like some Arizona weird stuff? What was this?
Well, technically, the problem is I have to be careful here because
Oh my god, dude. You live in fear. What the hell?
yeah, I have to be careful here. I shouldn't say it was a dude.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
shit.
It was Optimus Prime. It was Optimus Prime. It was the Decepticons. It was
No,
Bumblebee.
No. Just listen, hear me out here, okay? It was so this was a long time ago, okay? So how can I say this, okay?
Say it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the way to say this because in this, so I always respect, right? If even pre-op, if an individual, right, identifies as a female and but was born a man, I'm going to refer to that individual as they or she. Do you understand? I'm going to refer to them as a girl. This situation was a bit different. That's why I said it's a dude. So I don't want that to be confused with my acceptance of transgender individuals, right? So this individual situation was different because they themselves, after the fact, presented themselves as a dude. So that's why this would be different. So they, right after the fact, they said, "I need to tell you something. I'm actually a man."
After the fact.
Yeah, so they are the ones that came to me and so they're the ones that came to me and identified as a man. So that's why I say in this situation it was a dude. So I want to be very careful there because I do, I do accept,
Wait, were you
how people want to be referred to, at least up until like they, them, she, he, right?
Sure. Perfect. You don't deal with the Xenos. Fine, right? But are you telling me that they looked so feminine and they approached you as a woman? Obviously not saying I'm a woman. It's just that you looked at them and you're like, this is a woman. But then after you made out, they're like, surprise, motherfucker, right? How did you feel when I mean, first of all, take us through the story. Take us through the story. How did it go down?
I've told the story on stream many times. So I forgot exactly how it happened. I forgot exactly how it went down. But pretty much, this was during a phase where I was going through. It was a heavy drinking weed and drug phase. So I was fully just what people in today's generation would call yeeted. In my generation, we just called it fucked up. But yeah, no one says yeeted in this generation. I thought I was old. Okay, well that shows how old I am.
No,
Anyways,
no, you sound like a boomer saying that.
yeah, I was off the Blinkerton.
Go on.
I was faded than a hoe.
Okay, we got you now.
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
Hold on. Yeah, no, fried is me. I was faded than a hoe. Yeah. I was yeeted. I was faded than a bitch.
I'm pretty sure
I was
you're faded in
obliviated.
a hole right now. Brother, go on, man. What
I was
happened?
Yodi gang. I was zooted. Oh, I was thinking of zooted. Yeah, I was zooted. That's what I meant. I was zooted. That's what it was. Thank you, brother. I was on the Benjamin City. I was on the Plinkerton.
Okay, get to the fucking story. Holy shit.
So pretty much, I invited this individual over, and they presented themselves as a woman, which is what they were until they later specified differently to me.
Wait. Oh, you know what? Go on. Forget it.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think it was. I forgot what it was through. I want to say maybe it was Tinder. Anyways, individual came over, and we, started smoking some weed, and, we start making out. Great kisser, by the way. Fantastic kisser. Soft lips, right? Now, and this individual is a very petite individual. Very petite, you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought nothing of it. Now, we were making out, and I remember I went to finger the individual, and, she was about it, right? And I'm referring to in this moment before she came to me and identified herself later as a man, which I guess is confusing in itself. But anyways, at this time, she was down, but it was weird because I thought I thought what I was fingering was just like a loose pussy.
Yeah, I do.
I thought it was like a scram. I thought it was scrambled like pussy because I couldn't
thought it was
find.
Arby's beef.
No, listen, I couldn't. I was wondering. I'm like, damn, am I this rusty? Like I couldn't find the entrance. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, I came to figure out that was the ball sack I was fingering.
Oh my god, this is.
Why aren't you laughing, Destiny? Come on, bro.
Pretty wild.
This shit has already been there, okay?
So, wait, Destiny's been there too?
Hey, he knows all about it, buddy.
Okay, so anyways, I thought I was fingering, or trying to, attempting to finger what I believed to be a pussy, but because they wanted to keep their, pants on, but they were kind of encouraging it, and I was fingering the ball sack, and pretty much after that, made out a little longer, and then that ended. She asked for a ride back, and in the car, she's like, "I need to tell you something." I'm like,
Well, at this time you were oblivious. You had no clue.
I was still oblivious. Yeah, I was pretty fucked up. And I remember we were in, I forgot what we were in, the Uber. We were in something, maybe a taxi. I don't know what it was, but I remember she said, "I need to tell you something." I'm like, "What is it?" She's like, "Do you want to address should we address the elephant in the room?" I'm like,
Elephant shrunk, you mean?
I was like, "What do you mean?" I was truly oblivious. And she's like, "Well, I'm assuming, I was kind of insecure. I'm assuming that why, I didn't let you go farther down, or, I'm like, "No, I really didn't think anything of it." And that's when she
then presented herself. She's like, I'm a man.
She said she's a man.
Yeah, she's like, I'm a man. She's
Thank
like,
God I don't take grammar classes these days. Holy.
yeah, and then I said, huh? And then from there it was just whatever. Like I even in that moment where I felt right, this is where you have to be very careful, because if she still identified as a woman, right, it'd be a little different. But in this situation when she identified as a man afterwards, right, that's when I felt very like
betrayed,
deceived, right? I just thought like, you just let me know beforehand, right? But I didn't freak out. Like I was very, very kind, and yeah, like it was. I mean, that's how you have to be, right? Like because at the end of the day, like I remember she or I guess in this way, I guess I'll say he since she presented, but I assume that after, I don't know. I assume that, I'm sure now.
No, but
let's just say they.
She's a guy.
I'm gonna say they. I'm gonna say they just in case. So I assume in those situations they probably are very scared, right? Now it like I remember I told them that like you should let people know. But yeah, I was very I kept an open mind. I've always been open-minded in that regard. Like even to this day, like I don't take like, you know, most people in my opinion from what I've seen, like they would have taken that experience and, you know, there would have been a fear that grew from it and they would have grew ignorant and distant. But I took that experience and it actually opened my mind further. Like I'm not down to ever do it again, but I don't have like a hatred at all. Like I don't know. I just tell the person like in this situation.
If she was a bad kisser, though, you know, the hatred would have been there, right? Just saying.
No, Steven.
She was petite and good looking, boy.
Well, let me finish. So
does this work? Do I sound better?
Sure.
Let's go. Okay, go on.
So realistically speaking, like I remember even they thanked me later on. Like they texted me and they're like, yo, thank you for like keeping your cool and, you know, being open-minded and cool about it. Like, I'm sorry. And that's when I knew like there needs to be, you know, like obviously they should have let me know, but there needs to be more like education on this kind of stuff for, you know, not for them, but for us that may have, you know, maybe reacted in a different way. Which she told, which they told me.
Truly enlightened one.
Well, no, they told
I mean, come
me
on, now,
that
you had the right to be pissed. You do know that, right?
Yeah, yes, but
I'm not saying like go full King Kong on her.
Yeah, but the problem is,
you kind of got raped a little bit. It's kind of.
Yeah, like I was about to say that's a violation. Like me personally, if that happened to me.
Wait, what'd you say, Destiny?
You kind of got raped a little bit.
You're a victim.
I was definitely. I'll be honest. Like, I don't want to make this sound like, you know, some first world problems type stuff, but I think for the following 2 years, I was like, wherever I went, I wasn't there. You understand
me? Now you went way more dramatic
okay.
about it.
Okay, you're like first world problems. Now you're like, oh, I'm scarred.
No, I wasn't, bro. Like
that
was like for me, that was like obvious. Like I said, I know people go through really serious fucked up shit that's way worse than that. Like I'm not like.
Don't compare struggles. This is
like I said,
right?
I kept an open mind. I was cool about it. I wasn't angry, right? And I would like to say, or I would like to think that I was just very polite and very cool and very open minded, right? And even though I felt deceived, I made them feel safe and, you know, feel okay and feel cool. And, you know, it was just a mutual goodbye, right? But still afterwards, I remember like going to get a drink and I was sitting at the, man, what's that? Oh, the Peninsula in LA. I was at the Peninsula Hotel in LA and I was having a whiskey sour and I was like not fully there.
Because of this. Yeah, because like
wow. I couldn't, right? Because like I was in the same area that I think you were in. I was like, okay, what does this mean, right? Like, and then, you know, through time and through the experience itself, it really opened my mind up, and I realized like, so I don't only talk from logic.
Cope. That's the cope. When you say my brain is open to it,
I completely disagree. I completely disagree. I think because where I'm coming from isn't only logic and reason; it's from experience. I know myself. I know I can literally fly to Destiny's house and stick his cock in my mouth, and I'm telling you, it does not.
it does not make me gay or bisexual. It doesn't make me
No, listen,
experiment.
if-
Unless my
no, no.
intention is to experiment. I'm telling you.
If you got stealth like finessed, right? You're not gay. But if you lay on the bed and you're like, Destiny, shove your big white cock in my booty right now, but I'm not gay because I really don't want it. I'm just doing it to prove somebody online wrong. That's
if
gay
I
as hell.
if I sat there saying put your dick in my ass, but I know I'm not
Why else is
gay,
he gonna
like
put-
that would
Honestly,
be
I
the-
think avoiding dick in your ass your whole life is actually the gayest thing because you're so scared that you'll enjoy it. That you're probably secretly
you're like
gay.
the sneaker, you should try
So I
being
think
a
that
cuck
you
to
should
see if
try
you
it.
like
Yeah,
it.
that's true. Train's right. You should try it. The only people that really
should
know they're
try to eat
straight
shit to
are
see
people
if
that
it
have
tastes
gotten
good, boys.
people who've gotten fucked in the ass and they're like, I'm not gay. That's the only way to truly know. If you haven't, you're a
Listen,
closet gay, 100%.
Listen, I just took a shit, boys. I just took a shit. And I swear to God, it felt like I was shitting out a hedgehog. I think this is how penises would feel. Me personally, I don't want it. Everybody feels how it is to have a cock up their booty,
but that
it's poop coming
intention,
out, you know what I'm saying?
but where that's coming from is actually it stems more from homophobia than it does from anything
Get the
else.
fuck out of here. I swear to
It
God.
does.
Okay,
Train's right.
Brother,
boys,
if you're
Brother.
straight, listen. If you're straight, it doesn't matter. Listen, if you believe a dick would feel like a nice shit that you took, and you don't want it for that reason, then you not wanting it isn't because you're straight. It's because you're scared that you might like it. And it might
Yeah.
mean something other than the reality that you're straight,
True.
which in itself is ignorant and,
And gay.
closed-mindedness
And super
conditioning.
gay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Listen.
first of all.
Oh my God.
This is the Gaslight Olympics, and you guys are getting straight up last place because this is not working. Number one, I don't need a cock up my fucking ass.
It sounds
to
like you're
know that I'm gonna
gaslighting
like it or
yourself,
not.
to be honest.
Listen, okay. Let you, Mr. Enlightened Train.
I think you already admitted that you'd enjoy the feeling.
No, Train. Have you ever had it up the booty?
I have not, but I've taken shits
So
that
why
I
are
wish
you
I could.
talking to me?
So I'll tell you.
You
I'll
should
tell you
try it
why.
right now.
I'll tell you why.
Try
I'll
it.
tell you why. I've taken shits that I wish I could shit back up and re-shit them because it felt so
now
good.
now we go back to the shit analogy. He was like, oh, why are you comparing it to a shit? Blah blah blah. No. Don't use my analogy. I'm the only one who has perms for that. Why haven't you taken a pee? At least I'm pretty sure Destiny has tried it and he's like, I don't like it. I just like sucking, which I don't even believe. You're telling me the bisexual man all of these years never hit on a single dude, but goddamn near every woman that comes on
Because
his
you're
stream gets hit
arguing.
on? Kinda
Because
weird.
you're arguing the wrong thing. The real answer to that question or to that example would be sure. Objectively speaking, an object hitting the male G spot in the ass would feel good. But I don't want it in this way because I am not into that, nor am I attracted to it. The problem
sounds
is
like homophobia.
No,
Internalized
it's not homophobia because you understand that objectively speaking, anything hitting your G spot in your anal cavity is going to feel good. You're
So we're all
equating.
gay. We're all gay then.
No, see, man, you're equating wanting it to be a man sticking a dick up your ass
Well,
versus.
if your woman pegs you, you're gay.
But why are you arguing
give it
anatomy? Like, why are you arguing anatomy? You're trying to say because something in our ass makes us feel good, therefore we have to be gay. Like, you're comparing two things that shouldn't be comparable.
No. It is comparable because if you
It's
want to
not.
take it off, okay. When gay people have sex, how do they do it? One takes it up the butt. That's it. So if you're taking it up the
The
booty,
difference is
you're gay.
intention. You confuse
Me
that
personally, I
intention
don't
and
care.
it scares
Me
you, and that's
personally, I
what
don't
causes homophobia. You confuse the intention and it scares you, and that's what causes homophobia. You understand?
Okay.
Until
You
we
do
can
sound
educate
really afraid.
people.
Yeah.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
so both of you, right? The enlightened homosexuals. You're telling me
Enlightened
right now
heterosexuals,
that
yeah.
No. Homosexuals. Destiny, stop. She's your mustache right there. Okay, but check this out, right? You're telling me that everybody's gay and every guy is gay is they never took it up the booty is because they're afraid they're gonna like it because the G spot's there and they're just afraid they're gonna love
You're
it. So
equating
everybody's a
liking
bottom.
it. You're equating liking it with it being gay, and you're equating why
If you
it
like
feels
it, that
good.
came internally.
You're
If you like
equating why it feels good.
Train is saying
to
there
it
is
having to be
a
dick.
biological function. If you get fucked in the ass by a guy and you like it, that's not gay at all. You're just acknowledging the reality of what's there. But if you get fucked up the ass and you say you don't like it, that means that you're super gay because you're so scared of you enjoying it that you're denying the biological
You're
reality
so
there.
scared of acknowledging the biology, the G spot in there.
Listen,
Train,
Allah
I'm
gave us that
telling you right
G-spot.
now.
Okay, if He put the G-spot there, then you meant for us to enjoy
Okay.
it. Okay.
Okay, listen. Last time I checked, if everybody in the world was homosexual, we just last a single generation,
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen.
Karantos,
So
let me ask
stop
you a
that
question.
argument.
Let me ask
It
you a
doesn't work.
question. Let me ask you a question.
question. Go ask.
So men that are straight that have
Uh-huh.
sex with hot, sexy, fucking women, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When that woman sticks their finger up the man's ass while giving him a blowjob, is that man fucking gay? Is that man gay now?
He's a homosexual.
Okay, then you're a closed-minded, ignorant person that's most likely scared of some internal feeling that makes you think you might be gay, and you don't want to self-reflect. Self-reflect, and you'll realize it's not the case.
No, Train. Let's play this game. I promise you've had an infinite amount more sex than I did.
I've never had anything in my ass.
Stop. You've never had anything in your ass. Seems to me like the guy who's had sex numerous times and has never even thought, hey, maybe stick your thumb in my booty. You seem like the one who's closed-minded, and you need to reevaluate the way
because listen, what you were
This is internalized homophobia.
No, what you're confused by is you are trying to argue that a gay man is going to feel good with something in the ass, and a straight man will not. It's a stupid, closed-minded argument. You're arguing against science, anatomy, and everything else that's factual.
Train, you're strawmanning me. I never
Then
said
why are
that
you saying that a woman sticking their finger up your ass is gay? If I stick a chest piece in my ass, it'll probably feel fucking good. Does that mean I'm gay?
You are homosexual because
No, you're just vanilla.
No. Listen to me. Whoa. Okay. So that means you're also vanilla, and that's your excuse as to why.
Yeah,
you're
I know
not
I'm
the one
vanilla.
who
I'm not
internalize
comfortable with anything
homophobia.
around my ass because
Okay, why can't
I
it
just
be the
don't
same
want
for
it.
me?
But I know it's
Why-
gonna feel
why-
good, but that doesn't mean I'm gay. I'm not doing it out of the fear of it feeling good and it means I'm gay. I've accepted that it will feel good. I just don't want it. I don't prefer it. Do you understand?
Train. Stop being a dipshit. You're trying to paint me as somebody who's saying that you can't feel good from it. I'm saying that
Then what are you
technically,
saying?
obviously, you could feel good from it. I'm saying if you actually ever like venture to your booty and want anything done there,
I disagree.
The likelihood of you being gay is higher, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so let me ask
It's
this.
not
Okay?
damn near confirmed. I don't care if it's a woman.
Okay, so tomorrow, if you go get a anal probe and it feels good, you're gay.
I told my father, anybody that wants to touch my balls or my butt, I'm dying.
Don't
I told him I'm dying.
Gay? It literally squirts.
No colonoscopies.
What
no
if
nothing,
what if a woman is breastfeeding her kid and it starts to feel a little bit good? Is she a pedophile?
Okay, now that's just being retarded.
I'm just asking. It's a legit question, is it?
That doesn't work.
Really?
I'm just saying, some people, especially the people. Okay, would you say that somebody that doesn't like their booty being fiddled with versus somebody that just shoves feet up their goddamn booty? You're telling me that one is not gayer than the other? Let's be okay, Train, I'll ask.
Wait a second. Who in this call do you think has had the most like anal contact?
Probably Destiny, right?
It's between you and Darius.
It's you.
What?
You talk about
Wait,
using
how?
a bidet all the time. How
Yeah.
long are you pushing
You
that
told me
button?
to use a
Darius.
bidet,
Oh my
wait,
god, dude, this
one
guy's like
second.
pushing
It gets
buttons.
up
He's
there.
probably like on the toilet, like, oh yeah, just like smashing that bidet button.
Whoa! Hold on now.
You're
now,
actually a
ladies and
cute
gentlemen,
kid,
this is
Darius.
slander. This is slander.
It's not slander, it's fact.
You're very cute.
Thank you. I'm saying, like, I'm like, if you got a couple of drinks in you, I think you could possibly go for it. You know what I mean?
Are you straight?
I'd be classified as pansexual, but I don't really go for like labels or anything. You know what I mean? Like, if I feel the vibes are there. You know what I mean?
You're a pretty boy. I like that. You're actually you're pleasing to look at.
Thank you.
This motherfucker is so zesty, dude. This guy's the whole like.
No, you're actually pleasing to look at. Like it's I enjoy looking at you. It's odd. I didn't know you looked this way. I pictured like I don't know. I pictured something entirely different. Interesting.
Yeah, because of my name, people think I'm gonna be like really black and like big. But usually,
No, I wasn't thinking black and big. I was
I've
just
never
thinking,
seen a Darius who was black. Wait, aren't you Indian?
no, I'm not Indian. You are too, dude. You're a chatter. You're a fucking chatter if you're doing these fucking jokes now.
No. Wait. No. 1 second. I grew up in the Middle East. I literally have friends that look like you that are Indian.
India in the Middle East. I thought it was in Asia. Is that the?
Like there's there's immigration, there's airplanes and stuff, right? So I have a lot of Indian friends that look like you exactly.
Is that like the Trail of Tears? I don't know anything about like.
I'm just saying that maybe the 23andMe that you conducted was false because there's no way you're black, right? It's like saying Destiny is black or something. It doesn't make any sense. Like you look Indian as hell. But if you want to claim blackness, is okay, right?
Okay, I
It's bigger
claim
than
that.
black and white.
My father, for the experience I had, I say nigga all the time. I've been.
At this point, I'm desensitized. Ever I heard like Jonathan says it on this stream. Everybody can say it, okay? Even the Indians. I don't
John
care.
does not say John Zerka.
Yeah, he's as black as you. He gets to say it. Who cares?
He does not say nigga. When has John Zerka ever said that word?
He started it like last week. I don't know why.
Oh no way, he did.
Yeah.
Torontos.
I'm gonna finish this conversation real quick so we can move on to the next conversation, okay? And then I'll give you a chance to respond as well, okay? Here's the real issue in my opinion, okay?
somewhere along the line, we've been conditioned as human beings to think that anything that goes in our ass is gay, or us enjoying it is gay. But in reality, that conditioning in itself is the backwards thing. Do you understand? In my opinion, it comes down to who you want to put it in your ass, and who you, and keyboard, want. Do you understand? Want. Who you want. Who you would enjoy putting into your ass. Do you understand? But this idea that anything going into the ass, that's just, that comes from a backwards, a socially backwards conditioning that occurred sometime in the last, however many hundred years, that's caused you and all of us to believe that. But we need to move away from that. You understand? Because it's basic anatomy. We have a G-spot in our asshole. You understand? Do you understand that?
Okay, just because we have a G-spot there doesn't mean that we have to hit it. You know that, right?
Yeah, and that's your preference. That's okay. But what I'm saying is, you're not doing it. You don't want to do it for the wrong reasons, and that's what me and Destiny are. That's what me and Destiny are saying is a little suspicious. Do you understand? You're doing it out of the fear of what it. You're doing it out of the fear of what it could mean. No, you're doing it out of the fear of what it could mean if you like it. But what I'm saying is that conditioning itself is the backwards conditioning that's led you to believe that, and that's what's caused us to be in this closed-minded time, which we're slowly approaching. But unfortunately, the leaders who are guiding this movement, I don't think even understand what I'm saying or what Destiny may be arguing, and they're just doing it for the fucking big boy points, and that's why nothing's coming to a change. No one's explaining it in this way. If people explain it in this way more clearly and more often, I think people would slowly begin to understand it. Instead, the leaders that are in those positions, they're just doing it for clout and good boy points, and they're doing it for.
Stop bringing leaders up in every single
I'm just saying, bro. That's
Let me answer you, Train. Let me answer you. First of all, your asshole is not designed for shit to go up. It's designed for shit to go down. When we're speaking about what's normal and what's not, you're the one who's holding the abnormal, insane position, not the people that you're claiming are backwards and have held this belief for hundreds of years with no reason.
Is this true, Destiny?
Well, I don't know why did Allah put that spot in there.
Okay, just because your G-spot as a male is up your ass doesn't not
I love it. Why did
that you have to hit it.
You're such
right?
a little motherfucker.
You don't have to. Destiny, does that mean you have to hit it? Right?
I just don't know why. I just don't know why you'd put it there.
Why did Allah put it there?
No. Destiny, don't
you
worry
are such a little shit.
Destiny, don't worry why it's there. Don't worry why it's there.
I mean, I am worried.
Do we have to hit it?
Don't you believe in intelligent design? Isn't every part of our body put there for a reason?
Yeah, but you're telling me right now, with full confidence, that the reason it's there for us is for us to just have anal sex as men.
I don't know why it's there, dude.
That is the most passive-aggressive thing I've heard. That's hilarious.
Listen, at
why
this
did
point,
Allah put it there?
I'm used to it, but let me continue, right?
Is there like a hadith on anal sex or sodomy? There must be, right?
So when you try to claim, right? When you try to claim that we're the ones that are backwards, and when I say we, I'm not talking only about Muslims. The whole world thinks it's degenerate what Train's trying to propose. Number one, right? And number two, you trying to strawman me into this person that's so anti-anal sex because I may like it and I may love it and I may just turn into a booty fiend and I'm like, oh my god, is that a door handle? Let me just shove my fucking ass through it. Right? That's ridiculous. That's you strawmanning me, and that's you projecting the way that you really feel. Like if that's what you want to do, you're the one who could go do that. I'm not going to judge you. In fact, you're a person who's had sex multiple times, yet you've never, ever, 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 not a single time, had a thumb, a pinky next to your booty. Yet I'm the closed-minded one. I'm a virgin. I've never had sex. I'm a virgin. You're the one who's had sex multiple times. So could you at least answer why you never had anything near your booty? And don't tell me it's not my preference, because that's just me. Like that means you're closeted at that point. You're denying your homosexuality.
Are you okay?
So don't answer with that, please.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you. Why have you never had anything up your booty?
Because I don't want to.
Isn't that just you repressing your homosexual desires?
Does Train sound like the kind of guy who represses his homosexual desires?
Yeah.
No. Listen. Is the easiest way to not be seen as a homosexual is to make multiple gay jokes, right? That's why I say I'm extremely deeply closeted, ladies and gentlemen. I will never come out as homosexual. But Train, to go back to you, right? You're telling me it's because you don't want to. You're telling me that answer suffices even though you know that the G-spot is in the booty?
Yes.
So what does that say about you?
Here's the ultimate answer to what you're trying to prove.
Go.
If I'm in the closet, I have no issue with that. Okay, then maybe it is a repressed. Maybe I'm in the closet. Who knows? Maybe I'm in denial. Fine, but it doesn't matter. That's my point. You're so worried about being gay or not gay. That's what causes the homophobia.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
You seem
Like,
pretty
I'm not
worried
fucking
about it.
worried about
Listen to you right
First
now
of
how
all-
worried you are about
First
it.
of all, Train. Destiny.
Me
like I
being
said,
gay or
gaslighting
straight does not
Olympics,
change
you guys are falling
anything.
below the
It doesn't
Nazis right
change anything. Do you understand? The problem is people. I'm not gonna. Whatever.
Yeah,
Listen,
okay.
listen. You're trying to conflate biology, intention, and people just trying to hide their sexual desires. None of those things are happening. All I'm claiming is simply, if you want your booty touched, you're sus. And you could be sus. It's okay. I have no problem with it, right?
Wait,
But
Steve,
why?
I'm
But why have
Why?
you actually not done any anal stuff with
Well,
yourself?
first, I want to ask Karantos this: Why? Why is it sus for something to go around your booty?
Because you, as a man, have a penis, and then there is a woman, and she has a vagina, and the penis is meant to go into the vagina. Perfect. There you go. If you're trying to circumvent that by going in this shithole, you're sus. You're sus. Because guess who has that hole too? You and me, and Destiny, and most other guys out there. So it's sus.
Okay, so let's go one step further. If we're reaching like this, then I'll fucking reach. For all we know, each shit that leaves all of our assholes could be the dick of all of our gods, and we're all getting fucked
my God.
every day, once a day.
You are going to hell. You will rot and burn in hell for what you just said. That is disgusting. Okay? Fecal matter is nothing but your body throwing out waste. Okay? You just tried to go for a reach and you sounded like Destiny.
Technically, everything at a certain level is the same. So that's just your ignorance of how you're viewing it.
You know you didn't say anything right now.
I'm serious.
everything is the
Think about
same.
how to. Have you seen Star Trek? Have
Yeah,
you seen
think
their
about what he's
food,
saying
replicators?
on a deeper level. Don't just take it at the surface level. Think about it a little deeper.
Yeah, put it deeper in.
No, go on. Yeah. Tell me how everything is the same at a deeper
Well,
level.
what I'm
Tell me
saying
how
can't be.
me and
It
the
can't
shit
be
are
heard. It
equal.
has to be felt.
Or think about like you as a body, right? Like somebody ate a plant that took sunlight in from the sun. There were probably dead insects that fed the plant. There was animals that ate the plant. Your mom ate the animals, and then that became part of you, right? Technically, we're all part of the same shit, right?
Yeah.
Well, energy.
Pun
what
intended.
was it? Energy can be created or destroyed. We're just passing stuff along.
Yeah,
right?
so aren't we
Every
all
time
kind
I
of the
drink
same?
water, I'm drinking the Big Bang, right?
Yeah, there
I'm
you go.
drinking the beginning of the universe.
Yeah.
Like we're all the same. Like I'm part of the universe. Like me and you are all the same. So if you guys have sex with a woman, you're just committing incest because we're all the same organic material. Is that what you're trying to say?
Nobody said that. You're strawmanning. No, that's a strawman.
That's a straw man. I'm pretty
Straw
sure
man.
that's what you just said.
Also, they're
I'm
okay
pretty
with
sure that's what you
incest.
just said. We're
Logical
all the same,
fallacy.
right?
That was a strawman.
That was absolutely not a logical fallacy. But at the end of the day, if you guys want to think that we're all one big family, I'm okay with it, boys. Okay.
As long as
And I'm sure Destiny's okay with it since he's a big proponent of incest, which is base, by the way.
Hey, Kuritos, let me ask you something.
Oh my God! Just call me Q from now on, please. You called me Doritos with a Q. It's Carantos, but just call me Q.
His name's Cortana.
Carantos.
Cortana.
Okay,
Okay.
Rex.
Quesadilla. How do you feel about women who enjoy up the ass? Is it like okay for them?
Yeah, it's a
Do you
mental
acknowledge
illness.
the pleasure- the pleasure
It's a
side?
mental illness. It's a mental illness, absolutely.
Wait,
They
what do
need
you
to
mean?
find God. I mean, if you're taking things up your ass, especially in the West, because most of the people that do it up the ass are Western people, and you guys use toilet paper to wipe your ass, like you just like to engage in shitty sex, and I'm speaking in the literal
What
term,
the
like
fuck
shitty
does
sex.
toilet paper have to do with this?
Yeah, because your booty's not clean, right?
Am I lost?
And sometimes some of you guys are lazy, so like you don't clean up properly, so it's a mess.
Wait, is
It's a mess.
using toilet paper is lazy?
Oh, it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Did
Yeah.
I join the wrong conversation? I thought we were talking about anal.
Yeah, and I'm saying when you're performing anal, most of the people that perform anal are in the West. Most of the Western world uses toilet paper, so you're just fucking shitty booty.
Okay, most people who do butt stuff, they like flush their ass out.
Yeah, I said some people don't do it, and those that do it, listen, it's not 100% clear. And if I have to flush my ass out, that seems insane in itself. You tell me you're shoving something up your ass just so you could shit out water? Like, which one seems more normal
No.
to you?
You put the water in first, so you could put other stuff in there.
Yeah, but you're meant to, like, shit out the water, right? Before you do anything.
Yeah, the water goes in and then it comes out, and then
So you're
everything's clean in there, and then you can play.
Yeah, and that's completely normal, right? Totally normal to shove
it's
water up
hygienic.
your ass.
The
So you're telling me every time you take a shit, you shove a water bottle up your ass?
No, not a whole water bottle.
Just a cup. Like, that makes sense? You're telling me that's normal to you? There you go.
I don't know what
Ladies
just
and
happened.
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, don't send henchmen, okay?
Well, to be fair, if you want to go to the next level, define normal.
Ooh.
Train.
Yeah, like would you say like marrying 9-year-olds is normal, or?
On train for the life of me, you must be like some philosophy Andy, right? But like the worst kind, because I don't think you understand half the time when you're saying define normal. Because if I were to ask you to define normal, you'd say, Steven, Destiny, define it for me. Also, little Steve, Steve, stop trying to paint these strawmen, okay? Stop trying to paint me as the devil, because it's not gonna work. Is this
Destiny's
like
just having fun,
the
okay?
CIA
Let him have fun. We barely get to see this side. I love this side of
Just
Destiny.
chilling, okay.
This is the best side of Destiny, when you can have some like playful fun.
It's the CIA black site interrogation level. I know
Do you know
that.
a lot about those? You got a lot of family members in those?
Oh Jesus!
Hey,
Christ.
hey.
Okay, I didn't laugh at that
Wait.
for the record.
You're trying to joke, but hey, I'm telling you.
Wait, I'm back. What did you say?
Jesus.
Bro, that's like a 1990s joke, bro. That's really bad.
I've been advised by the council to not continue our conversation.
That's so
bad.
I'm Chiari. What's that? Like,
That's
the way
actually
of saying
so
cherry?
bad, Des.
He's the
I
one that
love you
made
for
the CIA black site joke, okay?
I love you for
That's
that, bro.
on
No,
him,
no, listen. Listen. If you go down for that, I'll go down with you, bro. That was hilarious.
Thanks.
Holy shit. You can't say that. Listen, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Like, actually, I can't. Well, I'm Middle Eastern. Yeah. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
he
Oh my
is.
God!
He's
you're
Persian.
Not, no, you're not Middle Eastern. No.
Hey,
you're
really?
not.
I'm Iranian, motherfucker. What are you on Middle
No,
Eastern?
you're not. You're not.
I'm
You're
fully
American,
Iranian.
born and raised American. You can't claim.
Oh,
to
you're
stop
one of
being rich.
those.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
so
one of those.
all your arguments are just fucking gone then. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
there you go. Like you can't claim both, because when I said you're Iranian, you're like, I'm born and raised in America. So now you can't claim both. I've seen people do that type of stuff.
Yeah, Hassan does it
Born
with
and
Turkey
ra-
all the time, okay? Train should be able to do it
Like, they're
too.
like, oh my God, my country, like it's struggling. Mind you, these people never visited their country in like a billion years.
I've been to my country 3 times.
No
And how old
shot.
are
Wait,
you?
really?
35 years
Yeah.
old. You've been 3 times. Like that's insane.
I didn't know
Yeah,
you were.
went,
I didn't think you were allowed to visit.
You are, yeah.
Huh.
That
Shout out
military
to all my
thing is
Iranian
more of a formality. How
Listen,
when
if
you're
you
18
could visit
you have to
Somalia, you
serve.
could visit Iran.
It exists, but it's a formality thing. I wouldn't go now, but I've been 3 times, and it was beautiful. It was amazing.
Hugh's an extremist, it seems. Guys, look up Al Shabaab, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I got a couple cousins in there.
Oh, some
Hey,
guy
you
actually emailed me another Muslim term. Apparently, you lied about something.
What did I lie about again?
Do you know what like Jasimahari is or some shit?
No, I don't know that. It sounds like an Indian dish, though.
You said some shit about how when Muslims went to other countries, they didn't make their citizens fight as soldiers. But somebody emailed me some term, Jasimari or Jasimari or.
I'll say this right now. If the term was so important to you, I'm pretty sure you'd have remembered at least how to say it correctly. So.
Oh, Janissaries? That? A janissary.
I don't know that.
Oh, apparently.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Let me say this. If you go to any historian, right,
Uh-huh.
and you were to cover the Crusades, and you were to cover, the Islamic Empire and what they did, comparatively, Islamic history is way less violent than Christian history. But obviously, right, I
Mhm.
never claimed that Muslims are perfect.
Oh, that's
and
good.
We've had our, fair share of slip-ups. But for the most part, it is nowhere as bad as people try to claim it as in the West. They try to claim that Muslims are just extremely violent, insane people that perform all sorts of heinous things, and Christians are innocent and they've done nothing wrong. That's false.
Wow.
Well, obviously, if you were to look through history, you'd find certain things that don't look good. Okay,
Alright,
the
just
dirty
checking,
Fritz. That's
we're
a
not
lie.
talking about butt stuff anymore, right? This is
No,
something
I was
else?
informed by the.
I was gonna
council
bring it
to
back up.
speak on it. You don't want to bring it back up.
I was going
'Cause
to,
you're-
because there's a main like I think I found your fear.
Okay, bro, stop trying to psychoanalyze me. Like I'm the one who can do this to you, not the other.
No,
No, there really is fear there.
I found the
What's your
fear.
read?
I've already found it.
What's the fear?
It's the same fear that causes. It's in the same ballpark as people in this world that want to see things black and white when they get older, even though things aren't black and white, right? That line, it helps you with your own philosophy, right? It helps you with you know, guiding yourself around this world as far as it comes to identity and everything else. You think for you it has to be black and white, right? So the idea of, let's say when a woman gives you a blowjob and sticks the finger up the ass, let's say you enjoy that, that destroys your entire reality of this black and white world of straight or gay, right?
So you believe it's a spectrum?
Oh shit, you think he splits on anal?
It's not that it's a spectrum. It's that I believe you have simplified sexuality down to something to cater and massage to ego of oneself. And that's
Listen,
the biggest
no,
issue.
you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, because I've always said this, and Zerka himself calls me homosexual for this. So it's funny that both of you guys hold like complete opposite views on this. Like I said, the greatest power play a man could ever do is to have his booty eaten. Like I've said that. I've said that, like, the most power you could ever have over a woman.
Yeah,
but not your wife. Not your wife, because you don't love her if you make her eat your booty.
Yeah, but you're not arguing that in terms of sexuality. You're arguing
why
that
don't you
in
love
terms of a power play, in terms of ego once again,
Yeah,
right?
but if I was so afraid, right, I would never even say that. Like if I was so afraid of any booty stuff, I would never even say that.
Yeah, but listen, this is my point to what I just said earlier about massaging and catering to the ego. The fact that you can find a world where you can rationalize getting your booty eaten because it's some sort of respect factor. The fact that you can rationalize that scenario shows that your perspectives on the other things are only coming from fear. Do you understand?
So they're not
That's
coming
why.
from the sexual nature. It's coming from a place of
It's coming,
ego and power.
It's not coming from rational, from a place of rational thought.
Yeah,
It's
but
coming
I've
from a
already
place of
told
irrational thought.
yeah, but let me disprove everything you just said right now and throw it in the
Okay.
trash. I already told you that you could feel good. Like I'm saying, like if I felt good, like let's say hypothetically, let's say this happened, right? And I wasn't aware, and all of a sudden she just like she just.
Let me say this, okay? Let
shoved
me
the
say this,
finger up my
okay?
booty.
Let me say this. Imagine you've been conditioned to believe that anything that goes in the ass means you're gay, okay? Now let's
By the
say
way, we've never spoken about this, so
I
you're
know.
trying to claim this
okay.
matrix conditioning. It's just common sense.
I'm talking about just in the overall world, right? In the overall world, it kind of operates in this way, right? Where, you're right, you either do the fucking or you get fucked, right? Or, you know, you either fuck pussy or you know,
Are the pussy.
suck dick, right? Or you are the pussy, right? Whatever the fuck, right? So if we've been conditioned for this long to believe that if anything goes in or around the anal cavity of a man, that is somehow related to, you know, being bisexual or gay, right? That's where the issue arises. So now if you get a blowjob, right, and the woman wants to stick her finger in your ass to hit the G-spot and make the blowjob, you know, the feeling of the blowjob amplified, right? Now what happens is when that happens and you feel that enjoyment, there's almost like a cognitive dissonance versus what you've been conditioned to believe and versus what you are feeling in that moment. And because of that, now you can't, there's an issue with self-identity. There's an issue with what does this mean, right? And that's the problem. Until we can solve that, until we can teach and recondition people or take that years and years of conditioning away, where anything that goes in the ass, regardless of what it is or who it is, means you're gay or you're bisexual or, you know, whatever that case is, until that goes away, I believe, you know, seeing a future where homophobia is fully absent is
Brother, stop
is
trying
not-
to bring it back to
is not near.
homophobia. Just because I'm saying,
Well,
like,
I
you're
think
gay, if you like it up
I
the
think
booty,
once
it's
again
not
you're viewing
homophobic.
homophobia in a black and white way as well. I think right.
True, he is.
Oh my
No,
God.
when
Wait,
you
would you be okay
Schrodinger's
if you
philosopher, dude.
listen?
Like,
when you lose your virginity, would you be okay if you actually didn't enjoy it with a woman and you might actually be gay?
Oh, he gay.
No, great question. If I'm gay, I'm just never gonna act on it. Like if I find out,
Okay,
like,
so that is homophobic. You would suppress your own like desires.
Sure.
You'd be ashamed. So then you are homophobic.
So you just answered all of our questions. Everything we just argued for the last 2 hours, you just
not
literally.
necessarily. Wait, hold on now. Not necessarily ashamed.
You
Not necessarily
literally-
ashamed
you just
because I don't
admitted
really care, right?
You do,
I
because
just
that's
wouldn't do
why
it.
you wouldn't just be gay, because you care.
No, it's not. You need to realize if you were to ask me personally, like if because obviously
did just ask you.
I always. Okay, now I'm seeing that it wasn't a question from a good place. You're just if you let me finish, I'll actually.
You don't know
I'll
me.
take you where you want to go, right?
It's
I'll take you
never
where
a
you want to
question
go.
from a good
Just,
place. Okay, go ahead.
You know, usually I'm not used to women driving where I'm from, so let me drive this conversation for you. Okay, understand this, right?
Go for it.
Understand this right now, right? As a Muslim, I take it back to my faith always. Now, my faith, homosexuality is a sin, okay?
So that would make you
going to hell,
homophobic.
sure, right? Sure. By the way, I don't care. I'm homophobic. I'm transphobic. You can
That's
label
all
all those
people
phobias
want
onto
to
me.
get from
I
you.
don't really necessarily care, but because that's at the end of the day, that means all Muslims are homophobic. And sure, like if you want to say that, that's fine. It's cool, no problem. But if you were to ask me personally, when I look at a gay person, right, am I disgusted? Am I afraid? Do I feel uncomfortable? Absolutely
Do you
not.
get hard?
I've seen plenty of gay people. I don't get hard either, but I don't really care. It's not that
okay.
important to me. Like, who gives a fuck if somebody's gay? But like religiously, I look at them. I'm like,
Your
that's
ass
a sin.
tuckers?
But personally, I don't give a damn. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
okay.
Yeah, I don't really care. So you can't just say that I'm I'm homophobic because I have some sort of disdain, right? I'm simply homophobic because of my faith. So you need to draw that
I would
distinction.
say no. I acknowledge that, but it would still be homophobic. I wasn't like looking for like the rhyme.
Yeah,
or
but
reason,
trains
just
trains
the
homophobia
answer.
is coming from train because
Well, train's
I'm
not
assuming,
homophobic.
No, trains claim of my homophobia is coming from a place of you're homophobic because you're afraid of how it's going to make you feel, and it's going to break your cognitive dissonance of the way that you see sex as black and white, gay.
Yeah, but
not
at the
gay.
end of the day, I think that's true because it will make you feel like you're further away from God.
No,
right?
absolutely not. No, that's a bad
Karantos,
assumption because if you
Karantos.
struggle with gay
I
thoughts, let me finish
personally
this
feel
real quick.
so much closer to God when there's something in my ass. But it's just me.
If you struggle with gay thoughts, that does not take you away from God as long as you don't act on it.
You want to show us? You want to show us, Cherry?
Toronto's, to be fair, I don't necessarily think that, like, what I was saying that it comes from, that thought process leads to, modern day homophobia. I don't necessarily think you're a homophobic person. I'm just explaining that your thought processes and, some of your uncertainties in some things is what leads people to homophobia, right? A lot of the time it feels like that's coming from somewhere within rather than the
it's
actual
coming
gay
from
person.
deep within.
Yeah. So realistically,
deep within my
that's
G-spot.
the other conversation that we had, right? Like,
Yeah,
I don't
Darius,
think-
if you
I'm gonna
want to
let you
see.
guys have y'all debate. Y'all be safe.
If I want to see what?
Wait, you got out of jail? How you doing, dude? You
Wait, yeah.
you surviving?
You in Seven Locks, bro?
What's life like on the outside?
is
now?
that Gideon?
What's life like on the outside? Shit, it's like how it was before going inside.
Wait, Gideon just comes in this call regularly? You guys are friends?
I think so. We're acquaintances.
I need to
Oh
convert
wow!
Brian
So
Toast to
everyone has
Christian
access to this thing.
socialism.
I thought it was just special. It was like one or two people had power to this room, or is that Nathan's room maybe?
Bro, I be running the debates, man. I be debating.
Hey,
everybody.
Gideon, nice to meet you, bro. Finally,
What's up, Train?
how you doing, bro?
Chilling.
Good shit, baby.
Where's Gideon's kick stream? That's the real question.
Yeah, we gotta get Gideon on kick, bro. But first, we gotta remove the porn, right?
True.
Only furry porns allowed.
Oh fuck, you're into that, bro? Dude,
Bro, my persona's
toxic, dude.
My persona's a coon, so.
Wait, what?
Oh no, shit. I'm like I'm like half a coon.
Raccoon. Shit.
I mean, no, honestly, the whole anal sex thing should go to Gideon since he has a fat ass.
Jesus Christ.
You guys should have asked him. Like, I know
Gideon, how do you feel about anal sex, bro?
How do I feel about what?
Would you
Taking
fuck
it
a
up
chick
the
in the
ass.
ass?
Wait, what?
Would you fuck a girl in the ass?
I haven't done it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's a very slippery slope because, like.
Well, it depends how much lube you use.
It's actually,
With a girl,
it's not slippery.
What would stop you from doing anal with a guy?
Let me ask you this.
I needed a Christian in this call finally.
That's honest. Because, like, what's the difference at the end of the day?
There's no difference. There's no difference. There you go. Train.
That's the
address
next
it.
level.
Hold on.
Homophobia.
No, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Gideon, do you get head?
Uh-oh.
You see, I'm not gonna lie. Right when I said that, I was like, damn.
You're not
bro,
gonna
I
lie?
did think about
Yeah? Okay.
Damn.
I did
All
think
right.
that.
Last time I had anal sex, I hooked up with this DGG chick.
Besides the fact,
There's poop on my dick. Long story short.
Like, it's not good. Like,
Let me ask this, Gideon.
At least, like,
Gideon, would you,
bro, you're literally putting your penis in something that poop
Gideon,
comes out of. Yep,
would you let a
shitty
chick
booty.
suck your dick? Would you let a chick suck your dick and put a finger in your ass?
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Fingers have mysteriously like poked. And,
Another victim.
They've mysteriously got out there?
it happens. I wasn't aware, and I was like, "Yo," and I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was like, "Please do not do that again." And she was like, "Okay."
Oh, don't.
But
you
like,
didn't
you know,
like it?
it happens though. It happens.
Shout out to all the women predators out there.
So was that cis girls
Yeah,
are
it's
not a
pretty
prep for
fucked up.
anal? This person was trans. It was a trans DGG from the
But like, do you
politics
guys know
channel.
what I mean? Like, you know, I'm.
Wait,
just-
Julian, let me ask you one more question.
Yeah, there's no issue.
Because-
If you go ahead.
Sorry, thanks. You don't like anal because shit comes out of the ass, but you're cool with the vagina. You don't mind that like 1 week a month where it bleeds nonstop, of like an unborn
And
child.
let me define the bleeding real quick.
A penis.
Let me
is supposed-
wait,
Yeah, 'cause it
Gideon.
comes out in
It's
clots.
one is designed for
Yeah,
sex.
it's clots,
Yeah.
right? It's pieces.
God gave
and-
us that.
Like
okay?
penny-scented clots.
Oh.
But a
Yeah, who
penis is
gives a damn?
designed. A penis is designed to go inside a vagina. A penis is not designed to go inside of a
Go up
butt.
an ass. Yep.
X.
Like,
I feel
there's
like-
no way of debating that. Like, it's just.
Train, Sherry, where's the same
just
energy? I
true.
said the same thing, but
What are you
apparently
talking
I
about?
was a
I have-
homophobe.
Okay,
Apparently I had
okay,
internalized
okay.
homophobia.
Prontos,
Train, don't be a
Prontos,
fucking pussy.
Prontos. Yeah, because he's not arguing that. He's said that he's had fingers in his ass. He's not saying that that makes you
He
gay.
did
You're
do it.
saying that
He
that
said-
makes you
he
gay.
said they- no. Okay, Gideon. If somebody, okay, consensually.
And
if you
wait,
consent to somebody having
Prontos,
a finger up your booty, isn't that gay?
Wait. Before I forget about this, I want to say this, okay? So you said penises are designed to go into the
Vaginas.
pussy, correct?
Yep. Uh-huh.
And that's the argument against the anal sex, right? So let me ask this: were penises designed to go into mouths?
I have, by the way, I know you guys would think I'm a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter.
But
It's just a
I
preference.
said it. I've said it for months now. Oral sex is fucking weird. It's weird. I'm sorry. Like, how am I
Listen,
gonna
you
put? How am I
you
gonna
have to
put my
shut the
penis
fuck
in your,
up.
in
You're
your
a
mouth?
virgin.
No. Check this out.
You don't
And you're
know
a whore.
anything.
And you're a whore. You think you have the right to speak over me? At
I
the end of the day, I'm
do.
coming at it objectively, right? I'm saying
You
that
don't- you're
there
not
is there is not a
objective.
single contradictory position that I hold. I've never said, a woman and a man have a booty hole, so if I fuck the girl's booty hole, that would make me gay because a man has it too. So you can't use the argument of mouths on me, and that's why you're
No,
going
you're
to
a
ad homs
virgin.
and
You
saying
don't
that I'm a
have
virgin.
any. You never touch any person. Of course, you're gonna have like the high ground or whatever. You don't do anything.
Yeah, so I have the high ground, okay, Anakin? Don't make me Obi-Wan Kenobi you. So
Here,
listen,
can we
I'm
bring
giving
this
you the
down
FF
so
right
I
now.
can have something on you? What kind of porn do you watch?
Bro, let me say
I have abstained
Parentos. I
from
can't
porn.
watch
I
my
don't
brother
no
suffer
longer
like that.
engage in it.
You are so full of shit.
See now, see.
Porn is
At the
haram.
end of the day, at the end of the
Hot tub
day,
streamers count.
at the end of it, I don't want you. Who do you think I am? 12 years old? Come on now. People don't realize this. When you don't have a single contradictory position, they can't say anything, so they revert to ad homs. You're a virgin. You've never touched a woman. Blah blah blah. You have nothing else to say. My points stand on their own. That's why you guys tried to press Gideon, because he fucks women in their
It's not that
mouths.
you don't have points to say; it's that you don't have the experience to really
Who gives
like,
a fuck?
confirm that
Okay,
these are
so
things
do I
you
need
don't
to
like.
do I need to get burned to know that fire is hot? Do I need to eat shit
Yeah.
to know that it's not good? Not really. The greatest way to learn is to learn from others, ladies and gentlemen. Unless you're retarded and
No,
you have to do
literally,
the same dumb
everybody
shit
knows
you've seen
that
100
fire is
people do.
hot because they've touched something that's really
No, because
hot
some
and
other
burned
dipshit
themselves.
touched it for me, and guess
Yeah,
what? A whole lot of other people have shown me that anal sex is degenerate, so I'm not going to engage in it.
Who showed
Pretty
you
sure
that?
I'm pretty sure you can live your life not touching fire and still know that it's hot.
Wait, have you never touched something that was on fire or hot? End of a cigarette, a lighter that was
I've
like
never
really hot,
touched
the stove.
fire itself though.
I've never purposefully fucking went
I
out of
know
my
that
way
it's
to
hot.
touch
You know what I'm
something that was
saying.
hot.
People told me.
I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes
It's
like I
hot.
put my hand on like a candle real quick just to see if it'll burn. Like I'll do that sometimes.
Thank you.
So
someone
Jerry, you
said.
have nothing to say. You have nothing. You,
I know,
you thought
I
you
do
could put
have
me on
something to say. I'm here to advocate for anal. And I'm
Of
just gonna
course,
say
you're a
that
fucking
over and
degenerate.
over
No
again.
wonder. At least Rain has never taken it up the booty, so
But
he's coming
I feel
from
like-
a moral position.
I personally think it's harder to push Gideon on this because if he says that like fingers have mysteriously went in his ass while he was getting a blowjob, like that sounds like rape, and I just don't think that anyone would be open-minded to like stuff in their butt
Whoa.
You're a
If
victim,
they-
brother.
if they were just like penetrated without prep.
Hashtag you too, my man. You and Train. You should create a support group.
Wait, do you want to clear it up, Gideon?
I mean,
She's forcing you to come out with your story. Tell us what happened.
just I don't know. I think she thought I would like it, and
Yeah,
didn't like it.
I didn't mean to load it like it's rape, but it's just something that you weren't prepared for, and I think it generally leaves people with like a bad feeling.
I mean, I'm not like pressed or what's it called, traumatized by it. I was just
Not yet.
I brought up fingers, so I was just like, oh, I'll just be transparent.
I could get you to feel traumatized, or we can take this in a different direction.
What, bro? You're fucking retarded. Never speak to anybody who's actually mentally ill. Fuck me, dude. Oh my god. If I was on the brink of killing myself, you just complete the mission for me. Lord have mercy.
Good
But
thing
you know,
you have God for that, right?
absolutely true. If you're a religious person, you never kill yourself. Gideon, I have a question for you. Do you cover your booty hole now? When you're getting blowjobs?
It was just that one time.
This Carantos guy, bro. What a
Well,
character you found,
I mean,
Destiny.
I feel like we're kind of fixated on my booty. Wait, what
feel
is
like
the
there's
topic? How did
something
it
you
even
could
get
buy
into?
to
Like, what did you
protect
guys even
it,
talk about? Because I joined in late.
This conversation came from trying to find the lines of what makes you gay and what does not.
I say it's action. Train says it's
Carantos
intention.
believes that anything in the ass makes the man gay.
Yep.
That's true.
That's what Carantos believes, and I disagree.
Because
I
of
mean,
its
I
intentions.
guess it's like, what's your viewpoint on like if you think weed is a gateway drug? You feel? You know what I mean? Some
Which it
people-
is, by the way.
It
Let
is.
me
You
just-
might end up doing crack or something. So maybe other people are gonna believe like if you start doing butt stuff, then that might lead you to doing homosexual stuff. Like, I guess it's just your opinion.
No, it's not. No, I'm not coming at it from a point of opinion. This is the objective truth. But Train is trying to tell me, no, I just have internalized homophobia. I'm like, or like I've seen the world in a black and white way.
It's not internal. It's not.
Doing crack or like hardcore.
Yeah, I believe. I listen. I'm.
It's
a
not
full-on
intentional
square. I've never even
internalized
smoked
homophobia, by the way.
cigarettes, let alone weed. So obviously, I do believe that weed
That's the
can be
reason
a
why
good-
you think that. Like, you see, you think.
Yeah, obviously, like I'm much more strict, I'd say.
Yeah.
But not as strict as you think. I'm not that strict. So it's not like I'm holding such an extreme mistake, but I get it. Like if I'm to believe what I believe about the butt stuff,
What
I
are you?
believe. What am I like? As in what?
Like your religion.
I'm Muslim.
Muslim. Oh, happy
Yep.
Ramadan.
Thank you. Hey, you should fast one day. You know what I mean? Try it.
I'm gonna fast for Passover.
When's that?
That's next month. It's actually coming up here, like the next 2 weeks or something like that. Let me hear soon.
That competing Abrahamic religion. How do you feel about that?
Listen.
You're just gonna let
as
him get away
Muslims-
with that? You're gonna try to
no,
convert him?
Wait, is Passover Jewish?
Steve, stop doing that.
Destiny, is
already
Passover
told you, as
Judaism?
Muslims, we don't
Yeah,
care.
Christians and
right?
Muslims actually generally.
Wait, do Jews and
I
Christians
have
celebrate
no problem
Passover?
with Christians.
Fate base.
Right? Is Passover Jews and Christians or what?
Christians observe Passover too.
Isn't Passover like fucking like God was rolling through as like the evil mist and he like passed over the houses where you like fucking smeared your pre-cum on the door or some shit and he didn't kill those kids or something? I forget.
You would put a lamb's blood on your door.
Say whatever, same shit. Okay.
It's not the same.
These cute little just one-liner commenters. I love these.
Blaze it.
Nah, Destiny did the same. And
you guys have
Carantos,
been- you
Carantos,
guys
you're a
have
funny character too. I like you.
Thank you. But listen, you guys tried to pin me as a homosexual or
No,
a
no, no.
homophobe.
No,
listen.
homophobic.
Yeah,
Okay,
and you
listen,
admitted that you're homophobic.
Yes, so fucking what?
So how
Then
can
why
you
would
say
you
we
start off
pinned you?
saying we tried to? Yeah.
No, it's because the way that you tried to come at it was disingenuous. You're
No,
trying
I don't
to say,
think. Listen, to be
no,
fair,
not you, Trey.
I
I'm
don't.
talking about her.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
don't
you.
think.
You're-
I don't think your homophobia is intentional.
I do.
If that makes sense.
It's delusional.
I think he's only
No,
Muslim
defi-
because
so-
he hates gay people.
Train. Define homophobia.
When you see a gay guy, you're scared he's gonna touch you and you'll like it, so you run away.
Last time I checked, your name is Steve, not fucking Train. Stop. Train, answer. What's homophobia? What's homophobia?
Are you talking to me?
Listen, yeah, your fucking name is Train. What's homophobia?
Destiny, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah, I would
dickhead.
definitely say what I said before. I think that was a good answer.
Okay, listen. This is what you gotta realize. Like, I've grown up, like, just grabbing my homie's booty and like doing all sort of like weird shit. I like, you guys think I really care that much. I don't. I don't think about gay niggas that much. I don't.
Yeah,
think about
neither do
trans
we. That's
niggas
why
that much.
sometimes you can take it up the ass and not even be gay about it, you know?
Okay, No, that's gay as fuck. No, that's gay as fuck. First of all, I don't believe you're gay, or like you say you're bisexual. Ladies and gentlemen in chat.
Well, here's the
right?
thing. Actually, grabbing your homie's booty is actually more gay than taking up the ass. Because for taking up the ass, there's a thing up there that's supposed to make that feel good. You're just grabbing your homie's booty because you think it feels good to grab their booty. There's no reason for that, aside from being gay.
Or aside from having fun. And by
Yeah,
the
it
way,
is fun, I'm
no,
sure.
no, I can't- no,
Gay people would describe it as
no.
fun, for sure.
Destiny. The only reason I'm able to say that it wasn't gay is because I remembered each and every single time to say no homo. So it immediately cancels it out. No matter what I did. Like, we used to turn off the lights in the locker rooms and just like just punch each other, grab each other, do all sorts of stuff. That's not gay either.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
I say no
I've been
homo.
on the wrestling team, bro.
Every boy that grew up in like a locker room, like PE or did football, has been a victim at one point. Like,
whoa,
damn.
Victim of what?
If you played football, like someone tried to put their balls in your face, or like the craziest stuff will happen in the locker room.
No, that's American as fuck. If that happened where I'm from, like somebody's dying. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody ever tried to put their balls in my mouth.
What happens in the locker room stays in the locker room.
Gideon's right. In sports, that happened. It was just like common. It was just that's boys will be boys
Well, you
type
guys-
fucking. It
What
was
You
bad.
showered
Playful
naked
boys,
together.
like
That's so
playful-
weird.
Every
Wait,
time we had an
playful
away game,
touching
somebody
or
was
like
getting humped
actually
on the bus.
assaulting?
Well, in today's definition, you would by today's standards, it would be assaulting. It'd be right.
Yeah.
That's what it would be, right? Because like I'd be laying there, right, just fucking resting. I'd be winded, and some dude comes up and tries to teabag my forehead, right? So everyone
With
can
his
laugh
balls
at it.
out? With his balls out?
Yeah, that's what teabagging is. What do you think teabagging is?
What the fuck?
Then obviously I get up and I smack the balls away. I'm like, what the fuck you doing, bro? Right? And then the next week, you know what I mean? The next week you got to fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Never homosexual
close your
because of
eyes
trauma.
ever
That's
again.
your problem. That's your problem.
That's
Yeah,
just a
like
locker room
homosexuals
shit with the
because
boys
of-
when you're playing sports. Like that's how what, bro? Dudes used to walk around fully.
That's how you
bro,
win championships.
That's how you win championship.
That's crazy. I think like for female sports,
Have you guys ever
just,
seen
like,
that one video of
consensually
Anthony
became
Davis?
gay.
This is like a popular.
Oh yeah, with his ass getting smacked. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's stuff that happens all the time in locker rooms.
Bro, this is
to,
only
like,
in America,
New
by
York-
the way. Nobody gets naked together in like anywhere else. You know
You
that,
guys
right?
even
Like,
play
we don't
football
shower
in
together.
Somalia? Don't you guys just learn how to pirate ships all day? I'm sorry, I'm done. Oh, my bad. I'm fine. I'm just kidding.
Why am I laughing? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, not funny, dude.
By the way, you can't laugh. You're Iranian. There's no way you could laugh at that. Stop.
Why were you like going at my Muslim brothers and sisters on Twitter for no reason?
For no reason.
There you
There's
go.
a good reason. This is funny as fuck.
So you're just trying to piss people off just for no reason?
Well, they started making fun of Christians, so I couldn't let them get away with that, so I had to make fun of Muslims, you know?
You fucking pussy. You don't care about Christians. You just wanted attention on your
Yeah,
attention
I
whore.
care about equal opportunity hating, okay? So if some fucking
Yeah,
Muslims
where's
are
the
gonna...
Hindu hate they asked for a week ago?
I don't know how to make fun of Hindu people. I have a pimple on my head that makes it look like a third eye. Is that close enough? I don't know what the fuck Hindu people get offended on. What do you want me to do? Eat more cheeseburgers on stream? You want me to
now
fuck
that
a
there's
cow?
A billion Indians. Now you're being a pussy.
Yeah,
Okay,
a
why
billion
don't you go buy
Indians, and how many of them are on the internet that aren't scamming people out of their Microsoft install? I don't know how to fucking communicate with Indians online. What do you want me to say?
That's not working. That's weak. That's weak. That's weak. That's weak. Go make a tweet about it right now.
Somewhere, dude.
Make a tweet about what? I don't know what you want me to say.
Go make a tweet that is super inflammatory to all Hindus, and let's see where that takes you. If you think the Hindu nationalists are not insane,
Tweeting
you
out
have something else coming for you.
What was your opinions on Aiden tweeting out there's only 2 genders?
I don't care. I don't even know how many people think there are more than 2 genders. It's such a weird. He's just trying to be edgy. I don't think Aiden has any understanding of any of this shit.
The fact that he said he was trying to be edgy, don't you feel like you were being the same way the way you were talking to Muslim people?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Gideon. The only reason
Well, but like, hold
why
on,
he did
wait.
it was because he lost the debate to a
If
Muslim
Aiden,
dude.
if
That's
Aiden
it, by the
tweeted out
way.
that 2 gender shit and people started sending him
Yep,
like,
that's actually it. He lost the debate about.
I did not
educate,
lose that
Muslim dude
debate. I
Daniel
crushed
Habib.
that guy.
And
Dude,
he- yep, he
that guy
did. He
was
got
making
super
clips
pissed.
of me 4 fucking days later. If that guy would have performed any worse in the debate, he would have been treated as an
You're a sore-
apostate.
Destiny,
Okay?
You're a sore loser.
I'm not a
Destiny.
sore. I
That's it.
crushed
And
it.
it's
You
okay.
can watch it on my
Wait,
channel.
tweet that video. What's the video called if it's still on the internet?
Look for Destiny debates Daniel Hikikaru or some shit, and it's some fucking
Daniel
dude
Daniel
getting
Habib do
laps
modern-day
run around
debates,
him.
Andrew
Daniel had
Tate,
no
Destiny.
idea. Daniel didn't even know who Andrew was. He didn't know he had a brother. He didn't know shit. He was lost at sea. Okay.
And that's what makes it fucked up. He didn't even know some key aspects about the case, and he still smoked.
He didn't know any of the aspects about the
It's
case.
unbelievable.
Your
It's
idea of him
unbelievable.
smoking me was him saying Andrew Tate is a Muslim, therefore he's innocent of all charges.
No,
and you're like, oh
no,
yeah, of course,
no.
yes, our Muslim
Ladies
celebrity
and gentlemen,
brothers.
The debate is over an hour and a half long, and you see how he tried to just summarize it in one sentence? That shows fear. He's trying to put doubt in your heart and make you not even look for it. So go
You
look
can go
for
look
it.
for it.
And see how
Yeah,
you got
watch
smoked.
it.
'Cause guess what?
That's one of the
Immediately
most-
after you got smoked, you started tweeting. 'Cause
No,
you
it wasn't
saw
even.
rage.
Wait, it was like 2 weeks
It was that
after.
time of the
Wait,
month.
or it was like a month later. How long ago was it? I debated this guy like months ago on this.
A month of insomnia and just pure rage and anger.
Yeah.
Just he couldn't believe it. He was like, "Oh my god, this guy's straight up on my mind."
Bro, that was one
And
of the
then-
most brutal debates I've ever had in my life. That guy was completely lost.
Yeah, because you got destroyed.
He
I
had
get it.
no idea what he was talking about. He didn't know the facts of any of that case.
At the end of the day, I don't feel any different about you, right? You still know how to debate. One loss does not define us, right? This is not boxing. You don't need a clear,
Yeah.
perfect record.
Okay,
right? It's
Cortana.
okay. It's okay. At this point, I'm Quran toes, like whatever. I don't care, but it's okay to lose. But yeah, that's why he did it, Gideon. Just so you know.
That makes a lot more sense because I was like, damn, this nigga's just being Islamophobic for no reason.
Well, not for no reasons, because I hate Islam, okay? There are reasons.
Really?
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm an atheist, of course.
Yeah, because
Like,
there's
why
a
do you-
core
why do-
tenet
why do
in
you have
atheism
to
that causes you to hate Islam, right?
Do what?
Like what? Like
There's something.
If anything,
Go
if you're
on.
an atheist, that should make you even more even-killed to not care about stuff like that.
Why would I not care? A lot of the
Why is
backward
it
social
emotionally
values that
invested
people
in
from
you?
Islamic
You have to
countries
hate on
have,
the
they
religion where people
like
aren't even talking about you. Like I'm asking you genuinely.
Please make that argument, Destiny. You are about to make a retarded argument. Please
no,
go.
my argument was that there are a lot of Muslims in Muslim majority countries that draw from like social values that I would dramatically disagree with from their religion. And in general, religions that make claims about like the supernatural and shit are going to be religions that I think make people retarded. I'm not going to agree with these religions.
You know,
of course.
I experienced the supernatural destiny.
That's fine. I would call you retarded for it too. I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm
No,
an
Destiny,
atheist.
I could literally send you the video. So basically, I went to a psychic to troll her.
Okay.
right? And this bitch knew everything.
JD, I know you're trolling me, right?
I'm being, bro. Literally, anybody like my old subscribers before I privated the video, they've seen it. Like I'll send you. You can't post the video. I'll send you the link to it. But on everything, like she knew my brother's middle name. She knew I had 3 nieces, and that wasn't even on the internet. What else did she know? She knew all the things about my videos, even though she never even like seen my channel before. It was crazy.
Have you
And she knew things about the Pop Smoke case, and I didn't even tell her. I made up a story saying that he was somebody else, but since she had a picture, she was able to like see the stuff about him, and she knew that he died in February, and she knew that he was shot 4 times, and she knew that there was 4 people involved in the case, and bro, like that stuff's real, bro.
You ever heard of cold reading?
Cold reading? What does that mean?
It's where somebody kind of says a bunch of stuff, and then based on how you respond, they make pretty accurate guesses about your life. You should look it up.
But how did she guess that I had 3 nieces?
I don't know. She might have said a lot of stuff. She might have looked you up online before you went in. She might have known who your stuff.
Bro, she literally lived
Atheist code, by the way.
Can I ask her a question, Gideon? Can I ask her a question? Did she direct, and let me finish all the way. Did she directly say you have 3 nieces, or did she say, I can feel that you have 3 younger people that you feel good about, and you're like, oh, I do have 3 nieces. Like, did you fill the blank in for her, and then later on you convinced yourself that she knew you had 3 nieces, or did she directly say, I know you have 3 nieces?
Okay, I'm not gonna. Okay, so she said, do you have 3? You have 3 little ones that run around that you don't necessarily have to take care of. That's what she said.
Yeah, and then let's say you were to say no to that, right? You would dismiss that and you would never bring that up as a
But
like,
listen,
oh,
listen,
she was
listen,
wrong,
listen,
right?
listen. So
and then she would keep doing it until she gets it
things
right,
on-
and then you would only remember those things she got right.
Nigga,
and
you
then
know the first thing she said to me.
What?
The first thing she said to me after we did the prayer and everything. She literally said, because okay, so what basically let me give you the whole gist. So basically, what happened was I brought a picture of Pop Smokes, and I got some random underwear, and I put some like chocolate in it, and I said it was his underwear, and I had like this rapper chain that was mine, and like I let her hold the chain, and I printed out a picture of what's his name, Pop Smokes, and she like rubbed the chain. So since I wore the chain, she got my energy, and then the picture of Pop Smokes, she got his energy, and so literally the first thing out the gate, she was like, is he gay? And I was like, no. And she was like, because I'm hearing something that says homosexual. And
Get the fuck out of here.
No, on everything. That was the first thing she said. That was like, bro, like, there's no way you're just guessing. She didn't say homosexual. She said homosexual. And like,
You sure she's not a fan or something?
That's my merch. That was like my merch. But this is back when I had 200,000 subscribers, so I wasn't even big. And she
Your merch is called homosexual?
Yeah. It's not sus. He's a homie.
Yep.
Okay.
Agreed.
And what's it called? So that's the first thing she said. She said homosexual. So like, how the fuck did she guess that? And this is how I know she didn't look me up, because I was gonna tell her like some BS about the case when I was on the phone with her, and she was like, no, I don't want to know nothing about anything. So she cut me off before I could even say anything. I wasn't gonna even give her any information. And then while we were doing the reading, I didn't tell her my name at all, and she was like, I'm seeing Dijon, and she was like, for some reason I'm seeing Dijon Mustard, and people call me like, cause my name is Jadon. People like always growing up, they would call me Dijon. Even Pokey, she called me Dijon Mustard. Like that's just what people called me. And so like she was like getting things like on the head. You feel me? So it wasn't like just broad things. She even got stuff about my filmer, and he was just filming. Like she said his aunt's name. She said my brother's middle name. She was guessing so much stuff.
Okay, what did you ask her about the future?
I didn't ask her
know
that, bro.
some shit now,
I didn't fucking go there for the future. I was trying to troll her to make a video.
And you freaked out. You freaked out when she started guessing all that shit. Then
She knew this much, and you didn't try to get like details.
I'm not gonna lie. She did tell me when it ended. She said you're gonna be huge. I'm seeing something in the future. She said you're gonna be huge. She said you're gonna be she was like, he's telling me that you're gonna be a star. She did say that.
Wow.
But like, I know you guys are probably like, oh, she probably looked you up and everything like that. Like there was things where it's like.
Well, here's the question: if you're being serious, aren't you Christian?
Yeah, so that's why I privated the video, But
well, how do you
I
reconcile that
really
with your Christian belief? Because I'm pretty sure God doesn't allow for shit like that. No.
Yeah, he doesn't. But that's the thing. That's the whole reason why I did it, because I was like, oh, this is some bullshit, you know? Like the joke of the video was supposed to be like, oh, she's getting all this shit wrong, but I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, how'd you know? Like da 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 da. Like when she said, is he gay? I was like, damn, she's already starting off on the. But then like she said homosexual, and me and my filmer just fucking looked at each other. We were like, what the fuck? But
so did she strengthen your faith now, or did she make it weaker?
No, definitely. I mean, I didn't need that to strengthen my faith, but like it just made me start thinking. It's like, damn, like there really are like they're dead as these demonic forces out here that like they could talk to people and stuff like that. Like, you know, like, these demonic possessions and stuff are real. You know what I mean? It's like no one ever believes me until I show them the video, and then they see the video and they're like, what? Everybody that watches the video, they get such an eerie feeling from it.
Listen, these people, these atheists in the call that don't believe in the supernatural, if you were to ask them where we came from, what would you say, Destiny? Where did we come from as humans? No, we're absolutely gonna do this because you're trying to act like science is not at least in somewhat based in mysticism. So tell me, where do we come from as humans?
The same place where you're gonna end up at, the Big Bang. Okay.
Oh, so where did the Big Bang come from?
I don't know. Good question, dude.
Cherry, you need a cam on.
You're saying a universe that's 94 billion light years across, right?
Yeah.
And still ever expanding, came from a point smaller than an atom, right? You say that is not based in mysticism in any way. You're saying that's completely normal. That makes sense.
Dude, I don't want to run down these bullshit Aquinas arguments with you.
Yeah,
okay?
because no. You're trying right now to shit on people of faith by saying they're illogical, but you need to realize your science itself is based on pure belief.
You're literally playing a God of the Gaps argument. You're saying since I can't explain literally the most complicated question in the universe, I need to buy into one of what 20,000 different bullshit religions that have existed through all of mankind. That's exactly what you're saying. You have zero evidence, zero proof, zero idea of how the universe started. Are you gonna say, oh well, Allah said it because some fucking loser that fucked 6-year-olds like came out and wrote it down in a book, and you're gonna tell me that you've got the more logical position? That's such a stupid fucking argument. If you're seriously putting this out, you're fucking retarded. If you're doing it for troll points, then A+, you trolled me, okay?
Steve, are you done soying out?
Yeah.
Alright. Make sure you take the TRT. You've been lagging.
Yeah, I'm good.
But check this out, right?
Yeah,
but check this out real quick, right? You're telling me in a universe, because you recognize that our universe is highly dependent, right?
No,
like
no, that's not true. That's fallacious. Just because the universe is a certain way doesn't mean it could only be this way. Conceivably, it could have been a million other ways. You don't know that. Yeah, it is the way that it is now, but
hey, no. Now who's playing the gaps argument? Dipshit. It is the way that it is right now. Don't argue what it could have been. Argue what it is right now.
No, because you're trying to say you're pretending like the way that it is now is the only way that it ever could have been. That's not true. The universe could have been a million different ways. You're trying to say, oh, well, since it is the way that it is right now, it must have been fucking designed. You don't know that. We could have been fucking seven-arm fucking.
And when you change all of those measurements, it doesn't allow for.
Wait. So you're telling me this universe? You're telling me this universe that has an intelligent design behind it? Right?
Why do you think it has an intelligent design? There's plenty of unintelligent shit in our fucking universe. What do you mean?
Think about literally the basic things, how your body functions.
Yeah,
how
there's a ton of
everything
inefficiencies
works
about it. Look
together.
at the fucking eye. Why do we have a giant fucking hole to route all our fucking nerves through? What do you mean? There's tons of things that don't make sense in the body.
Why the fuck, with all of our technological advancement and how smart we think we are and all of the inventions that we've made, why can't we make something that performs better than us and is sentient itself?
What do you mean?
Why
We've
can't
made
we put
tons of
some-
things that outperform humans in different matters. You mean like holistically or what?
I
What are
mean,
you gonna
why
say?
haven't
What are you gonna say when we do then? Are you gonna suddenly become an atheist if we do manage to create an android that?
Okay, and if I had wings and if I had fucking wheels, I'd be a fucking angel with wheels, dipshit. Stop arguing what if we did that. We can't do that is my argument.
You don't know that we
We've
can't do
never
that. What do you
given
mean we can't do that?
Okay, show me where it's been done. Show me a
It
single
hasn't
thing
been done
that
yet,
has
but
been
I'm pretty sure in 1968 they probably said we couldn't go to the moon, right? Before we figured out the form of the double helix, they probably said we couldn't map the human genome. Before they made the first microprocessor, they probably said you couldn't have a fucking computer in your pocket. Like, what do you mean? What do you want me to say? There's a ton of things that people didn't think we couldn't do that we've now done, right? Kings and queens don't travel the planet as fast as we do in fucking $5,000 cars. What are you asking?
Little Steve, right now you're arguing from a position of illogic and
Illogic? What did I just say?
It's
You're
absolutely
saying that
illogic.
if something hasn't been done before, therefore it's not possible to do in the future. That is deductively flawed. Not only is your argument unsound, it's not even logically valid. You're literally.
It absolutely isn't.
No,
Are you
it's
done
not.
swearing out? Are you done swearing out?
I'm not sorry.
Listen, I'll get.
Why do we
You
have to
wanna
do
continue?
that? I don't want to do a religion argument with you. I can run circles
No,
like bro.
it's
I've
not-
been doing
it's
these
not-
arguments
no,
since I was fucking 17 years old. Okay, please.
And
Don't
you're failing
make me do
miserably at them, so you
the
need
most
17 more
boring.
years of practice before we get to it.
The
Because
most
right now what you're
boring
trying to do-
religion arguments. Oh my God, kill me, please.
Listen.
Yeah.
Hold up. Did you fucking say that the universe made itself when we last spoke
I don't
about
know
this,
if the
yes or no?
universe made itself. Right now, that's the current theory, but I don't know the answer. I'm not purporting to know the answer, though. You are.
So you're telling me that we could have a universe, an existence that is completely filled with things that are dependent, an infinite chain of
Why are you
dependent
using this
universes
dependent?
that
Like you're
rely
using
each other?
some
Why-
dog shit fucking pre-supper argument, like this dependent shit.
I'll tell you why I'm using this, because you can't have a universe that is all dependent on something else. There needs to
Why?
be a singular point.
Why? Why does it need to be? Why can't the universe be? Why can't? Why?
Why?
Why can't the universe have been an infinitely existing thing? You don't know that?
Wait, so right now you're going against all scientific theories and everything that has been posed in thousands of years by all sorts of philosophers and scientists. You're telling me that you finally figured it out and we have an infinite chain of universes and our existence is not
We
actually
don't know
only
about.
limited
You're,
to the past
do you
14,
understand?
whatever.
Do you understand that you trying to use God to? This is literally the God of the gaps. Okay, God has explained 50 million things, and guess what? Every single time we've investigated a thing, it's been not God. For we have never, of all the millions of scientific mysteries, never have we discovered that the answer was God. It's always been not God. Why do you think the beginning of the universe would be any different?
So you're telling me right now that there aren't any scientific revelations that are in the Holy Quran, for instance. You're saying that discoveries that were made hundreds of years after the Quran came down are all false.
When did
They
the
were
Quran?
doctored.
When did the
They're fake.
Quran? When did the first edition of? Yeah.
1,400 years ago.
1,400 years ago. How long did it take to make the fucking iPhone? Why didn't they have some schematics in one of those fucking hadiths?
Again, you see, you keep arguing that I'm using the God of the gaps.
Did we get any
argument,
kind
but
of like
right
big
now you're arguing
mathematical? Did we get mathematical truths from the Quran? What did we get from the Quran that was such a big fucking breakthrough?
Absolutely.
Yeah, tell me,
Absolutely.
please.
You know, please let me send you a link, right? Since
No,
you
just
love
tell
to read,
me.
let
You tell me right
No,
now. I
let
want
me-
to know
no,
what
no,
big
no,
truths, what big like
no.
cornerstones of physics and philosophy and math and science. What came from the fucking Quran?
Let me send it to you right now.
Okay.
Let me send it to you right now.
Why are we? I don't want to do this right now. Why are you making me do this?
Well, Train,
What's
before
up,
they
baby?
Yeah, go ahead.
continue their debate, what do you think about all the stuff I said about the sidekick?
We can talk later about it. I'll have a podcast and we can just talk like casually, like instead of like making it some like negative thing. We can just talk and back and forth. I personally feel like so. Personally, I want her to be real, or I want this individual to be real, and I want it to be a something that exists, because I want magic to exist. I want that spiritual magic to exist. But from the sounds of it, I believe you got manipulated or duped.
Jesus.
Really?
I wholeheartedly yes. And the problem is I would have to watch the entire recording with you, like the actual recording, right? Like
because the three niece thing, I kind of like asked you if that's how it went. You said that's how it went, so I'm assuming like, so now I have to get to when you said that she called out the name of your recording artist, or sorry, your film. What's his name? The guy who holds his camera.
Yeah, my filmer's.
Yeah, your filmer's name or whatever, or the aunt, right? Like, did she just like do the same thing? Like, I sense a Michael that's close to somebody in the room. Like, did she say that, or did she say, "Hey, you over there"?
I forget his aunt's name, but it's not like a regular name. You feel me? It's not like a Michael.
Yeah, but yeah, but if you think, but if you think about what you're doing to make sense of everything that she said, you are filling in the blanks to how it could have made sense, and that so you are wowing yourself. She said the information, and you're because you're piecing it together and wowing yourself, right? So what I mean by that is, when you say, "Wait a second, that's a weird random name. How could she have gotten that?" All she did was say a name. You attributed that's a weird name. She couldn't have known that. You're attributing all the credibilities to her. She's not doing anything to attribute the credibility other than saying a name that you haven't really thought too deeply about to how she could have came to this name. Nor I don't think you're remembering the exact specifics of how she even came to say the name in the first place. Right. So, for example, the three nieces thing, right? The way you presented it, it feels like you believe that she just presented that you have three nieces. But when I made you reiterate what actually happened, you seem to remember, wait a second, she did say, I sense three younger siblings, right, in the circle, right? Once that was made clear to you, you kind of think about it like, wait a second. If I would have said no, I would have just dismissed it, and then she would have kept going until she got one or two things right, and all I would have pointed out was what she got right, and I wouldn't have pointed out the things that she was off about, right? So it's like, I feel like when it comes to the psychics, it's a psychological game with ourselves, where like it depends if you want it to be right or not right. I feel like you can, so sure, it could go against your religion and you don't want it to be right, and it started out as a troll, but maybe somewhere deep down you wanted it to be right. You wanted that chaos. You wanted that, because it feels like you're filling in the blanks for her and attributing the credibility that you believe she has, but you're attributing it for her yourself without realizing
I
it.
definitely didn't want it. I mean, like, because the whole point of the video was like, because I never seen anybody troll a psychic before, so I was just like, oh shit, it'll be funny, like. That was the whole point. And then where it got weird was when she was saying stuff about the case. I didn't know nothing about his case, but then me and my friends, we rewatched the whole thing raw, and like I would pause and I would really think about like the things that she was saying, and then like it was starting to click what she was talking about, because I didn't get everything at the session. When I started piecing it all together when we were back at the crib, and I was like, fuck, that's what she meant by that. Or, damn, okay, let's look up this thing about the case. And then I look up things about the case, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that phenomenon in itself, where it didn't hit you until you came back home and you thought about it, like that phenomenon itself is what I'm talking about, right? Like, it requires a certain level of like being in tune with yourself to realize what you just did in that time you left, to sit down like, wait, that's what she must have meant. Your mind's looking for anything to make what she said make sense, because you have attributed a credibility to her that she knows because she's told you she knows because she's a psychic, right? If your mind spent that time from the drive from there to your house figuring out what she could have meant, and you finally figured it out, right? You're looking for that. So you're going to make everything make sense, right? So like if I were to say some shit like, I sense something, someone in this room has an aura of green, right? In that moment, you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Then you might go home, right? And some wild shit might come to you where, wait a second, when I was in second grade, I tripped over and I fell into a big puddle of green, and from there, all of my childhood traumas came out to be, right? Then you'd attribute it to that, and you're like, wait a second, how did he know? Like, I believe that when you're general and broad and vague about things you say, everyone, because of how vast the human experience is and how complex it is, you will fill in the blanks for yourself, and it'll make her sound like she's completely right. Does that make sense?
I feel you.
Like she has to give you full black and white answers on that, in that like moment, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's why like psychics will never do a thing where they're like, oh, your mother, her name is Janice and she was born on January 5th, 1974. Like you'll never ever get an answer like that from a psychic. It'll always be like, do you have like 3 to 4 people that you've had a history with?
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna do, Train. Let me.
Can I say this though? Here's what I believe. I believe everything that you went through, it was real. The place we disagree in
is this. Okay, so by no means do I want to gaslight and say like what you went through wasn't real. I believe it was real, right? And whatever experience you had, I believe was real. What I'm explaining is I believe it can be explained through logic if we were able to see all the pieces on the board. That's what I genuinely believe.
Wait, Train, you don't believe in the supernatural?
I want to believe in it. Every piece of me wants to believe it. I keep it in my mind that there's a 0.0001% chance somewhere out in the universe or possibly in a parallel world that it may exist. But I understand how highly improbable it is, if not impossible.
Like this, what's the probability of us being alive? You know, it's like, what's the probability of, like, not even the fact that, like, we lived this long, but, like, out of the billions of sperms that are on our daddy's balls, like, we were the one that made it out. You know what I mean? That, like, I don't know what the statistics on that is, but it's like, you know, when you really think about it, it's like, damn, like, low key.
Yeah, but
I like, you won the lottery if you made
no,
it
but
out.
if you think about it this way, see, in my opinion, that's ego in self, right? Because think about it, any person that would have came out, any sperm that would have won
think
would be
the
sitting,
exact same thing.
would think the exact same thing. Like,
Or
hey,
think about
I'm-
it, just in the humans that are on the planet right now, right? Like, you were lucky enough to be born like in the United States instead at like a pretty decent time. Like, imagine if you were born in the U.S. like, you know, 250 years ago. I probably would have sucked shit.
Yeah, but
Or-
your arguments are dependent on imagine if what happened right now didn't happen. Like, it's a cope argument.
No, that's not. It's not dependent on anything. It's showing the folly in the argument of saying, look at what things are like right now. Like, things could be a million different ways. Just because it happens to be one thing doesn't mean it was chosen. There's no logic to support that. Like, look at how unlikely things are right now. Okay, and that doesn't imply anything else.
You're telling me that your life has no purpose. If I were to believe what you just said, it means your life has no purpose. The reason we developed consciousness and humans came on this planet was completely random and by chance. For us to even spawn on planet Earth, and for Earth to be in the Goldilocks zone, in the perfect area where it's not too hot, too cold, everything was complete chance.
First
now,
of
how many
all,
things do
no.
you want to
That
happen that's
perfect.
complete chance
First
for
of
it to
all,
not be random?
First of all, that perfect zone that we're in. Listen, once again, this is ego. You believe that we happen to be in the perfect zone that we're in, but
No,
we
it's fucking
are
science. It's
because
not me.
Scientifically, no.
we
that is the
are
case.
because we exist because we're in that zone. That zone doesn't exist. We don't happen to. We didn't just appear. And we
Yes,
happen
the
to be in
zones
the
are rare. The zones are extremely
Yeah,
rare
but if we would have been a little closer, a little farther,
On top
maybe
of
life would have developed in a different way. It just happened to develop.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
we wouldn't have developed. We'd fucking be dead.
Yeah,
We'd
sure.
be too hot
So
to
what?
develop.
Yeah, but so
we
what?
also
But so
don't
what?
have
But what does
any
that
evidence
prove?
of any other life either.
No, but right now what
I mean,
you're
to
saying
say,
is
but to
all
say
of
that
these
there is
random
no
chances,
creator and
all
that
of-
it is all random is equally as heinous.
It's not. Hold on, I
Absolutely.
can't
At the
tell.
very least,
Like
it's
the
equally as
IQ.
heinous.
Oh God, the actual
Yeah,
religious brains is actually so fucking sad. Just because it's unlikely that the universe would have developed in this way, you're coping because you can't deal with reality. That's the
Well, it's the
definition of
same-
being
You're not
religious.
dealing- Just say the same
You
thing.
can't deal with reality. There's like,
you're
oh my
saying
God,
is all
isn't
of
they?
these
Aren't things
random
really
things-
unlikely right now? Yeah, that must mean there's a guy that watches me masturbate. That's what you sound like. Like, yeah, it's incredibly rare that our planet exists the way that it does, but so what? That's a proof of anything.
Destiny, you've just right now said, yes, it is completely random that a human life developed on planet Earth. Yes, it's completely random.
It's not, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. No, hold on. Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say it was random. The universe
You
isn't.
just fucking said it was random.
No,
I'll walk it back.
I
It's
said
okay.
no.
Walk it back.
Do you want to know what I believe, or do you want to try to walk back and go for a gotcha?
No. Tell me.
Okay, the universe is not random. The laws of physics are not random. That's not true. But just because we don't have purpose doesn't mean we were created at random. The universe is ordered in a certain way, but it doesn't mean somebody installed that order.
So you could explain it, right? So you could explain it. If it's not random, you could logically explain it to me. So explain it. How the fuck did we as human beings develop on planet Earth? How the fuck was it dinosaurs?
Look at the
then us?
difference.
How
Look at
fuck
the
did that
difference.
happen?
Look at the difference of what you're asking me versus what I would ask of
got a
you.
knife!
Right? Good job.
Oh, shitty knife.
It's a shitty knife.
Listen.
No. Hold on.
listen.
You're trying to tell
Listen,
me. You're trying to tell me. No.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
ask me to invent the entire fucking universe. Okay? I can't tell
No,
you
I'm
from
not.
start to finish through 17 different disciplines of science how we're here right now. If I could ask you, how did Allah create the fucking universe? How did God create the universe? You wouldn't have a fucking answer for me. You'd go, oh, I don't know. It's mysterious. You'd have no fucking
the
answer at
Quran.
all.
Read the Quran.
Yeah, really? Does it tell you? Is there a
That's what I
detailed
tell you.
step-by-step process for how he fucking made things?
See, it's because that's what you wanted. You want God to say, okay, here's the blueprint. This is the exact same way I built the universe. And you know what? If you want to build a miniature universe in your room, this is how it can happen. You're trying to apply your human logic onto God. That is your problem.
There
right
you
there.
go.
That
So
is
you
one
don't
of the
even
biggest
need
mistakes that you
logic
fall
then.
into.
Like you win. No, you don't even need logic. You win.
No. You're trying to apply what you believe is God-like onto God. You're saying there is no way God is operating in a way that I do not deem God-like. That is the fallacy that you fall into. And that's not what I'm doing.
Okay.
That's
You
not
don't.
what I'm
You don't.
doing.
So you don't know how. You don't know how God made the
No.
universe. I don't know how the universe made the universe. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
No.
Yeah.
But you're the one who's shitting on religious people saying I don't believe in mysticism when you fucking believe in
I'm
mysticism
shitting
yourself.
on you because we have a different level of confidence in our beginnings. I'm telling you, I don't
Hold
know
on.
how
So now
the.
it's because I'm more confident than you. You feel
Yeah.
some way about
No
it.
shit. Of course, Sherlock. If there's
Bitch, that's the problem with you. Why do you have a problem with me believing way more in what I believe versus you believing in your atheistic view of the world?
Let me know when you're done. No. Shut the fuck up, Train. Let me know when you're done so I can respond, but without you swing the fuck out. Let me know when you're done.
Go ahead.
Okay, if a tree shakes and somebody says, I'm not sure what's over there, it could be a monkey or it could be a lion, and someone else goes, oh, it's 100% a lion, then you look at that guy and go, you're fucking retarded. And the guy will go, why am I retarded? You said it could be a monkey or a lion. I'm just saying it's 100% a lion. Of course, the level of confidence that you assert a claim with is going to be used to criticize how confident you are about the claim. If somebody doesn't know and they say they don't know, but they're open to a possibility versus someone else saying, I know 100% with no evidence, of course you're going to make fun of the guy speaking with more confidence without any evidence of it. No shit.
You're done?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Let me respond to your very disingenuous fucking analogy with another one. If I were to get you a cup of water and I told you I did not pour this cup of water, matter of fact, I didn't make this cup, I didn't buy this cup, it just fucking appeared in front of me out of nowhere. It just created itself. And you'd look at me and say, yeah, that's completely possible. Even if you're not confident in it. If I were to say no, there is an intelligent design behind this cup being poured, behind this cup being made, and somebody made it. There is an origin from where this cup comes from. Why the fuck then would you look at me as the crazy one versus you who fucking believes that this cup formed in its place without anybody doing anything to it? How the fuck am I the crazy one? Just because I believe that there's an intelligent designer to the universe and you believe that everything came out of pure coincidence, pure chance, and everything has absolutely no purpose. Just because I believe in my way of life way more than you do yours does not necessitate you come at Muslims or come
It's
at
like
people
it's
of
like a
faith.
million shitty arguments from like fucking the year 100 for like the existence
Yet
of God.
somehow you can't respond to
I
it. Somehow you
literally
respond
can. I
with
can
shit
tell
arguments.
you. Yeah, I can tell you. It's just boring, and you're not gonna understand it because you're fucking so. Your whole life is built around this shit. You understand that, right? Even if I logically prove whatever, you're never gonna disagree with what you believe in. Obviously, right?
So why do those arguments exist? Why do people ever?
They're
debate
dog shit
against
arguments. I
people?
don't know why people still use them. You're using something called the clockmaker analogy, right? If a person puts a watch in a bag and they break it with a hammer and they say, how many times can I shake this bag for me to create a watch? And you go, oh, well, it seems like that would never happen. And then they go, oh my God, well, that's what the universe is. How many times could you shake up random particles and make the universe? Therefore, boom, the universe must have been created by somebody just like a person would have created the clock or the watch that went in the bag. That's the argument. But it's a dog shit argument because it's not a good parallel for the universe because the universe could have been something that always existed. It could have been there since the beginning of time. Maybe time started from the beginning of the universe. It's not. You're not going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish? We don't know what happened at the beginning of the fucking universe. I can't give you the answer to that. Just like you can't tell me how God created the universe. The difference is I'm willing to be honest. I'm willing to be honest and say I don't know the answer. But you're sitting here telling me, well, I definitely know the answer, even though you can't even explain how it happened.
Okay, no, let me explain it to you. You're not only quote unquote willing to be honest, you're willing to go shit on billions of people because you don't fucking believe in anything and you're unsure of your position and you hate that there are people that exist on planet Earth that are sure of their position and actually have a faith that they follow and a moral guideline that they adhere to.
None of that has anything to do with. I don't know what any of the morals or anything have to do with anything. But okay.
No, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I'm just explaining why you're sawing out, right?
Okay.
If you believe that a monkey could write the entirety of Shakespeare given infinite time.
Yep.
That's what you believe, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Because given enough time, things could set themselves up in a way that we could create this universe that we live in. Right? That's what you believe. If enough time passes, we're gonna come into existence again. When we die, enough time could pass that we come back into existence billions, if not trillions or quadrillion years from now.
Possibly, yeah.
That's what exactly. So you believe these things.
I don't know if I'm. Okay, if you want to argue against a straw man, go for it. Go for it, dude. Go for it. No, dude, not so strong.
No, yes or no, do you believe in it?
My position, when you ask me if I believe in it, I say it's possible. I don't know where the science is at on those things, but I'm not going to tell you 100% I know for a fact those are true things. I don't know if that's true or not. You're stating them. If that's what science believes right now, I guess I would, but I'm open for those things changing in the future. I don't have a religious belief baked into myself that requires me, that necessitates me to believe things about reality. Unlike you. 2 days ago, you literally bragged that my religion hasn't changed since it first started. Like that's somehow a positive.
It absolutely is a positive. If it changed, then I could have no ground to stand on.
Yeah.
How the fuck could I argue with you if it changed?
Is there any other thing in life besides your religious belief where you think it would be good if somebody says, "Oh yeah, I'm never ever gonna change this. I'll never change this."
If you're a person that doesn't kill, right? Don't change it. That's a good thing. Absolutely. No matter what. I believe that's okay. Do you argue against it? No. Again, you're trying to paint this image, right? Your position is, I don't know. That's your position. Your true position is, I have no clue. If the science tells me that we came out of a giraffe's asshole, I'll believe it.
Yep.
But I hate what you believe in because you take it into your heart 100% and you believe it to be the truth.
No, that's not true. That's not, wait, you think that's what I believe?
Then what the fuck do you believe then? If it's not that, what do you
I don't
believe?
have strong beliefs about the beginning of the fucking universe because I don't think we know the answer to it, but I don't think it's necessary for me to develop a moral compass.
No, but that's not the only thing that faith gives you. Right now, your biggest gripe with faith is you don't believe that it logically explains certain things that you want to be explained, but that is not the totality of faith itself. If you were to look in the Quran, it's not only a book of fables and stories and what happened in the past. No, it actually tells you how to live your life righteously. Now, why the fuck would you have a problem with that? Why would you go out of your way to hate people of faith for having a moral guideline? Why would you be inflammatory to people just because you don't have anything to base your morals in? Why? It doesn't make any sense. You have no solid.
Let me know when you finish. Oh, you're just gonna finish it for me? Why even ask me the fucking question if you're just gonna answer for me? But go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Preach, my dude. Go ahead.
No.
Oh, do I get to actually answer it? Was that an actual question, or was that just another opportunity for you to fucking ramble? The reason why I don't like it is because when people base their ethical positions on fairy tales, it's impossible to move them from those ethical positions. That's why I don't like ethics that come from religion.
Your arguments are not good enough then. It's a you problem.
How am I supposed to argue against God?
Here's the problem. If you genuinely could show objectively, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is wrong, you're telling me that their cognitive dissonance is so powerful and that their belief that this is the word of God is so strong that they can't see what you deem as logically sound. Is that what you're telling me right now?
How the fuck am I? Bro, you fucking retards kill each other all the time in the Middle East. What the fuck are you talking about? I can't even Muslims don't fucking agree. Even Muslims don't fucking agree. I can't answer anything? Oh, you're just gonna keep rambling. You're gonna keep rambling. Literally divide. You're gonna keep rambling. I don't get to answer a single fucking question. You're asking me. Your question is how am I supposed to convince people of some shit being true? Even Muslims don't agree on what fucking real Islam is. How the fuck am I gonna do that?
That is false. The core tenets of Islam is agreed upon. If you were to ask any Muslim whether they're Shia, Sunni, Salafi, Wahhabi, I don't care what they are. If you were to ask them what are the core tenets of Islam, candidly, man, they'll tell you anything. They'll tell you the same thing. Every single one of them. The core tenets of Islam are agreed upon. What makes you a Muslim is agreed upon. It's just your lack of knowledge and your lack of understanding when it comes to Islam that paints this negative image.
You can say it's my lack of understanding.
You have no fucking idea about.
Oh my god.
That's your problem.
Do you think that all Muslim countries believe in the same things but have the same social values?
They, for the most part, all Muslim countries, when it comes to the core tenets of Islam.
What do you mean core tenets? When I'm talking about things like gay rights, right? I don't care about the core fucking tenets, okay? I'm talking about how does it come out at the end of the day in their social positions.
But that's what fucking makes you a Muslim. That's your problem. That's what makes you a Muslim. Obviously, there's some minor disagreements about certain things, but that won't take you out of the fold of Islam. You're trying to act like their differences makes them completely separate.
I didn't say it makes them completely separate, but it makes them different. I said it makes them different enough to want to fucking kill each other over it. That's a pretty big fucking difference.
Again, another disingenuous argument. If it was generally as bad as you're trying to make it seem, you wouldn't have a nation that is ruled by Sunnis and is majority Shia, like Bahrain, for instance. You wouldn't have nations that are completely separate.
I don't know if Bahrain works peacefully. Fucking Iraq used to be a majority fucking, Sunni country ruled by Shias, or a majority Shia country ruled by Sunnis, and that had a fuck ton of violence that related to it. It fucking fell apart because everybody felt like they were being fucking oppressed.
Why did it fall apart?
For a variety of fucking reasons. Because Saddam Hussein was a fucking lunatic. Because fucking...
it was because of your filthy, degenerate country and the type of shit that they do once a country does not adhere to what they do.
Really? And you don't think the people in that country that were being fucking locked away and fucking murdered and tortured by fucking Saddam Hussein didn't have fucking complaints? Are you gonna sit here? Why the fuck was everybody cheering? Why is everybody fucking clapping when they fucking hung him, dude?
Oh, perfect. No, thank you for bringing that up. You know the famous person that actually clapped, that took down the statue of Saddam Hussein, approximately 5-6 years later was interviewed again by Al Jazeera, and the man was crying, begging for Saddam Hussein back, and he said it was a mistake to allow those Americans in. The most unjustified invasion of a Muslim country or any country, 1 million civilians killed, and you're trying to pin that
a million civilians? Oh, we're gonna use the fake numbers now? We're gonna use the fake numbers now?
Hold on, let me finish. Let me fucking finish. And guess what? That was done by your people, your American people.
Oh, sure.
The greatest
How many
nation
died
of
in the Kuwait invasion? How many Kurdish people were killed with chemical weapons? How many people did Saddam Hussein lock up and torture and kill? How many of his political opponents did he fucking kill when he came as fucking prime minister?
I'm telling you right now, Iraq would have been 1 billion times better with Saddam Hussein than what you guys did to Iraq.
Yeah, maybe for some people.
Ground of ISIS and Qaeda and all sorts of terrorist cells.
Not anymore.
That's what happened with Iraq. That's what happened with Iraq. There you go.
Okay.
So don't talk to me about the reason why Iraq is the way it is because of the different opinions between sects. That's disingenuous. That's a garbage argument. You know you stand on nothing when you say that.
You think Saddam Hussein was a good guy? I just want to hear that. You think Saddam Hussein was a good dude?
Shout out my nigga Saddam Hussein, okay, my boy.
Gotcha, all right.
R.I.P.
That's the Somalian you speaking. Don't worry, I got it.
Absolutely, because guess what? I will always side. You know what? Gaddafi was a good guy as well. Because I will never side with the disgusting, degenerate, nasty, satanic terrorists, which is the United States of America.
Gotcha.
Okay, your favorite black president, Barack Hussein Obama, by the way, the man who's bombed my country more than any other president, but not only my country, you could add Syria to that, you could add Afghanistan to that. I'm telling you right now, America is literally the nation of terrorists. But you guys feel so comfortable painting the rest of the world as villains.
No one is talking about the rest of the world. Who are you preaching to right now? Who's talking about the rest of the world right now?
I'm talking about you. Look at you in the Middle East. You're so destabilized.
Look at him go. Look at you go.
Look at you guys killing each other. Look at all of you guys hurting each other.
Oh my, you're like Batman trying to beat up the Joker right now. That's what you're doing right now.
That's absolutely, your hair is blue, not green. You fucked up. But your problem is right now, it's what? I'll tell you what your problem is.
Tell me.
You're trying to act like Muslims disagree on the core tenets of Islam.
I didn't say they disagree on the core tenets of Islam.
You said we can't agree when it comes to
I said they
Islam.
disagree enough to fucking kill each other. It seems like they have some pretty big disagreements.
And guess what that is?
Tell me what that is.
You're overblowing
I'm overblowing it? Oh, okay. My bad.
Because I promise you, if it was that bad, I wouldn't have been alive by now. Because I was born and raised in the Middle East.
Oh, because you happen to be. There might be some poor fucking other Islam kid that got fucking killed, and you might have been him, but here you are.
Oh, I'm sure. And you might have been the hillbilly that got butt fucked by his uncle and has to live with him for the rest of your fucking life. But guess what? You came out as a blue-haired fucking midget. So I guess you won. I don't know. Again, your whole arguments are bent on I could have, I would have, I been have. Like,
and your arguments are based on this God, not the 4,827, but this one is actually the right one that made the whole fucking universe and did all that shit. I can't explain how, but trust me, he did it. Yeah, he's coming back soon, I swear to God. The next one's coming, okay? It was 1,500 years ago. We just need like 200 more years, and he'll come to fulfill all of his fucking bullshit as promises. I promise.
And your argument was, I don't know where we're from, but I don't believe in mysticism. I hate all of these people that believe in, the supernatural. But guess what? I 100% believe that the universe and every single thing that's contained within it.
Oh my God. You're like a dude in the field swinging bats at scarecrows. I don't know who the fuck you're arguing with right now.
Can I continue? Have I got you worried? Are you shaking? Do your feet even touch the ground when you sit in that chair, by the way? Do your feet even touch the ground? But let me finish real quick. Right now what you're arguing is, I don't know where we come from. I have absolutely no clue. My belief is completely based in mysticism and lack of knowledge. But what I hate is these religious people and their faith and their adherence to their faith and their belief. I despise these people. I hate them because guess what?
Yeah.
They have something I don't have. And you know what that is, which you don't have?
Blind faith and adherence to some bullshit book that's thousands of years old. I'm so jealous.
They have the truth on their side, and that's what you can't handle.
Yeah, the truth.
You can't handle.
Everybody seems like they have it, but they're all so different. Isn't that weird how that works? Everybody thinks they've got the truth. They're all so different. Isn't that weird?
As a Muslim man, to all my Abrahamic faith brothers and sisters, to my Christians and Jews, you will all be welcome in the kingdom of heaven as well. I promise you that, okay? All of these divides that are being created by all of us is foolish, and it's done by atheist demons such as Destiny, right? Our differences are not that great. Now, I can vouch for all them other niggas, right? I'm gonna keep it G with you right now, okay? I'm not gonna talk about them motherfuckers, but when it comes to the Abrahamic faiths, we're good, right? But you know what? Who's not gonna make it in heaven?
Atheist.
the blue-haired demon in the call right now. Absolutely. How dare you? Like, God gave you everything, and you don't want to even acknowledge his
Well,
existence.
he gave me everything, including a G-spot in my asshole. So fuck. What am I supposed to believe in? You know.
That you don't use.
That's the only thing you make use of. Out of everything that God gave you, you
No,
want to use the thing in your
present.
ass.
He doesn't use it.
Oh,
Someday I will. Don't worry.
I mean, I did say that, you know, he's bisexual just for, you know, the protection.
True.
Yo, Trainwrecks.
What's up, baby?
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've been watching a lot of Kick.
Hey, we gotta get you on here, bro. Obviously, we gotta, get moderation on and, get some of the bad content gone. But we gotta get you on here, bro.
Bro, the only thing is, like, every time I see Aiden post a clip, like, that boy literally has to, gets to blur out his chat for the entire video.
Yeah, I mean, I've made that clear publicly and to him. Like, his chat needs heavy moderation. Like, it's.
Keep in mind, that's Aiden's choice. He could have mods and he could moderate the chat.
It's
It would look
just him.
fine.
I mean, look at Destiny's chat. Go to my chat. Like, if you like, next time I go live, go to my chat. Like, everything's banned instantly. Like, I don't even. People can't even type the word night in my chat because of the first 3 letters of night. I don't even.
Wait, KNI?
No, NIGHT. So, like, I like it just depends on the streamer of what they want. I think Aiden wants that faster chat as if everyone's, there. So I think just allows everything to move fast, right? So for that reason, he has 0 barriers. Like chat is just like anywhere else on every platform. It's up to the streamer.
I didn't even know Destiny was live. I thought you guys were just talking.
No, sorry. No.
Are people actually streaming like porn on there? Or was that just a troll? Or
I mean, the porn thing, let's be real, like, I'm going to keep it $150. Yeah, like, we're 4 months in, right? We're in beta. Like, moderation, there's little to none. We're, building a team around that.
Like, is that against TOS?
Yes, it is. Porn's against TOS, nudity is against TOS, hate speech is against TOS. Like, all these things are the case. Like, people just like to...
make an account, and then somebody says something about making porn.
I was
like,
I hopped into a couple Aiden streams, and I saw, like, the first night he was watching The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, and then the second night he was watching The Wolf of Wall Street. Can you watch movies on stream on Kick?
I can't answer that. What I will say is no, but just
Right now, I can answer this because I'm not fucking employed by this site.
I watched Gordon
right
Ramsay
now,
on Twitch. You're right.
The site's probably flying under the radar. You're probably safe to do what you want, but I mean, like, it's probably not legal, and if you get DMCA'd, you're gonna have to take it down, or Kick will take it down. But like, you're
let's
probably
put it
okay
that way.
for
There we go. Thank you, Destiny. Like, it's right.
You can watch the Super Bowl, it's okay, but don't watch Gordon.
Well, careful. You don't want to bring that kind of attention.
Also, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, it looks cool. Like, there was some kid the other night, he was just streaming Madden, and he looked like he was having a blast, so I donated him like 600 subs.
Jesus.
Yep, and he got most of it, bro.
And he did. He got 95% of it. And
Yeah, bro. Every time you give that many subs, tell them to check the revenue page. They always freak out, bro. We've been conditioned by Twitch to think it's acceptable and appropriate and generous of them to give us 49% of our sub revenue. It's fucking wild. Like, it's disgusting. Like, people want to talk about capitalistic corruption. Like, motherfuckers.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the biggest selling point with me for Kick is not even like the money, but it's more of the fact of like, damn, if this thing can be the thing that like takes down Twitch and stuff like that, it's like I could be looked at as an OG, like with YouTube. Even whenever I hit 10 million subscribers, I'm never gonna be looked at as like a founder because I didn't start posting videos until 2019. But it's like this is like, oh shit, okay, I was one of the first streamers to actually migrate over and stuff like that.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I have like a lot of good ideas.
Isn't it
like,
started by creators?
What,
That's
Kick?
a good selling point too. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I pitched the idea, and Eddie also had the idea, and we kind of it like ended up working because so my idea was to create a platform, and I was in the process of creating for the time being my own site, kind of like Destiny's, except I can stream on it. And then we ended up coming together and saying, yo, like, I have the vision, I have the experience, and they have the funding. And as long as it's 2 separate entities, and it's there's other investors involved and other things going on, and we can get something done, why not? So that ended up happening. I ended up taking the other projects, kind of combining it into one, and now we're here. So yeah, I guess like I'm kind of the creator side of things, and fortunately for the creators on the outside, you know, I'm not one of those. I'm more in the middle, so I'm gonna benefit all sides. I'm not one of those fucking PG-13 pussies. So, yeah.
I feel like that kind of helps a little bit too, because it's like,
oh, for sure,
made by creators for creators.
But yo, Gideon, real quick, just to confirm for you, I will say this. I will confirm this. It is something that, like Eddie and myself, we talk about very often. Like as far as like you saying, like, you know, just having that kind of title or that credibility. Like we talk about people that like start with us this early. Like, I mean, like, there is going to be things that, you know, the people who come early, like, you know what I mean? Like, you feel me? Like, I don't want to say much, but, you know, we see it. That's what I'm trying to say. It is a conversation that we have all the time. Like, you know, the people that start early, that people come with. You know what I mean? Like,
also,
we know
I love you
it,
guys, but I need to go eat in gym, okay? I might be back later.
Oh, you're leaving, bro? Come on.
I have to do my shit because I didn't wake up early today, okay? I'm sorry.
When are you live tomorrow?
Well, since everything's working now, hopefully by 1.
All right, cool. Well, then I'll be on tomorrow too. Gideon, did you want to? You were saying something before I cut you off.
No, I was just saying. I feel like people that make the migration, like it's like they.
Okay, I might be back later tonight, guys. We'll see. VOD? We should have a VOD. We'll see. But yeah, Rebrando, guys. Peace out. Be careful. Wait, I'm supposed to host somebody on Kick, I think. Should I host Mira? We'll host the Joker. Fuck it. He's dressed up as the Joker. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Peace out. Enable subs? Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow, okay? Riff on Deuterinos. Host a big booty girl? Oh, we'll look for one tomorrow, okay? Alright, Ripperino, guys. Ripperino, Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Cappuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino, Appuccino, my Deuterinos. I'll catch you guys next. Streamerino. Kick.com/luckygirl. Jesus Christ. Okay, peace out.